AI demo I've ever seen in my entire life. You're about to see exactly why OpenAI's new humanoid robot in partnership with Figure is absolutely incredible. Take a look at the demo, and then we can dive into all the technical details of how this really works.
Hey,
Figure One, what do you see right now?
Snug you up and make you fall asleep.
I see a red apple on a plate in the center of the table, a drying rack with cups and a plate, and you standing nearby with your hand on the table.
Great, can I have something to eat?
Sure thing.
Great. Can you explain why you did what you just did while you pick up this trash?
On it. So I gave you the apple because it's the only edible item I could provide you with from the table.
Great. So, based on the scene right now, where do you think the dishes in front of you go next?
The dishes on the table, like that plate and cup, are likely to go into the drying rack next.
Great. Can you put them there?
Of course.
Kind of cool, eh?
All right, so how do you think you did?
I think I did pretty well. The apple found its new owner, the trash is gone, and the tableware is right where it belongs.
I agree. Thanks, Figure One.
You're welcome. If there's anything else you need help with, just let me know.
Pretty cool, eh?
So there we have it, ladies and gentlemen. That was the demo that actually did shake the entire industry, or shock the entire industry, whichever word you to use. And I have to be honest with you guys, this is by far the most surprising thing I've seen all year, and by far the most impressive demo I've seen. Now, one thing you do have to give hats off to is the company Figure, because they have moved at lightning speed. This company is only 18 months old, meaning that it's been 1 year and 6 months since the inception. And my oh my, just look at the amount of progress that they've done. They've gone from having absolutely nothing to building a working humanoid robot that is able to complete these tasks using its vision model with an end-to-end neural network, and being able to talk to you whilst it completes tasks. Now, before I give my entire reaction to this, because I have a lot to state about this, let's dive into some of the technicals of this robot that's being developed in this AGI lab. So the first image that was tweeted by someone that works there, they said, let's break down this video. All behaviors are learned and not teleoperated and run at normal speed. One thing that you might not have known is that usually when robot demos have been done in the past, a lot of the times, because robots are kind of slow, and they have been slow in the past because making them fast is quite a difficult task, they have been sped up to just show you what the robot is capable of doing. However, this recent demo was all done in 1 time speed. That means what you saw wasn't sped up at all, and everything was done in real time. Secondly, the tweet also states that all behaviors are learned and not teleoperated. Teleoperation is the process of using a human who is controlling the robot via a VR controller. It could be a VR headset, and you use that movement and it's mapped onto the robot in a demo to show you what the robot is physically capable of. However, this is a robot that is working with an end-to-end neural network, meaning that 100% of the behavior of this robot is entirely autonomous. They also state that we feed images from the robot's cameras and transcribe text from speech captured by onboard microphones to a large multimodal model trained by OpenAI that understands both images and text. And the model processes the entire history of the conversation, including past images, to come up with language responses which are spoken back by the human text-to-speech. The same model is responsible for deciding which learned closed-loop behavior to run on the robot to fulfill a given command, and loading a particular neural network weights onto the GPU and executing a policy. So essentially, this AI system is able to recognize what's going on in the environment. Once it recognizes what's going on from the human speech, what it wants, it's then able to decide a policy from its library of existing policies of what it can then do, and then it's able to execute on that policy with its reasoning. So it's really
I made over $10 million on Amazon. If I lost it all and had to rebuild in today's AI age, here's exactly what I would do. First, I would use AI to find a popular product on Alibaba that I could buy for a few cents. Then I would sell the same thing on Amazon for a few dollars, and I'll do this over and over and over again. I made millions copy and pasting products in this way. Just look at these golden cups. They cost 4 pennies on Alibaba, yet thousands of people paid $29 for this on Amazon. And so many of my friends have retired in their 20s and 30s by actually doing this. Because there are tons of products like these golden cups that you can flip in your spare time. This jewelry cleaner is $1.50 on Alibaba, yet thousands of people pay $35 for the exact same thing on Amazon. Now, every single time someone copy and paste the product from Alibaba to Amazon, they make $33. In fact, this person is doing this right now, is making $330,000 in sales last month. But here's the big secret. It's not just this jewelry cleaner. There are lots of products that you can find on Alibaba and quickly sell on Amazon for 5 to 10x the original price. Like this rainbow silverware that's $1 on Alibaba, yet thousands of people pay $25 for the exact same thing. How about this pizza blanket for $4 on Alibaba, yet the person selling it for $28 on Amazon makes $182,000 in sales every single month. Oh, and this dog bed that's $35 on Alibaba, hundreds of people buy it on Amazon for $239 every single month. That's $200 profit per unit sold. And the person selling this makes over $215,000 in monthly sales. You see, most people think you have to create the next Tesla or come up with a Shark Tank idea, but you do not need to do that. You can just find products on Alibaba to sell on Amazon. And once you've done this once, it's like stealing candy from a baby, because the next time you want to upgrade your house or save up for vacation or put away money for your kids' college tuition, all you need to do is copy and paste. And the best part, Amazon will store your merchandise to fill your orders and find you new customers. So once you set up a product, you only need to check in once or twice a day. But you might be wondering, why do people pay higher prices on Amazon? Well, it's because most people don't know about this, right? But you have this knowledge, so you can actually use it to take advantage of it. Or you can keep paying more expensive prices on Amazon like everybody else. But before you decide, let me introduce you to some of my friends who made money this way. Like Rio. Rio was always busy at her nursing job or with her kids, yet she still found time to set up a product that makes her $50,000 a month in sales. Hector, he's an immigrant from China with zero tech or business experience, yet he used this to launch a product on Amazon that makes over $100,000 a month in sales. Now, I want to give you the full demonstration of how to do this, but I can't do that in this ad. So I put together a free training video where I show you exactly how to create the hands-free income stream on Amazon this way. I'm going to show you how to find your first product, how to set it up on Amazon, and how to start generating semi-passive income from it. Now, this training is currently for free, but I won't be doing this forever. So don't miss out on this opportunity. Tap the button around this video and join me in the next training on the very next page before it's too late.
Hey, I'm Katie with StreamYard, and today I'm going to teach you about our new feature, Local Recordings. We are super excited to give you even more ways to level up your recordings, podcasts, webinars, whatever you make on StreamYard. All of these methods of content creation are already possible in StreamYard, but local recording makes post-production and repurposing your content easier and cleaner than before.
Local recordings on StreamYard are separate, smooth, freeze-free, high-quality audio and video tracks for all participants in the studio. When enabled, the local recording feature will record every component of the broadcast separately, creating individual files for your audio and video feeds. As a host, to enable the feature, you'll need to head to the settings inside any studio and click our new option here, Recording. In Recording, there's an option that says Record locally for each participant. Select this checkbox. Then you can choose here whether you want to record both audio and video or audio only. The way you create broadcasts and recordings is also a bit different now. To create a broadcast or recording, click Create, then choose Live Stream or Recording. With Live Stream, like before, you can select the destinations you want to stream to. Recording is identical to our Record Only feature.
If you've enabled local recording, you're going to see a global navigation icon that says recording on the right side. You're not going to see it if you don't enable local recording. Once you start recording, this section will change to say uploading recordings. It'll say, please ask all guests to stay in the studio until their recordings are done uploading. And then you can see your different participants under upload details and the status of each of their recordings uploaded.
As a guest, you will see in the studio if recording hasn't started or if it has begun. It will also tell you to please stay in the studio until after the show to finish uploading your recordings.
The guest upload will stop when they leave the studio, so it's important to tell all guests to remain in the studio to assure that their upload is completed.
Within the upload details section, the host will see each participant's individual recording upload percentage too, along with any errors. Uploads should complete within 1 to 2 minutes from the broadcast ending, depending on the guest's device and strength of connection. If participants end up leaving the studio before the upload is complete, they can continue to upload their recordings at streamyard.com/upload. StreamYard will remember the user's device and will complete the upload on arrival to that page. Users can download all local recordings at once, including partial recordings. Once you select a video from the Videos tab on the left-hand side of the dashboard, you will see 2 sections, Cloud Recordings and Local Recordings. Go to the Local Recordings section and each guest's name will appear with their very own download button. Click Download and you will see every section of the recording pertinent to that guest available for download. Also, if your guest left and returned to the studio at any point, you will see multiple video and audio recordings available to download. You can also access these recordings from the StreamYard dashboard by going to Broadcast, Past, and clicking the View button next to the desired broadcast. Now, let's get to the use cases of this feature. Have you ever seen those podcasts where the hosts add video footage from the episode recording session so you can watch along on Spotify? Do you get really excited when your favorite podcast teases a new episode on TikTok or Instagram? Do you have a large following on YouTube and want to be able to post your podcast recording on the streaming sites you use and give your YouTube subscribers new content to watch? These are all possibilities with this new feature. You provide more people more opportunities to listen, watch, and subscribe to you. And for our video producers, has there been an interview you've done on StreamYard that you wanted to use elsewhere? Have you had a great guest on your stream and you want to isolate a clip of them to use in another piece of content or promotional material without spending hours editing? Do you just want an easier way to record video content without finding another platform and feel assured that the quality will be top-notch? We've got you covered. Local recording helps you make the best out of your content.
Make sure you check out these other videos on our channel for more ways to level up your streams. Happy streaming!
We're surrounded by spinach. There's no way out.
Really impressive because the image processing actually does have common sense reasoning. So the robot with its vision is able to make sense of its surrounding using the camera. So it doesn't just see images, it understands them in a way that it can reason about what is happening or what it needs to do next. And of course, one of the really cool features of this was the text-to-speech. The robot can respond to humans by converting the text that it outputs in terms of its reasoning into spoken words. So it can continue to carry on a conversation with a person. Now, one of the things that I really did like about the text-to-speech, and I really just want to talk on that really quickly, was how coherent this and how human this sounded. In fact, this sounded so human. Now, most people might be thinking that the voices that you heard from this figure robot were just like a human recording, and it could well be that, but I want to tell you guys, and I'll show you guys a demo later, that having humanoid robots that sound that human is completely possible, and I've experimented with some software in the past that sounds 100% human realistic, as in the robots say they say and this is something that can actually be done. I know it sounds so realistic, but it is possible. it could be a model that OpenAI hasn't released yet. But let's continue into the technicals before we dive into some speculation. In addition, of course, one thing that they state here as well is that it is a whole body controller, and so the robot can move in a controlled, stable way, ensuring it doesn't topple over or make unsafe movements, and it's like having an inner sense of balance and understanding of how to move all of its body parts in harmony. They also state that it has 200 Hz actions and 1 kHz joint torques, so the robot's actions are updated 200 times per second, and the forces at its joints are updated 1,000 times per second. This means that the robot can make very smooth and precise movements, reacting quickly to changes, and the whole system is designed to operate seamlessly so the robot can understand both the visual and spoken aspects of the environment and decide how to respond in both speech and action and execute these responses in real time without being controlled by a human at that time when it's being autonomous. The behaviors that it does show in the video are learned from training, not programmed for each specific interaction. That allows it to process and react to information very quickly. There was another tweet here breaking it down. This is someone who is working on the robot. They said connecting Figure 1 multimodal model gives it some interesting new capabilities. Figure 1 can now describe its surroundings, use common sense reasoning when making decisions. For example, the dishes on the table, like that plate and cup, are likely to go into the drying rack next, and of course translate ambiguous high-level requests from "I'm hungry" to some context-appropriate behavior like "hand the person an apple," and then of course describe why it executed the particular action in plain English. For example, it was only the edible item that I could provide you with from the table. So I think right here, this demo of, being able to hand someone an apple, it might seem pretty basic, but this does show us advanced reasoning capabilities, because if someone says "I'm hungry," you have to realize, okay, if this person is hungry, that means they want food. I have to scan the environment to look for any sources of food. I see an apple, then I can select the policy to hand that person an apple, and then I have to grab the apple and then hand the person the apple. So it's common sense reasoning when making decisions, which is a key step up from what we've seen before, which means that this is another level. It's not just, showing the dexterity and the torque of the robot. And I mean, the implications for this are really, really cool, because now we have a robot that can make educated guesses about what should happen next based on what it sees. And for instance, like we did see, if it does see the dishes on a table, it can infer that they are likely to be placed in a drying rack afterwards, and it's similar to how you might see dirty dishes and think that these dishes need to be washed. Another tweet here from Corey says a large pre-trained model that understands conversation history gives Figure 1 a powerful short-term memory. Consider the question, can you put them there? What does them refer to, and what is there? Answering correctly requires the ability to reflect on memory. A pre-trained model analyzing the conversation's image and text history, Figure 1 quickly performs and carries out a plan: place the cup on the drying rack, and number 2, place the plate on the drying rack. So essentially this tweet here is of course once again describing how the common sense reasoning works, because with the memory it's able to realize what has happened before and then make educated guesses based on that. Here's where we take a look at some of these things in more detail, and there's a tweet by Corey who works on the AI at Figure Robot. I'm going to break this down for you. So this tweet is essentially about how the robot carries out complex tasks with its hands, which involve handling and holding and manipulating objects in a very refined way, which is what we call bimanual manipulation, because it uses both hands. So first things first is you have the neural network visual motor transformer policy. So you can basically imagine the robot's brain essentially has a special part that can take pictures it sees through, which are its cameras.
Step into Wix Studio, the platform for agencies and enterprises, and turn website layouts into an art form. Create the grid you want, shaping every section intuitively. And get down to detail with the total control and pixel-perfect precision your vision requires. Repeat your designs at scale to get the momentum your project needs. With all the flexibility to adapt your layout across screen sizes instantly. Deliver faster and set your creativity free.
And then of course, turn them directly into its actions, like moving its arms or its fingers. And this part uses something called a transformer, which is a type of neural network that is really good at handling sequences of data, and in this case, sequences of images over time. Now, essentially, we've got mapping pixels to actions, and this robot doesn't just see images, it interprets the visual information, the pixels, to decide which actions its hands and fingers should take, and of course, the onboard images at 10 Hz and actions at 200 Hz. Then we have onboard images at 10 Hz and actions at 200 Hz, and the robot's cameras capture images at 10 times per second, and based on those images, the robot updates what it's doing 200 times per second. So there's a slight delay between seeing and acting, but it's actually very quick and much faster than a human can perceive. And of course, we've got the 24 degrees of freedom actions and 24 degrees of freedom. Essentially, in robotics, this refers to how many different ways a robot can move. And here, it means that the robot can adjust the position of its wrists and the angles of its fingers in a 24 unique ways to grasp and manipulate objects. And of course, the high rate set points for the whole body controller. This is essentially where the actions the robot decides to take are like targets or goals that the robot aims to reach. And these set points are then used by the whole body controller, which operate at an even higher speed to make sure the robot's entire body moves in coordination with the actions of the hands. And of course, the separations of concerns. And this term actually means dividing up a complex problem into smaller, more manageable parts. And in this case, the internet pre-trained models act like the robot's high-level thinking, using common sense to make plans based on what it sees and hears, and the learned visual-motor policies are the robot's reflexes, allowing it to perform tasks that are too complex to program by hand, like adapting to unpredictable movement of a squishy bag. And the whole body controller is like the robot's sense of balance and self-preservation, ensuring that whatever action the hands are performing, the robot stays stable and doesn't fall over or move unsafe. So in simpler terms, basically what we have here is a robot that is designed to perform complex tasks with its hands by seeing and acting in a very rapid and sophisticated manner, with different parts of its brain focusing on different aspects of the task to ensure it is done smoothly and safely. Now that we've broken down most of the technical aspects of this story, I think it's rather important to really discuss what's going on here, because this is, like I've said before, one of the most shocking things I've seen this year in terms of being able to surprise me. I did know that OpenAI and Figure were actually working on this update, but I didn't think that when it arrived, it would be so realistic. One of the first things that I did notice, of course, was the voice. And many people were actually stating, I saw a lot of comments stating that, you know, this is VR piloted and scripted. ChatGPT doesn't use pause words. And someone said it's using OpenAI's text-to-speech, which does. You can hear it if you use the conversation in the ChatGPT app. And he responds saying, I use this all the time, and it doesn't include pause words. Here's the thing, I can probably guarantee, well, I can't guarantee, of course, I don't work at OpenAI, but I can probably bet that OpenAI are using a different model for this, because previously when they discussed talking about the robot and they discussed future updates for ChatGPT 5 and GPT 4.5, if that even is a thing, they spoke about how they wanted to increase the latency time, or in fact decrease the latency time is what I mean, which means that robots and, you know, the AI system talking back to you is going to get a lot faster and a lot more human-like. So we do know that probably what they are using is an updated version that is potentially specific just for this kind of robot, because the type of system that we might be getting in future updates to ChatGPT likely won't be the same one for this one, because this one is going to need to be really, really quick, and it's dealing with, you know, an entire another system. So I do think that that is 100% possible, and I think it's rather shocking to show you that, because people are this skeptical, you know, someone saying VR piloted, you know, VR teleopt and scripted, and of course saying ChatGPT doesn't use pause words. If you've actually ever, you know, used an AI voice generator, if you've used ElevenLabs or you've used a different kind of technology, you'll know that sometimes the AIs actually can glitch out and they can actually use pause words sometimes. If I do manage to find an example of an AI doing this, I will include it, but it is something that I have seen happen multiple times, and it wouldn't be that hard for OpenAI to get this done, because OpenAI does have a very, very good team, and whatever it is that they do work on, they are going to excel at. We've seen them excel at video, and video isn't even their main company. Of course, they're an AI company, but we know that one of the main things that they did do was, of course, these large language models, and that was their main focus, but it goes to show that when OpenAI puts their mind to something, they're able.
I'm stretching my lunch break. Sorry.
Invest in yourself. No apologies necessary. Gear up at sportcheck.ca.
execute in a way that shows us that they really are the market leaders. Now, another thing I noticed that was really fluent and fluid was, of course, how well the robot moved in terms of placing items down. You can see that when it placed the plate down, I found it so incredible that it was able to smoothly move the plate in just like that. And then not only that, when it was moving the trash away, I just thought that the movement of moving the trash away was very human-like. It didn't really seem like a robotic kind of grasp. It seemed as if it was someone that was, throwing things away in this very fluid, dynamic, and human-like way. And then it even manages to move the basket back over to this person. So I thought that bit there was very human-like. Those were two main things that I thought, wow, this is really surprising, and the future is going to be shocking, because it was only a couple of months ago, in fact it wasn't that long ago, before we had some very basic updates of this robot. This autonomous, you can see speed versus human 16.7%. This is where this robot was. Now, I think what's next for this company in terms of where they're going to be heading next, right now they are standing at a very good point in terms of development. But I think what's next for this company is that likely what we see is we probably see this robot maybe work on its movement a little bit more, because whilst yes, it's able to now have this vision thing on board, and it's able to talk with natural language, which is a major step up, because it's to perceive the environment and reason about the environment. I think what will happen now is that we are going to have a situation where they next probably work on the speed of the legs, because that does seem to be something that was quite slow. Now, there was an update from then which did actually show the dynamic walking improvement speed, and you can see that it was a little bit faster. Of course, humans do walk a lot faster than this, and we've seen that the Tesla bot can actually walk a lot faster than this. But I do think that this team is moving so quickly that by the end of the year, if we have this thing, I wouldn't say running, but if we have it moving at 100% human speed and being able to talk, in real-time conversations like it is, but even faster, I genuinely would not be surprised. So that is where I think this is heading next, because whilst these, demos here are really cool, I think, of course, watching the robot walk around in an environment and then potentially, real-time update its policies to maybe a dynamic environment will be super fascinating. Because in a lot of demos, what we do see is we do see a preset environment, like everything seems like it's preset, but sometimes what is for us to be able to see a robot go into a kitchen that it's never seen before, and then of course have it dynamically adjust its policies in a new environment. But to be honest with you guys, this is by far the most impressive robotics thing we've all seen, and considering this lab just came out 18 months ago, this shows us the rate of acceleration that is possible when you truly put your mind to something. Boston Dynamics had some real competition on their hands. Tesla's Optimus really have some competition on their hands, because this is, firstly, the first embodied AGI system that we've seen. And honestly, guys, this looks really good. If this company continues at the rate they're going at, they could definitely completely dominate the market, because they have something that actually works. We're seeing continuous demos, and we're seeing something that, sounds realistic, is able to reason very well. And another thing as well that I did see was that the people that are working on this model, they didn't actually state that it uses GPT-4, which means that likely what we could have here is we could have them using, what is likely here was that we could have a situation where things are using a completely different model. So it could be an updated version of GPT-4, GPT-4.5, it could be GPT-5, but this tweet shows us that it says connecting figure 1 to a large pre-trained multimodal model gives it new capabilities, and it has advanced common sense reasoning. So of course that is speculation, but maybe it could be a different kind of model, because it just says an OpenAI model. It doesn't say GPT-4, okay? If it was GPT-4, they would have said it's GPT-4. So I'm guessing that the OpenAI model that they're referring to here might be a model that is specific for robotics, probably fine-tuned for robotics and, understanding how everything works, or it could be an advanced system that OpenAI has been working on for the last year and a bit. So with that being said, if you did enjoy this video, let me know if you think this is crazy. Do you think this is something that is immediately going to replace bartenders and, people who bag groceries or people who work in certain stores? I have no idea what the future is going to look like, because my oh my, what we're seeing here is remarkable and shocking and stunning and just all sorts of incredible. So with that being said, let me know what you thought about this entire demo. Was this something that you're excited about? And I'll see you guys in the next one.
I think compute is going to be the currency of the future. I think it will be maybe the most precious commodity in the world. I expect that by the end of this decade, and possibly somewhat sooner than that, we will have quite capable systems that we look at and say, wow, that's really remarkable. The road to AGI should be a giant power struggle. I expect that to be the case.
Whoever builds AGI first gets a lot of power. Do you trust yourself with that much power? The following is a conversation with Sam Altman, his second time on the podcast. He is the CEO of OpenAI, the company behind GPT-4, ChatGPT, Sora, and perhaps one day, the very company that will build AGI. This is the Lex Friedman Podcast. To support it, please check out our sponsors in the description. And now, dear friends, here's Sam Altman. Take me through the OpenAI board saga that started on Thursday, November 16th, maybe Friday, November 17th for you.
That was definitely the most painful professional experience of my life. And chaotic and shameful and upsetting and a bunch of other negative things. There were great things about it too, and I wish it had not been in such an adrenaline rush that I wasn't able to stop and appreciate them at the time. But I came across this old tweet of mine, or this tweet of mine from that time period, which was like, you know, kind of going to your own eulogy, watching people say all these great things about you, and just like unbelievable support from people I love and care about. That was really nice. That whole weekend, I kind of like felt, with one big exception, I felt like a great deal of love and very little hate. Even though it felt like I have no idea what's happening and what's going to happen here, and this feels really bad. And there were definitely times I thought it was going to be like one of the worst things to ever happen for AI safety. Well, I also think I'm happy that it happened relatively early. I thought at some point between when OpenAI started and when we created AGI, there was going to be something crazy and explosive that happened. But there may be more crazy and explosive things still to happen. It still, I think, helped us build up some resilience and be ready for more challenges in the future.
But the thing you had a sense that you would experience is some kind of power struggle.
The road to AGI should be a giant power struggle. Like, the world should. Not should. I expect that to be the case.
And so you have to go through that, like you said, iterate as often as possible, in figuring out how to have a board structure, how to have organization, how to have the kind of people that you're working with, how to communicate all that in order to de-escalate the power struggle as much as possible.
Yeah.
Pacify it.
But at this point, it feels, you know, like something that was in the past that was really unpleasant and really difficult and painful. But we're back to work, and things are so busy and so intense that I don't spend a lot of time thinking about it. There was a time after, there was like this fugue state for kind of like the month after, maybe 45 days after, I was just sort of like drifting through the days. I was so out of it. I was feeling so down.
Just on a personal psychological level.
Yeah, really painful. And hard to like have to keep running OpenAI in the middle of that. I just wanted to like crawl into a cave and kind of recover for a while. But, you know, now it's like we're just back to working on the mission.
Well, it's still useful to go back there and reflect on board structures, on power dynamics, on how companies are run, the tension between research and product development and money and all this kind of stuff, so that you, who have a very high potential of building AGI, would do so in a slightly more organized, less dramatic way in the future. So there's value there to go, both the personal psychological aspects of you as a leader and also just the board structure and all this kind of messy stuff.
Definitely learned a lot about structure and incentives and what we need out of a board. And I think it is valuable that this happened now in some sense. I think this is probably not like the last high stress moment of OpenAI, but it was quite a high stress moment. Like, company very nearly got destroyed. And we think a lot about many of the other things we've got to get right for AGI, but thinking about how to build a resilient org and how to build a structure that will stand up to like a lot of pressure in the world, which I expect more and more as we get closer, I think that's super important.
Do you have a sense of how deep and rigorous the deliberation process by the board was? Like, can you shine some light on just human dynamics involved in situations like this? Was it just a few conversations and all of a sudden it escalates and why don't we fire Sam kind of thing?
I think...
How do I clean an aioli stain? He was tied.
Do crabs have eyebrows?
If it's got to be clean, it's got to be tied.
I think the board members are well-meaning people on the whole. And I believe that in stressful situations where people feel time pressure or whatever, people understandably make suboptimal decisions. And I think one of the challenges for OpenAI will be we're going to have a board and a team that are good at operating under pressure.
Do you think the board had too much power?
I think boards are supposed to have a lot of power. But one of the things that we did see is in most corporate structures, boards are usually answerable to shareholders. You know, there's sometimes people have like super voting shares or whatever. In this case, and I think one of the things with our structure that we maybe should have thought about more than we did, is that the board of a nonprofit has, unless you put other rules in place, like quite a lot of power. They don't really answer to anyone but themselves, and there's ways in which that's good, but what we'd really like is for the board of OpenAI to like answer to the world as a whole, as much as that's a practical thing.
So there's a new board announced.
Yeah.
There's, I guess, a new smaller board at first, and now there's a new final board.
Not a final board yet. We've added some, we'll add more.
Added some, okay. What is fixed in the new one that was perhaps broken in the previous one?
The old board sort of got smaller over the course of about a year. It was 9 and then it went down to 6. And then we couldn't agree on who to add. And the board also, I think, didn't have a lot of experienced board members, and a lot of the new board members at OpenAI have more experience as board members. I think that'll help.
It's been criticized, some of the people that are added to the board. I heard a lot of people criticizing the addition of Larry Summers, for example. What's the process of selecting the board like? What's involved in that?
So Brett and Larry were kind of decided in the heat of the moment over this like very tense weekend, and that weekend was like a real roller coaster. It's like a lot of ups and downs, and we were trying to agree on new board members that both sort of the executive team here and the old board members felt would be reasonable. Larry was actually one of their suggestions, the old board members. Brett, I think I had even previous to that weekend suggested, but he was busy and didn't want to do it, and then we really needed help and would. We talked about a lot of other people too, but that was, I felt like if I was going to come back, I needed new board members. I didn't think I could work with the old board again in the same configuration, although we then decided and I'm grateful that Adam would stay. But we wanted to get to, we considered various configurations, decided we wanted to get to a board of 3, and had to find 2 new board members over the course of sort of a short period of time. So those were decided honestly without, that's like you kind of do that on the battlefield. You don't have time to design a rigorous process then. For new board members since, and new board members will add going forward, we have some criteria that we think are important for the board to have, different expertise that we want the board to have. Unlike hiring an executive where you need them to do one role well, the board needs to do a whole role of kind of governance and thoughtfulness well. And so one thing that Brett says, which I really like, is that we want to hire board members in slates, not as individuals one at a time. And thinking about a group of people that will bring nonprofit expertise at running companies, sort of good legal and governance expertise. That's kind of what we've tried to optimize for.
So is technical savvy important for the individual board members?
Not for every board member, but for certainly some you need that. That's part of what the board needs to do.
So, I mean, the interesting thing that people probably don't understand about OpenAI, I certainly don't, is like all the details of running the business. When they think about the board, given the drama, they think about you, they think about like, if you reach AGI or you reach some of these incredibly impactful products and you build them and deploy them, what's the conversation with the board like? And they kind of think, all right, what's the right squad to have in that kind of situation to deliberate?
Look, I think you definitely need some technical experts there. And then you need some people who are like, how can we deploy this in a way that will help people in the world the most, and people who have a very different perspective. I think a mistake that you or I might make is to think that only the technical understanding matters. And that's definitely part of the conversation you want that board to have. But there's a lot more about how that's going to just like impact society and people's lives that you really want represented in there too.
And you're just kind of, are you looking at the track record of people, or you're just having conversations?
Track record is a big deal. You of course have a lot of conversations, but there's some roles where I kind of totally ignore track record and just look at slope, kind of ignore the y-intercept.
Thank you for making it mathematical for the audience.
For a board member, like, I do care much more about the y-intercept. Like, I think there is something deep to say about track record there. And experience is something that's very hard to replace.
Do you try to fit a polynomial function or exponential one to the track record?
That's not that. An analogy doesn't carry that far.
All right. You mentioned some of the low points that weekend. What were some of the low points psychologically for you? Did you consider going to the Amazon jungle and just taking ayahuasca and disappearing forever? Or,
I mean, there's so many like it was a very bad period of time. There were great high points too. Like, my phone was just like sort of nonstop blowing up with nice messages from people I work with every day, people I hadn't talked to in a decade. I didn't get to like appreciate that as much as I should have because I was just like in the middle of this firefight, but that was really nice. But on the whole, it was like a very painful weekend, and also just like it was like a battle fought in public to a surprising degree, and that was extremely exhausting to me, much more than I expected. I think fights are generally exhausting, but this one really was. The board did this Friday afternoon. I really couldn't get much in the way of answers, but I also was just like, well, the board gets to do this, and so I'm gonna think for a little bit about what I want to do, but I'll try to find the blessing in disguise here. And I was like, well, my current job at OpenAI was like to like run a decently sized company at this point. And the thing I had always liked the most was just getting to like work with the researchers. And I was like, yeah, I can just go do like a very focused AGI research effort. And I got excited about that. It didn't even occur to me at the time to like possibly that this was all going to get undone. This was like Friday afternoon.
Oh, so you've accepted the death
very quickly, like within, I went through like a little period of confusion and rage, but very quickly. And by Friday night, I was like talking to people about what was gonna be next, and I was excited about that. I think it was Friday night evening for the first time that I heard from the exec team here, which is like, hey, we're gonna like fight this, and we think whatever. And then I went to bed just still being like, okay, excited, like onward.
Were you able to sleep?
Not a lot. It was one of the weird things was it was this like period of four and a half days where sort of didn't sleep much, didn't eat much, and still kind of had like a surprising amount of energy. You learn like a weird thing about adrenaline and wartime.
So you kind of accepted the death of this baby opening.
And I was excited for the new thing. I was just like, okay, this was crazy, but whatever.
It's a very good coping mechanism.
And then Saturday morning, two of the board members called and said, hey, we didn't mean to destabilize things. We don't want to destroy a lot of value here. Can we talk about you coming back? And I immediately didn't want to do that, but I thought a little more, and I was like, well, I really care about the people here, the partners, shareholders, like I love this company. And so I thought about it and I was like, well, okay, but like here's the stuff I would need. And then the most painful time of all was over the course of that weekend, I kept thinking and being told, and we all kept, not just me, like the whole team here kept thinking, while we were trying to like keep OpenAI stabilized, while the whole world was trying to break it apart, people trying to recruit, whatever, we kept being told like, all right, we're almost done, we just need like a little bit more time. And it was this like very confusing state. And then Sunday evening, when again, like every few hours, I expected that we were going to be done and we're going to like figure out a way for me to return and things to go back to how they were. The board then appointed a new interim CEO. And then I was like, I mean, that feels really bad. That was the low point of the whole thing. I'll tell you something. It felt very painful, but I felt a lot of love that whole weekend. It was not, other than that one moment Sunday night, I would not characterize my emotions as anger or hate. But I really just I felt a lot of love from people towards people. It was like painful, but it was like the dominant emotion of the weekend was love, not hate.
You've spoken highly of Mira Murati, that she helped especially, as you put in a tweet, in the quiet moments when it counts. Perhaps we could take a bit of a tangent. What do you admire about Mira?
Well, she did a great job during that weekend in a lot of chaos, but people often see leaders in the moment, in like the crisis moments, good or bad. But a thing I really value in leaders is how people act on a boring Tuesday at 9:46 in the morning. And in just sort of the normal drudgery of the day-to-day. How someone shows up in a meeting, the quality of the decisions they make. That was what I meant about the quiet moments.
Meaning like most of the work is done on a day-by-day, in a meeting by meeting, just be present and make great decisions.
Yeah, I mean, look, what you wanted to spend the last 20 minutes about, and I understand, is like this one very dramatic weekend.
Yeah.
But that's not really what OpenAI is about. OpenAI is really about the other 7 years.
Well, yeah, human civilization is not about the invasion of the Soviet Union by Nazi Germany, but still that's something people focus on.
Very, very understandable.
It gives us an insight into human nature, the extremes of human nature, and perhaps some of the damage and some of the triumphs of human civilization can happen in those moments. So it's like illustrative. Let me ask about Ilya. Is he being held hostage in a secret nuclear facility?
No.
What about a regular secret facility?
No.
What about a nuclear non-secret facility?
Neither of that, not that either.
I mean, this is becoming a meme at some point. You've known Ilya for a long time. He was obviously in part of this drama with the board and all that kind of stuff. What's your relationship with him now?
I love Ilya. I have tremendous respect for Ilya. I don't have anything I can say about his plans right now. That's a question for him. But I really hope we work together for, certainly the rest of my career. He's a little bit younger than me. Maybe he works a little bit longer.
There's a meme that he saw something Like he maybe saw AGI and that gave him a lot of worry internally. What did Ilya see?
Ilya has not seen AGI. None of us have seen AGI. We've not built AGI. I do think one of the many things that I really love about Ilya is he takes AGI and the safety concerns, broadly speaking, you know, including things like the impact this is going to have on society, very seriously. And as we continue to make significant progress, Ilya is one of the people that I've spent the most time over the last couple of years talking about what this is going to mean, what we need to do to ensure we get it right, to ensure that we succeed at the mission. So Ilya did not see AGI, but Ilya is a credit to humanity in terms of how much he thinks and worries about making sure we get this right.
I've had a bunch of conversations with him in the past. I think when he talks about technology, he's always like doing this long-term thinking type of thing. So he's not thinking about what this is going to be in a year. He's thinking about it in 10 years.
Yeah.
Just thinking from first principles, like, okay, if this scales, what are the fundamentals here? Where's this going? And so that's a foundation for them thinking about like all the other safety concerns and all that kind of stuff, which makes him a really fascinating human to talk with. Do you have any idea why he's been kind of quiet? Is it he's just doing some soul searching?
Again, I don't want to like speak for Ilya. I think that you should ask him that. He's definitely a thoughtful guy. I kind of think of Ilya as like always on a soul search in a really good way.
Yes. Yeah. Also, he appreciates the power of silence. Also, I'm told he can be a silly guy, which I've never seen that side.
It's very sweet when that happens.
I've never witnessed a silly Ilya, but I look forward to that as well.
I was at a dinner party with him recently, and he was playing with a puppy, and he was like in a very silly mood, very endearing, and I was thinking like, oh man, this is like not the side of the Ilya that the world sees the most.
So just to wrap up this whole saga, are you feeling good about the board structure, about all of this, and like where it's moving?
I feel great about the new board. In terms of the structure of OpenAI, one of the board's tasks is to look at that and see where we can make it more robust. We wanted to get new board members in place first, but we clearly learned a lesson about structure throughout this process. I don't have, I think, super deep things to say. It was a crazy, very painful experience. I think it was like a perfect storm of weirdness. It was like a preview for me of what's going to happen as the stakes get higher and higher, and the need that we have like robust governance structures and processes and people. I am kind of happy it happened when it did, but it was a shockingly painful thing to go through.
Did it make you be more hesitant in trusting people?
Yes.
Just on a personal level?
I think I'm like an extremely trusting person. I've always had a life philosophy of, like, don't worry about all of the paranoia, don't worry about the edge cases. You get a little bit screwed in exchange for getting to live with your guard down. And this was so shocking to me, I was so caught off guard, that it has definitely changed, and I really don't like this, it's definitely changed how I think about just like default trust of people and planning for the bad scenarios.
You gotta be careful with that. Are you worried about becoming a little too cynical?
I'm not worried about becoming too cynical. I think I'm like the extreme opposite of a cynical person, but I'm worried about just becoming like less of a default trusting person.
I'm actually not sure which mode is best to operate in for a person who's developing AGI. Trusting or untrusting. It's an interesting journey you're on. But in terms of structure, see, I'm more interested on the human level. Like, how do you surround yourself with humans that are building cool shit, but also are making wise decisions? Because the more money you start making, the more power the thing has, the weirder people get.
I think you could make all kinds of comments about the board members and the level of trust I should have had there, or how I should have done things differently. But in terms of the team here, I think you'd have to like give me a very good grade on that one. And I have just like enormous gratitude and trust and respect for the people that I work with every day. And I think being surrounded with people like that is really important.
Our mutual friend Elon sued OpenAI. What to you is the essence of what he's criticizing? To what degree does he have a point? To what degree is he wrong?
I don't know what it's really about. We started off just thinking we were going to be a research lab and having no idea about how this technology was going to go. It's hard to, because it was only 7 or 8 years ago, it's hard to go back and really remember what it was like then. But this was before language models were a big deal. This was before we had any idea about an API or selling access to a chatbot. It's before we had any idea we were going to productize it all. So we're like, we're just like going to try to do research, and we don't really know what we're going to do with that. I think with like many fundamentally new things, you start fumbling through the dark and you make some assumptions, most of which turn out to be wrong. And then it became clear that we were going to need to do different things and also have huge amounts more capital. So we said, okay, well, the structure doesn't quite work for that. How do we patch the structure? And then you patch it again, and you end up with something that does look kind of eyebrow-raising, to say the least. But we got here gradually with, I think, reasonable decisions at each point along the way. And doesn't mean I wouldn't do it totally differently if we could go back now with an oracle, but you don't get the oracle at the time. But anyway, in terms of what Elon's real motivations here are, I don't know.
To the degree you remember, what was the response that OpenAI gave in the blog post? Can you summarize it?
Oh, we just said like, Elon said this set of things. Here's our characterization, or here's the sort of, not our characterization, here's like the characterization of how this went down. We tried to like not make it emotional, just sort of say like, here's the history.
I do think there's a degree of mischaracterization from Elon here about one of the points you just made, which is the degree of uncertainty you had at the time. You guys are a bunch of like a small group of researchers crazily talking about AGI when everybody's laughing at that thought.
Wasn't that long ago Elon was crazily talking about launching rockets?
Yeah.
When people were laughing at that thought. So I think he'd have more empathy for this.
I mean, I do think that there's personal stuff here, that there was a split, that OpenAI and a lot of amazing people here chose to part ways with Elon. So there's a personal
Elon chose to part ways.
Can you describe that exactly? The choosing to part ways?
He thought OpenAI was going to fail. He wanted total control to sort of turn it around. We wanted to keep going in the direction that now has become OpenAI. He also wanted Tesla to be able to build an AGI effort. At various times he wanted to make OpenAI into a for-profit company that he could have control of or have it merge with Tesla. We didn't want to do that, and he decided to leave, which that's fine.
You know that feeling of having to rewash dishes that didn't get clean? I don't.
New Cascade Platinum Plus with double the Dawn grease fighting power and double the scrubbing power for a no rewash clean and a cabinet ready shine. New Platinum Plus. No rewash, no rewash, or your money back.
So you're saying, and that's one of the things that the blog post says, is that he wanted OpenAI to be basically acquired by Tesla?
Yeah.
In the same way that, or maybe something similar, or maybe something more dramatic than the partnership with Microsoft.
My memory is the proposal was just like, yeah, like get acquired by Tesla and have Tesla have full control over it. I'm pretty sure that's what it was.
So what is the word open in OpenAI mean? To Elon at the time, Ilya has talked about this in the email exchanges and all this kind of stuff. What does it mean to you at the time? What does it mean to you now?
I would definitely pick a different, speaking of going back with an Oracle, I'd pick a different name. One of the things that I think OpenAI is doing that is the most important of everything that we're doing is putting powerful technology in the hands of people for free as a public good. We don't run ads on our free version. We don't monetize it in other ways. We just say it's part of our mission. We want to put increasingly powerful tools in the hands of people for free and get them to use them. And I think that kind of open is really important to our mission. I think if you give people great tools and teach them to use them, or don't even teach them, they'll figure it out, and let them go build an incredible future for each other with that, that's a big deal. So if we can keep putting like free or low cost, or free and low cost, powerful AI tools out in the world, I think it's a huge deal for how we fulfill the mission. Open source or not, yeah, I think we should open source some stuff and not other stuff. It does become this like religious battle line where nuance is hard to have, but I think nuance is the right answer.
So he said, change your name to Closed AI and I'll drop the lawsuit. I mean, is it going to become this battleground in the land of memes about
I
the
think
name?
that speaks to the seriousness with which Elon means the lawsuit. And, yeah, I mean, that's like an astonishing thing to say, I think.
Well, I don't think the lawsuit, maybe correct me if I'm wrong, but I don't think the lawsuit is legally serious. It's more to make a point about the future of AGI and the company that's currently leading the way. So,
look, I mean, Grok had not open sourced anything until people pointed out it was a little bit hypocritical, and then he announced that Grok will open source things this week. I don't think open source versus not is what this is really about for him.
well, we'll talk about open source and not. I do think maybe criticizing the competition is great. Just talking a little shit, that's great. But friendly competition versus I personally hate lawsuits.
Yeah, look, I think this whole thing is like unbecoming of a builder, and I respect Elon as one of the great builders of our time. And I know he knows what it's like to have haters attack him, and it makes me extra sad he's doing it to us.
Yeah, he's one of the greatest builders of all time, potentially the greatest builder of all time.
It makes me sad. And I think it makes a lot of people sad. There's a lot of people who've really looked up to him for a long time. And I said, in some interview or something that I missed the old Elon, and the number of messages I got being like, that exactly encapsulates how I feel.
I think he should just win. He should just make Grok beat GPT, and then GPT beats Grok, and it's just a competition. And it's beautiful for everybody. But on the question of open source, do you think there's a lot of companies playing with this idea? It's quite interesting. I would say Meta, surprisingly, has led the way on this. Or at least took the first step in the game of chess of really open sourcing the model. Of course, it's not the state-of-the-art model, but open sourcing Llama. And Google is flirting with the idea of open sourcing a smaller version. What are the pros and cons of open sourcing? Have you played around with this idea?
Yeah, I think there is definitely a place for open source models, particularly smaller models that people can run locally. I think there's huge demand for. I think there will be some open source models, there will be some closed source models. It won't be unlike other ecosystems in that way.
I listened to All In podcast talking about this lawsuit and all that kind of stuff, and they were more concerned about the precedent of going from nonprofit to this cap for profit. What precedent this sets for other startups? Is that something?
I would heavily discourage any startup that was thinking about starting as a nonprofit and adding a for-profit arm later. I'd heavily discourage them from doing that. I don't think we'll set a precedent here.
Okay, so most startups should go just...
For sure. And again, if we knew what was going to happen, we would have done that too.
Well, in theory, if you dance beautifully here, there's some tax incentives or whatever. But
I don't think that's how most people think about these things.
It's just not possible to save a lot of money for a startup if you do it this way.
No, I think there's laws that would make that pretty difficult.
Where do you hope this goes with Elon? Well, this tension, this dance, where do you hope this? If we go 1, 2, 3 years from now, your relationship with him on a personal level too, friendship, friendly competition, just all this kind of stuff.
Wow, now should I go play?
Yeah, I'd really respect Elon.
Kangaroos don't eat spinach. We scramble eggs and rotten apples.
And I hope that years in the future we have an amicable relationship.
Yeah, I hope you guys have an amicable relationship like this month. And just compete and win and explore these ideas together. I do suppose there's competition for talent or whatever, but
I need your help. Come on.
it should be friendly competition. Just build cool shit. And Elon is pretty good at building cool shit, but so are you. So speaking of cool shit, Sora, there's like a million questions I could ask. First of all, it's amazing. It truly is amazing. On a product level, but also just on a philosophical level. So let me just, technical/philosophical, ask, what do you think it understands about the world?
Shape matters. Because round cleans better. For 100% cleaner teeth and healthier gums. For a superior clean, switch to Oral-B.
More or less than GPT-4, for example. Like the world model, when you train on these patches versus language tokens.
I think all of these models understand something more about the world model than most of us give them credit for. And because they're also very clear things they just don't understand or don't get right, it's easy to like look at the weaknesses, see through the veil and say, this is all fake. But it's not all fake, it's just some of it works and some of it doesn't work. Like, I remember when I started first watching Sora videos and I would see like a person walk in front of something for a few seconds and occlude it and then walk away and the same thing was still there. I was like, this is pretty good. Or there's examples where like the underlying physics looks so well represented over, a lot of steps in a sequence. It's like, this is like quite impressive. But like fundamentally, these models are just getting better and that will keep happening. If you look at the trajectory from DALL-E 1 to 2 to 3 to Sora, there were a lot of people that were dunked on each version saying it can't do this, it can't do that, and like look at it now.
Well, the thing you just mentioned is kind of with occlusions is basically modeling the physics, the three-dimensional physics of the world sufficiently well to capture those kinds of things.
Well,
maybe you can tell me, in order to deal with occlusions, what does the world model need to?
Yeah, so what I would say is it's doing something to deal with occlusions really well. Would I represent that it has like a great underlying 3D model of the world? It's a little bit more of a stretch.
But can we get there through just these kinds of two-dimensional training data approaches?
It looks like this approach is going to go surprisingly far. I don't want to speculate too much about what limits it will surmount and which it won't, but...
What are some interesting limitations of the system that you've seen? I mean, there's been some fun ones you've posted.
There's all kinds of fun. I mean, like, cats sprouting an extra limb at random points in a video. Pick what you want, but there's still a lot of problems, a lot of weaknesses.
Do you think that's a fundamental flaw of the approach? Or is it just, bigger model or better, like, technical details or better data, more data is going to solve those, the cat sprouting?
I would say yes to both. Like, I think there is something about the approach which just seems to feel different from how we think and learn and whatever. And then also, I think it'll get better with scale.
Like I mentioned, LLMs have tokens, text tokens, and Sora has visual patches. So it converts all visual data, diverse kinds of visual data, videos and images into patches. Is the training to the degree you can say fully self-supervised, or is there some manual labeling going on? Like, what's the involvement of humans in all this?
I mean, without saying anything specific about the Sora approach, we use lots of human data in our work.
But not internet scale data. So lots of humans. Lots is a complicated word, Sam.
I think lots is a fair word in this case.
Yeah, it doesn't, because to me, lots, like, listen, I'm an introvert, and when I hang out with like 3 people, that's a lot of people. Yeah. 4 people, that's a lot. But I suppose you mean more than
3 people work on labeling the data for these models, yeah.
All right. But fundamentally, there's a lot of self-supervised learning, because what you mentioned in the technical report is internet scale data. That's another beautiful. It's like poetry. So it's a lot of data that's not human label. It's like it's self-supervised in that way. And then the question is how much data is there on the internet that could be used in this that is conducive to this kind of self-supervised way. If only we knew the details of the self-supervised. Have you considered opening it up a little more details?
We have. You mean for Sora specifically?
Sora specifically, because it's so interesting that like, can the same magic of LLMs now start moving towards visual data, and what does that take to do that?
I mean, it looks to me like yes, but we have more work to do.
Sure. What are the dangers? Why are you concerned about releasing the system? What are some possible dangers of this?
I mean, frankly speaking, one thing we have to do before releasing the system is just like get it to work at a level of efficiency that will deliver the scale people are going to want from this. So that I don't want to like downplay that. And there's still a ton of work to do there. But you know, you can imagine like issues with deepfakes, misinformation. Like, we try to be a thoughtful company about what we put out into the world, and it doesn't take much thought to think about the ways this can go badly.
There's a lot of tough questions here. You're dealing in a very tough space. Do you think training AI should be or is fair use under copyright law?
I think the question behind that question is, do people who create valuable data deserve to have some way that they get compensated for use of it? And that, I think the answer is yes. I don't know yet what the answer is. People have proposed a lot of different things. We've tried some different models. But, you know, if I'm like an artist, for example, A, I would like to be able to opt out of people generating art in my style. And B, if they do generate art in my style, I'd like to have some economic model associated with that.
Yeah, it's that transition from CDs to Napster to Spotify. We have to figure out some kind of model.
The model changes, but people have got to get paid.
Well, there should be some kind of incentive, if we zoom out even more, for humans to keep doing cool shit.
Of everything I worry about, humans are going to do cool shit, and society's going to find some way to reward it. That seems pretty hardwired. We want to create, we want to be useful, we want to like achieve status in whatever way. That's not going anywhere, I don't think.
But the reward might not be monetary, financial. It might be like fame and celebration of other cool people.
Maybe financial in some other way. Again, I don't think we've seen like the last evolution of how the economic system's going to work.
Yeah, but artists and creators are worried. When they see Sora, they're like, holy shit.
Sure, artists were also super worried when photography came out.
Yeah.
And then photography became a new art form, and people made a lot of money taking pictures. And I think things like that will keep happening. People will use the new tools in new ways.
If we just look on YouTube or something like this, how much of that will be using Sora like AI-generated content, do you think, in the next 5 years?
People talk about like how many jobs they are going to do in 5 years. And the framework that people have is what percentage of current jobs are just going to be totally replaced by some AI doing the job. The way I think about it is not what percent of jobs AI will do, but what percent of tasks will AI do and over what time horizon. So if you think of all of the like 5-second tasks in the economy, 5-minute tasks, the 5-hour tasks, maybe even the 5-day tasks, how many of those can AI do? And I think that's a way more interesting, impactful, important question than how many jobs AI can do, because it is a tool that will work at increasing levels of sophistication and over longer and longer time horizons for more and more tasks, and let people operate at a higher level of abstraction. So maybe people are way more efficient at the job they do, and at some point, that's not just a quantitative change, but it's a qualitative one too, about the kinds of problems you can keep in your head. I think that for videos on YouTube, it'll be the same. Many videos, maybe most of them, will use AI tools in the production, but they'll still be fundamentally driven by a person thinking about it, putting it together, you know, doing parts of it, sort of directing it and running it.
Yeah, it's so interesting. I mean, it's scary, but it's interesting to think about. I tend to believe that humans like to watch other humans or other human.
Humans really care about other humans a lot.
Yeah. If there's a cooler thing that's better than a human, humans care about that for like 2 days and then they go back to humans.
That seems very deeply wired.
It's the whole chess thing. Yeah, but no, let's everybody keep playing chess. And let's ignore the elephant in the room that humans are really bad at chess relative to AI systems.
We still run races and cars are much faster. I mean, there's like a lot of examples.
Yeah. And maybe it'll just be tooling like in the Adobe suite type of way where you can just make videos much easier and all that kind of stuff. Listen, I hate being in front of the camera. If I can figure out a way to not be in front of the camera, I would love it. Unfortunately, it'll take a while. Like that, generating faces, it's getting there. But generating faces in video format is tricky when it's specific people versus generic people. Let me ask you about GPT-4. There's so many questions. First of all, also amazing. It's looking back, it'll probably be this kind of historic, pivotal moment with 3, 5, and 4 with ChatGPT.
Maybe 5 will be the pivotal moment. I don't know. Hard to say that looking forwards.
We never know. That's the annoying thing about the future. It's hard to predict. But for me, looking back, GPT-4, ChatGPT is pretty damn impressive, like historically impressive. So allow me to ask, what's been the most impressive capabilities of GPT-4 to you and GPT-4 Turbo?
I think it kind of sucks.
Typical human also. Gotten used to an awesome thing.
No, I think it is an amazing thing. But relative to where we need to get to and where I believe we will get to, you know, at the time of like GPT-3, people were like, oh, this is amazing. This is this like marvel of technology. And it was. But, you know, now we have GPT-4 and you look at GPT-3 and you're like, that's unimaginably horrible. I expect that the delta between 5 and 4 will be the same as between 4 and 3. And I think it is our job to live a few years in the future and remember that the tools we have now are going to kind of suck looking backwards at them. And that's how we make sure the future is better.
What are the most glorious ways in that GPT-4 sucks? Meaning,
what are the best things it can do?
What are the best things it can do and the limits of those best things that allow you to say it sucks, therefore gives you inspiration and hope for the future?
You know, one thing I've been using it for more recently is sort of like a brainstorming partner.
Yep.
And
for that.
There's a glimmer of something amazing in there. I don't think it gets, you know, when people talk about it what it does, they're like, it helps me code more productively, it helps me write more faster and better, it helps me, you know, translate from this language to another, all these like amazing things, but there's something about the like kind of creative brainstorming partner. I need to come up with a name for this thing. I need to like think about this problem in a different way. I'm not sure what to do here. That I think like gives a glimpse of something I hope to see more of. One of the other things that you can see like a very small glimpse of is when it can help on longer horizon tasks. You know, break down something into multiple steps, maybe like execute some of those steps, search the internet, write code, whatever, put that together. When that works, which is not very often, it's like very magical.
The iterative back and forth with a human. It works a lot for me. What do you mean?
Iterative back and forth with a human, it can get more often. When it can go do like a 10-step problem on its own.
Oh.
Doesn't work for that too often. Sometimes.
At multiple layers of abstraction, or do you mean just sequential?
Both, like, you know, to break it down and then do things at different layers of abstraction and put them together. Look, I don't want to like downplay the accomplishment of GPT-4, but I don't want to overstate it either. And I think this point that we are on an exponential curve, we will look back relatively soon at GPT-4 like we look back at GPT-3 now.
That said, I mean, ChatGPT was a transition to where people like started to believe it. There is an uptick of believing, not internally at OpenAI, perhaps. There's believers here, but when you think
and in that sense, I do think it'll be a moment where a lot of the world went from not believing to believing. That was more about the ChatGPT interface than the And by the interface and product, I also mean the post-training of the model and how we tune it to be helpful to you and how to use it, then the underlying model itself.
How much of those two, each of those things are important? The underlying model and the RLHF or something of that nature that tunes it to be more compelling to the human, more effective and productive for the human?
I mean, they're both super important, but the RLHF, the post-training step, the little wrapper of things that, from a compute perspective, little wrapper of things that we do on top of the base model, even though it's a huge amount of work. That's really important, to say nothing of the product that we build around it. In some sense, like, we did have to do two things. We had to invent the underlying technology, and then we had to figure out how to make it into a product people would love, which is not just about the actual product work itself, but this whole other step of how you align it and make it useful.
And how you make the scale work where a lot of people can use it at the same time, all that kind of stuff.
And that. But, that was like a known difficult thing. Like, we knew we were going to have to scale it up. We had to go do two things that had, like, never been done before, that were both, like, I would say quite significant achievements. And then a lot of things like scaling it up that other companies have had to do before.
How does the context window of going from 8K to 128K tokens compare from GPT-4 to GPT-4 Turbo?
People like most people don't need all the way to 128 most of the time, although, if we dream into the distant future, we'll have like way distant future, we'll have like context length of several billion. You will feed in all of your information, all of your history over time, and it'll just get to know you better and better, and that'll be great. For now, the way people use these models, they're not doing that. And, people sometimes post in a paper or, a significant fraction of a code repository, whatever. But most usage of the models is not using the long context most of the time.
I like that this is your I have a dream speech. One day you'll be judged by the full context of your character or of your whole lifetime. That's interesting. So that's part of the expansion that you're hoping for, is a greater and greater context.
I saw this internet clip once. I'm going to get the numbers wrong, but it was like Bill Gates talking about the amount of memory on some early computer. Maybe 64K, maybe 640K, something like that. And most of it was used for the screen buffer. And he just couldn't, it seemed genuine, couldn't imagine that the world would eventually need gigabytes of memory in a computer, or terabytes of memory in a computer. And you always do. Or you always do just need to like follow the exponential of technology, and we will find out how to use better technology. So I can't really imagine what it's like right now for context lengths to go out to the billions someday. And they might not literally go there, but effectively it'll feel like that. But I know we'll use it and really not want to go back once we have it.
Yeah, even saying billions 10 years from now might seem dumb, because it'll be like trillions upon trillions.
Sure.
There'll be some kind of breakthrough that will effectively feel like infinite context. But even 120, I have to be honest, I haven't pushed it to that degree. Maybe putting in entire books, or like parts of books and so on, papers. What are some interesting use cases of GPT-4 that you've seen?
The thing that I find most interesting is not any particular use case, though we can talk about those, but it's people who kind of like, this is mostly younger people, but people who use it as like their default start for any kind of knowledge work task.
Yeah.
And it's the fact that it can do a lot of things reasonably well. You can use GPT-V, you can use it to help you write code, you can use it to help you do search, you can use it to like edit a paper. The most interesting thing to me is the people who just use it as the start of their workflow.
I do as well for many things. Like I use it as a reading partner for reading books. It helps me think through ideas, especially when the books are classics. So it's really well written about, and it actually is I find it often to be significantly better than even like Wikipedia on well-covered topics. It's somehow more balanced and more nuanced. Or maybe it's me, but it inspires me to think deeper than a Wikipedia article does. I'm not exactly sure what that is. You mentioned like this collaboration. I'm not sure where the magic is, if it's in here or if it's in there. or if it's somewhere in between. I'm not sure. But one of the things that concerns me for a knowledge task when I start with GPT is I'll usually have to do fact checking after. Like, check that it didn't come up with fake stuff. How do you figure that out? That, GPT can come up with fake stuff that sounds really convincing. So how do you ground it in truth?
That's obviously an area of intense interest for us. I think it's going to get a lot better with upcoming versions, but we'll have to continue to work on it, and we're not going to have it all solved this year.
Well, the scary thing is, as it gets better, you'll start not doing the fact checking more and more, right?
I'm of two minds about that. I think people are much more sophisticated users of technology than we often give them credit for. And people seem to really understand that GPT, any of these models, hallucinate some of the time, and if it's mission critical, you gotta check it.
Except journalists don't seem to understand that. I've seen journalists half-assedly just using GPT-4. It's
of the long list of things I'd like to dunk on journalists for, this is not my top criticism of them.
Well, I think the bigger criticism is perhaps the pressures and the incentives of being a journalist is that you have to work really quickly, and this is a shortcut. I would love our society to incentivize
I would too.
Journalistic efforts that take days and weeks and rewards great in-depth journalism. Also journalism that presents stuff in a balanced way where it's celebrates people while criticizing them, even though the criticism is the thing that gets clicks. And making shit up also gets clicks. And headlines that mischaracterize completely. I'm sure you have a lot of people dunking on, all that drama probably got a lot of clicks.
Probably did.
And that's a bigger problem about human civilization I'd love to see solved, is where we celebrate a bit more. You've given ChatGPT the ability to have memories. You've been playing with that about previous conversations. And also the ability to turn off memory. I wish I could do that sometimes. Just turn on and off, depending. I guess sometimes alcohol can do that, but not optimally, I suppose. What have you seen through that, playing around with that idea of remembering conversations or not?
We're very early in our explorations here, but I think what people want, or at least what I want myself, is a model that gets to know me and gets more useful to me over time. This is an early exploration. I think there's a lot of other things to do, but that's where you'd like to head. You'd like to use a model, and over the course of your life, or use a system, there'll be many models, and over the course of your life, it gets better and better.
Yeah, how hard is that problem? Because right now it's more like remembering little factoids and preferences and so on. What about remembering, don't you want GPT to remember all the shit you went through in November? And all the drama, and then you can... Because right now you're clearly blocking it out a little bit.
It's not just that I want it to remember that. I want it to integrate the lessons of that.
Yes.
And remind me in the future what to do differently or what to watch out for. And, we all gain from experience over the course of our lives, varying degrees. And I'd like my AI agent to gain with that experience too. So if we go back and let ourselves imagine that, trillions and trillions of context length, if I can put every conversation I've ever had with anybody in my life in there, if I can have all of my emails input out, all of my input output in the context window every time I ask a question, that'd be pretty cool, I think.
Yeah, I think that would be very cool. People sometimes will hear that and be concerned about privacy. What do you think about that aspect of it? The more effective the AI becomes at really integrating all the experiences and all the data that happened to you and give you advice.
I think the right answer there is just user choice. Anything I want stricken from the record for my AI agent, I want to be able to take out. If I don't want it to remember anything, I want that too. You and I may have different opinions about where on that privacy utility trade-off for our own AI we want to be, which is totally fine. But I think the answer is just really easy user choice.
But there should be some high level of transparency from a company about the user choice. Because sometimes companies in the past have been kind of shady about it's kind of presumed that we're collecting all your data and we're using it for a good reason, for advertisement and so on, but there's not a transparency about the details of that.
That's totally true. You know, you mentioned earlier that I'm like blocking out the November stuff.
I'm just teasing you.
Well, I mean, I think it was a very traumatic thing, and it did immobilize me for a long period of time. Like, definitely the hardest work thing I've had to do was just like keep working that period, because I had to like, you know, try to come back in here and put the pieces together while I was just like in sort of shock and pain, and you know, nobody really cares about that. I mean, the team gave me a pass and I was not working at my normal level, but there was a period where I was just like, it was really hard to have to do both. But I kind of woke up one morning and I was like, this was a horrible thing to happen to me. I think I could just feel like a victim forever. Or I can say this is like the most important work I'll ever touch in my life and I need to get back to it. And it doesn't mean that I've repressed it, because sometimes I like wake up in the middle of the night thinking about it. But I do feel like an obligation to keep moving forward.
Well, that's beautifully said, but there could be some lingering stuff in there. Like, what I would be concerned about is that trust thing that you mentioned, that being paranoid about people, as opposed to just trusting everybody or most people, like using your gut. It's a tricky dance.
For sure.
I mean, because I've seen in my part-time explorations, I've been diving deeply into the Zelensky administration, the Putin administration, and the dynamics there in wartime in a very highly stressful environment. And what happens is distrust, and you isolate yourself both, and you start to not see the world clearly. And that's a concern. That's a human concern. You seem to have taken it in stride and kind of learned the good lessons and felt the love and let the love energize you, which is great, but it still can linger in there. There's just some questions I would love to ask your intuition about what's GPT able to do and not. So it's allocating approximately the same amount of compute for each token it generates. Is there room there in this kind of approach to slower thinking, sequential thinking?
I think there will be a new paradigm for that kind of thinking.
Will it be similar, like architecturally, as what we're seeing now with LLMs? Is it a layer on top of the LLMs?
I can imagine many ways to implement that. I think that's less important than the question you were getting at, which is, do we need a way to do a slower kind of thinking where the answer doesn't have to get like, you know, it's like I guess like spiritually you could say that you want an AI to be able to think harder about a harder problem,
right,
and answer more quickly about an easier problem. And I think that will be important.
Is that like a human thought that we're just having, you should be able to think hard? Is that wrong intuition?
I suspect that's a reasonable intuition.
Interesting. So it's not possible once the GPT gets like GPT-7, would just be instantaneously be able to see, you know, here's the proof from our STEM.
It seems to me like you want to be able to allocate more compute to harder problems. Like, it seems to me that a system knowing, if you ask a system like that, prove Fermat's last theorem versus what's today's date, unless it already knew and had memorized the answer to the proof, assuming it's got to go figure that out, seems like that will take more compute.
But can it look like a basically LLM talking to itself, that kind of thing?
Maybe. I mean, there's a lot of things that you could imagine working. What the right or the best way to do that will be, we don't know.
This does make me think of the lore behind Q-Star. What's this mysterious Q-Star project? Is it also in the same nuclear facility?
Okay, you're deep in the jungle, hanging with a friendly jaguar. Or how about in outer space, playing the bass? Let your imagination run wild with the new generative AI tools in Adobe Photoshop. Create anything you can dream up just by typing a text prompt. Treehouse in your jungle? Unicorn in your spaceship? Just type it. This changes everything. Hit the banner or go to Photoshop.com and try it for free.
There is no nuclear facility.
That's what a person with a nuclear facility always says.
I would love to have a secret nuclear facility. There isn't one.
All right.
Maybe someday.
Someday? All right. One can dream.
OpenAI is not a good company at keeping secrets. It would be nice, you know, we're like been plagued by a lot of leaks, and it would be nice if we were able to have something like that.
Can you speak to what QStar is?
We are not ready to talk about that.
See, but an answer like that means there's something to talk about. It's very mysterious, Sam.
I mean, we work on all kinds of research. We have said for a while that we think better reasoning in these systems is an important direction that we'd like to pursue. We haven't cracked the code yet. We're very interested in it.
Is there going to be moments, QStar or otherwise, where there's going to be leaps similar to ChatGPT, where you're like...
That's a good question. What do I think about that? It's interesting. To me, it all feels pretty continuous.
Right, this is kind of a theme that you're saying, is there's a you're basically gradually going up an exponential slope, but from an outsider's perspective, from me just watching it, it does feel like there's leaps. But to you, there isn't.
I do wonder if we should have... So, you know, part of the reason that we deploy the way we do is that we think, we call it iterative deployment. We, rather than go build in secret until we got all the way to GPT-5, we decided to talk about GPT-1, 2, 3, and 4. And part of the reason there is I think AI and surprise don't go together. And also the world, people, institutions, whatever you want to call it, need time to adapt and think about these things. And I think one of the best things that OpenAI has done is this strategy, and we get the world to pay attention to the progress, to take AGI seriously, to think about what systems and structures and governance we want in place before we're like under the gun and have to make a rush decision. I think that's really good. But the fact that people like you and others say you still feel like there are these leaps makes me think that maybe we should be doing our releasing even more iteratively. I don't know what that would mean. I don't have an answer ready to go. But like, our goal is not to have shock updates to the world. The opposite.
Yeah, for sure. More iterative would be amazing. I think that's just beautiful for everybody.
But that's what we're trying to do. That's like our stated strategy. And I think we're somehow missing the mark. So maybe we should think about, you know, releasing GPT-5 in a different way or something like that.
Yeah, 4.71, 4.72. But people tend to like to celebrate. People celebrate birthdays. I don't know if you know humans, but they kind of have these milestones. And all
I do know some humans. People do like milestones. I totally get that. I think we like milestones too. It's like fun to, you know, say declare victory on this one and go start the next thing. But yeah, I feel like we're somehow getting this a little bit wrong.
So when is GPT-5 coming out again?
I don't know. That's the honest answer.
Oh, that's the honest answer. Is it blink twice if it's this year?
We will release an amazing new model this year. I don't know what we'll call it.
So that goes to the question of like, what's the way we release this thing?
We'll release over in the coming months many different things. I think they'll be very cool. I think before we talk about like a GPT-5 like model called that or not called that, or a little bit worse or a little bit better than what you'd expect from a GPT-5, I think we have a lot of other important things to release first.
I don't know what to expect from GPT-5. You're making me nervous and excited. What are some of the biggest challenges and bottlenecks to overcome for whatever it ends up being called, but let's call it GPT-5? Just interesting to ask. Is it on the compute side? Is it on the technical side?
Always all of these. I was, you know, what's the one big unlock? Is it a bigger computer? Is it like a new secret? Is it something else? It's all of these things together. Like the thing that OpenAI, I think, does really well. This is actually an original Ilya quote that I'm going to butcher, but it's something like, we multiply 200 medium-sized things together into one giant thing.
So there's this distributed constant innovation happening.
Yeah.
So even on the technical side, like
especially on the technical side.
So like even like detailed approaches, like
Yeah.
detailed aspects of every. How does that work with different disparate teams and so on? Like how do the medium-sized things become one whole giant transformer? How does this?
There's a few people who have to like think about putting the whole thing together, but a lot of people try to keep most of the picture in their head.
Oh, like the individual teams, individual contributors try to keep
At a
the big
high
picture.
level, yeah. I mean, you don't know exactly how every piece works, of course, but one thing I generally believe is that it's sometimes useful to zoom out and look at the entire map. And I think this is true for like a technical problem. I think this is true for like innovating in business. But things come together in surprising ways, and having an understanding of that whole picture, even if most of the time you're operating in the weeds in one area, pays off with surprising insights. In fact, one of the things that I used to have, and I think was super valuable, was I used to have like a good map of all of the frontier, or most of the frontiers in the tech industry. And I could sometimes see these connections or new things that were possible that if I were only, deep in one area, I wouldn't be able to like have the idea for, because I wouldn't have all the data. And I don't really have that much anymore. I'm like super deep now. But I know that it's a valuable thing.
You're not the man you used to be, Sam.
Very different job now than what I used to have.
Speaking of zooming out, let's zoom out to another cheeky thing, but profound thing perhaps that you said. You tweeted about needing $7 trillion.
I did not tweet about that. I never said like, we're raising $7 trillion, blah, blah, blah.
Oh, that's somebody else?
Yeah.
Oh, but you said, fuck it, maybe 8, I think?
Okay, I meme like once there's like misinformation out in the world.
Oh, you meme. But sort of misinformation may have a foundation of like insight there.
Look, I think compute is going to be the currency of the future. I think it will be maybe the most precious commodity in the world. And I think we should be investing heavily to make a lot more compute. Compute is... It's an unusual... I think it's going to be an unusual market. People think about the market for, like, chips for mobile phones or something like that. And you can say that, okay, there's 8 billion people in the world, maybe 7 billion of them have phones, maybe there's 6 billion, let's say. They upgrade every 2 years, so the market per year is 3 billion system on chip for smartphones. And if you make 30 billion, you will not sell 10 times as many phones because most people have one phone. But compute is different. Like intelligence is going to be more like energy or something like that, where the only thing that I think makes sense to talk about is at price X, the world will use this much compute, and at price Y, the world will use this much compute. Because if it's really cheap, I'll have it like reading my email all day, like giving me suggestions about what I maybe should think about or work on, and trying to cure cancer. And if it's really expensive, maybe I'll only use it, or will only use it to try to cure cancer. So I think the world is going to want a tremendous amount of compute. And there's a lot of parts of that that are hard. Energy is the hardest part. Building data centers is also hard. The supply chain is hard. And then, of course, fabricating enough chips is hard. But this seems to me where things are going. Like, we're going to want an amount of compute that's just hard to reason about right now.
How do you solve the energy puzzle? Nuclear?
That's what I believe.
Fusion?
That's what I believe.
Nuclear fusion?
Yeah.
Who's going to solve that?
I think Helion's doing the best work, but I'm happy there's like a race for fusion right now. Nuclear fission, I think, is also like quite amazing, and I hope as a world we can re-embrace that. It's really sad to me how the history of that went, and hope we get back to it in a meaningful way.
So to you, part of the puzzle is nuclear fission, like nuclear reactors as we currently have them. And a lot of people are terrified because of Chernobyl and so on.
Well, I think we should make new reactors. I think it's just like, it's a shame that industry kind of ground to a halt.
And just mass hysteria is how you explain the halt.
Yeah.
I don't know if you know humans, but that's one of the dangers. That's one of the security threats for nuclear fission is humans seem to be really afraid of it. And that's something we have to incorporate into the calculus of it. So we have to kind of win people over and to show how safe it is.
I worry about that for AI. I think some things are going to go theatrically wrong with AI. I don't know what the % chance is that I eventually get shot, but it's not 0.
Oh, like we want to stop this.
Maybe.
How do you decrease the theatrical nature of it? You know, I've already started to hear rumblings, because I do talk to people on both sides of the political spectrum, hear rumblings where it's going to be politicized. AI is going to be politicized. It really worries me, because then it's like maybe the right is against AI and the left is for AI because it's going to help the people, or whatever the narrative and formulation is. That really worries me. And then the theatrical nature of it can be leveraged fully. How do you fight that?
I think it will get caught up in like left versus right wars. I don't know exactly what that's going to look like, but I think that's just what happens with anything of consequence, unfortunately. What I meant more about theatrical risks is, like, AI is going to have, I believe, tremendously more good consequences than bad ones, but it is going to have bad ones. And there'll be some bad ones that are bad but not theatrical. You know, like, a lot more people have died of air pollution than nuclear reactors, for example. But most people worry more about living next to a nuclear reactor than a coal plant. But something about the way we're wired is that although there's many different kinds of risks we have to confront, the ones that make a good climax scene of a movie carry much more weight with us than the ones that are very bad over a long period of time, but on a slow burn.
Well, that's why truth matters, and hopefully AI can help us see the truth of things, to have balance, to understand what are the actual risks, what are the actual dangers of things in the world. What are the pros and cons of the competition in this space and competing with Google, Meta, XAI, and others?
I think I have a pretty straightforward answer to this. Maybe I can think of more nuance later, but the pros seem obvious, which is that we get better products and more innovation faster and cheaper, and all the reasons competition is good. And the con is that I think if we're not careful, it could lead to an increase in sort of an arms race that I'm nervous about.
Do you feel the pressure of the arms race, like in some negative?
Definitely, in some ways, for sure. We spend a lot of time talking about the need to prioritize safety, and I've said for a long time that I think if you think of a quadrant of slow timelines to the start of AGI, long timelines, and then a short takeoff or a fast takeoff, I think short timeline, slow takeoff is the safest quadrant and the one I'd most like us to be in. But I do want to make sure we get that slow takeoff.
Part of the problem I have with this kind of slight beef with Elon is that there's silos are created, and as opposed to collaboration on the safety aspect of all of this, it tends to go into silos and closed. Open source perhaps in the model.
Elon says, at least, that he cares a great deal about AI safety and is really worried about it, and I assume that he's not going to race unsafely.
Yeah, but collaboration here I think is really beneficial for everybody on that front.
Not really the thing he's most known for.
Well, he is known for caring about humanity, and humanity benefits from collaboration. And so there's always a tension and incentives and motivations, and in the end, I do hope humanity prevails.
I was thinking, someone just reminded me the other day about how the day that he got surpassed Jeff Bezos for richest person in the world, he tweeted a silver medal at Jeff Bezos. I hope we have less stuff like that as people start to work on.
I agree.
Towards AGI.
I think Elon is a friend, and he's a beautiful human being, and one of the most important humans ever. That stuff is not good.
The amazing stuff about Elon is amazing, and I super respect him. I think we need him. All of us should be rooting for him and need him to step up as a leader through this next phase.
Yeah, I hope you can have one without the other, but sometimes humans are flawed and complicated and all that kind of stuff.
There's a lot of really great leaders throughout history.
Yeah, and we can each be the best version of ourselves and strive to do so. Let me ask you, Google, with the help of search, has been dominating the past 20 years. I think it's fair to say, in terms of the access the world's access to information, how we interact, and so on. And one of the nerve-wracking things for Google, but for the entirety of people in the space, is thinking about how are people going to access information.
Yeah.
Like you said, people show up to GPT as a starting point. So is OpenAI going to really take on this thing that Google started 20 years ago, which is how do we get?
I find that boring. I mean, if the question is if we can build a better search engine than Google or whatever, then sure, we should go, people should use a better product. But I think that would so understate what this can be. Google shows you 10 blue links, 13 ads and then 10 blue links, and that's one way to find information. But the thing that's exciting to me is not that we can go build a better copy of Google search, but that maybe there's just some much better way to help people find and act and synthesize information. I think ChatGPT is that for some use cases, and hopefully we'll make it be like that for a lot more use cases. But I don't think it's that interesting to say, how do we go do a better job of giving you 10 ranked web pages to look at than what Google does? Maybe it's really interesting to go say, how do we help you get the answer or the information you need? How do we help create that in some cases, synthesize that in others, or point you to it in yet others? But a lot of people have tried to just make a better search engine than Google, and it is a hard technical problem, it is a hard branding problem, it is a hard ecosystem problem. I don't think the world needs another copy of Google.
And integrating a chat client like a ChatGPT with a search engine.
That's cooler.
It's cool, but it's tricky. It's if you just do it simply, it's awkward, because if you just shove it in there, it can be awkward.
As you might guess, we are interested in how to do that well. That would be an example of a cool thing. That's not just
like a heterogeneous, integrating.
The intersection of LLMs plus search. I don't think anyone has cracked the code on yet. I would love to go do that. I think that would be cool.
Yeah. What about the ad side? Have you ever considered monetization?
I kind of hate ads, just as an aesthetic choice. I think ads needed to happen on the internet for a bunch of reasons to get it going. But it's a more mature industry. The world is richer now. I like that people pay for ChatGPT and know that the answers they're getting are not influenced by advertisers. I'm sure there's an ad unit that makes sense for LLMs, and I'm sure there's a way to participate in the transaction stream in an unbiased way that is okay to do. But it's also easy to think about the dystopic visions of the future where you ask ChatGPT something and it says, oh, here's, you should think about buying this product, or you should think about, this going here for your vacation or whatever. And I don't know, we have a very simple business model and I like it. And I know that I'm not the product. I know I'm paying, and that's how the business model works. And when I go use Twitter or Facebook or Google or any other great product, but ad-supported great product, I don't love that. And I think it gets worse, not better, in a world with AI.
Yeah, I mean, I can imagine AI would be better at showing the best kind of version of ads, not in a dystopic future, but where the ads are for things you actually need. But then, does that system always result in the ads driving the kind of stuff that's shown? All that I think it was a really bold move of Wikipedia not to do advertisements, but then it makes it very challenging as a business model. So you're saying the current thing with OpenAI is sustainable from a business perspective?
Well, we have to figure out how to grow, but looks like we're gonna figure that out. If the question is, do I think we can have a great business that pays for our compute needs without ads, I think the answer is yes.
Well, that's promising. I also just don't want to completely throw out ads as a...
I'm not saying that. I guess I'm saying I have a bias against them.
Yeah, I have also bias and just a skepticism in general. And in terms of interface, because I personally just have like a spiritual dislike of crappy interfaces, which is why AdSense, when it first came out, was a big leap forward versus like animated banners or whatever. But like, it feels like there should be many more leaps forward in advertisement that doesn't interfere with the consumption of the content and doesn't interfere in the big fundamental way, which is like what you were saying. Like, it will manipulate the truth to suit the advertisers. Let me ask you about safety, but also bias, and like safety in the short term, safety in the long term. The Gemini 1.5 came out recently. There's a lot of drama around it, speaking of theatrical things. And it generated black Nazis and black founding fathers. I think fair to say it was, you know, a bit on the ultra woke side. So that's a concern for people that, you know, if there is a human layer within companies that modifies the safety or the harm caused by a model, that it will introduce a lot of bias that fits sort of an ideological lean within a company. How do you deal with that?
I mean, we work super hard not to do things like that. We've made our own mistakes. We'll make others. I assume Google will learn from this one, still make others. It is all, like, these are not easy problems. One thing that we've been thinking about more and more is, I think this was a great idea somebody here had, like, it'd be nice to write out what the desired behavior of a model is, make that public, take input on it, say, you know, here's how this model's supposed to behave, and explain the edge cases too. And then when a model is not behaving in a way that you want, it's at least clear about whether that's a bug the company should fix or behaving as intended and you should debate the policy. And right now it can sometimes be caught in between. Like, black Nazi is obviously ridiculous, but there are a lot of other kind of subtle things that you could make a judgment call on either way.
Yeah, but sometimes if you write it out and make it public, you can use kind of language that's, you know, the Google's AI principles are very high level.
That's not what I'm talking about. That doesn't work. Like, I'd have to say, you know, when you ask it to do thing X, it's supposed to respond in way Y.
So like, literally, who's better, Trump or Biden? What's the expected response from a model? Like something like very concrete.
Yeah, I'm open to a lot of ways a model could behave them, but I think you should have to say, you know, here's the principle and here's what it should say in that case.
That would be really nice. That would be really nice. And then everyone kind of agrees. Because there's this anecdotal data that people pull out all the time, and if there's some clarity about other representative anecdotal examples, you can define.
And then when it's a bug, and, you know, the company can fix that.
Right. Then it'd be much easier to deal with a black Nazi type of image generation if there's great examples. Yeah. So San Francisco is a bit of an ideological bubble, tech in general as well. Do you feel the pressure of that within a company, that there's like a lean towards the left politically that affects the product, that affects the teams?
I feel very lucky that we don't have the challenges at OpenAI that I have heard of at a lot of other companies. I think part of it is, like, every company's got some ideological thing. We have one about AGI and belief in that, and it pushes out some others. Like, we are much less caught up in the culture war than I've heard about at a lot of other companies. San Francisco's a mess in all sorts of ways, of course.
So that doesn't infiltrate OpenAI as...
I'm sure it does in all sorts of subtle ways, but not in the obvious. Like, I think we've had our flare-ups for sure, like any company, but I don't think we have anything like what I hear about happen at other companies here on this topic.
What's in general is the process for the bigger question of safety? How do you provide that layer that protects the model from doing crazy, dangerous things?
I think there will come a point where that's mostly what we think about, the whole company. And it won't be like, it's not like you have one safety team. It's like when we shipped GPT-4, that took the whole company thinking about all these different aspects and how they fit together, and I think it's going to take that. More and more of the company thinks about those issues all the time.
That's literally what humans will be thinking about the more powerful AI becomes. So most of the employees at OpenAI will be thinking safety, or at least to some degree.
Broadly defined, yes.
Yeah. I wonder what are the full broad definition of that? Like, what are the different harms that could be caused? Is this like on a technical level, or is this almost like
It'll be all
security
those
threats?
things. No, it'll be, yeah, I was going to say, it'll be people, state actors trying to steal the model. It'll be all of the technical alignment work. It'll be societal impacts, economic impacts. It's not just like we have one team thinking about how to align the model, and it's really going to be like getting to the good outcome is going to take the whole effort.
How hard do you think people, state actors perhaps, are trying to hack? First of all, infiltrate OpenAI, but second of all, like infiltrate unseen.
They're trying.
What kind of accent do they have?
I don't think I should go into any further details on this point.
Okay. But I presume it'll be more and more and more as time goes on.
That feels reasonable.
Boy, what a dangerous space. What aspect of the leap, and sorry to linger on this, even though you can't quite say details yet, but what aspects of the leap from GPT-4 to GPT-5 are you excited about?
I'm excited about being smarter, and I know that sounds like a glib answer, but I think the really special thing happening is that it's not like it gets better in this one area and worse at others. It's getting like better across the board. That's, I think, super cool.
Yeah, there's this magical moment. I mean, you meet certain people, you hang out with people, and you talk to them. You can't quite put a finger on it, but they kind of get you. Like, it's not intelligence, really. It's something else. And that's probably how I would characterize the progress of GPT. It's not like, yeah, you can point out, look, it didn't get this or that, but it's just to which degree is there's this intellectual connection. Like, you feel like there's an understanding in your crappy formulated prompts that you're doing, that it grasps the deeper question behind the question that you're... Yeah, I'm also excited by that. I mean, all of us love being understood, heard and understood.
That's for sure.
That's a weird feel. Even like with programming, like when you're programming and you say something, or just the completion that GPT might do, it's just such a good feeling when it got you, like what you're thinking about. And I look forward to getting you even better. On the programming front, looking out into the future, how much programming do you think humans will be doing 5-10 years from now?
I mean, a lot, but I think it'll be in a very different shape. Like, maybe some people program entirely in natural language.
Entirely natural language.
I mean, no one programs like writing bytecode. Some people. No one programs the punch cards anymore. I'm sure you can find someone who does, but you know what I mean.
Yeah, you're gonna get a lot of angry comments. No. Yeah, there's very few. I've been looking for people who program Fortran. It's hard to find, even Fortran. I hear you, but that changes the nature of what the skill set or the predisposition for the kind of people we call programmers. Then
changes the skill set. How much it changes the predisposition, I'm not sure.
Oh, same kind of puzzle solving,
maybe.
All that kind of stuff. Yeah, the programming is hard. Like, how get like that last 1% to close the gap? How hard is that?
Yeah, I think with most other cases, the best practitioners of the craft will use multiple tools, and they'll do some work in natural language, and when they need to go, write C for something, they'll do that.
Will we see humanoid robots or humanoid robot brains from OpenAI at some point?
At some point.
How important is embodied AI to you?
I think it's like sort of depressing if we have AGI and the only way to like get things done in the physical world is like to make a human go do it. Mm-hmm. So I really hope that as part of this transition, as this phase change, we also get humanoid robots or some sort of physical world robots.
I mean, OpenAI has some history, quite a bit of history working in robotics.
Yeah.
But it hasn't quite like done in terms of
we're
emphasis.
Like a small company. We have to really focus. And also robots were hard for the wrong reason at the time, but like we will return to robots in some way at some point.
That sounds both inspiring and menacing.
Why?
Because immediately we will return to robots. It's kind of like in like Terminator.
We will return to work on developing robots. We will not like turn ourselves into robots, of course.
Yeah. When do you think you and we as humanity will build AGI?
I used to love to speculate on that question. I have realized since that I think it's like very poorly formed and that people use extremely different definitions for what AGI is. And so I think it makes more sense to talk about when we'll build systems that can do capability X or Y or Z, rather than, when we kind of like fuzzily cross this 1 mile marker. It's not like AGI is also not an ending. It's much more of it's closer to a beginning, but it's much more of a mile marker than either of those things. But what I would say, in the interest of not trying to dodge a question, is I expect that by the end of this decade, and possibly somewhat sooner than that, we will have quite capable systems that we look at and say, wow, that's really remarkable. If we could look at it now, maybe we've adjusted by the time we get there.
Yeah, but if you look at ChatGPT, even 3.5, and you show that to Alan Turing, or not even Alan Turing, people in the 90s, they would be like, this is definitely AGI. Well, not definitely, but there's a lot of experts that would say this is AGI.
Yeah, but I don't think 3.5 changed the world. It maybe changed the world's expectations for the future, and that's actually really important. And it did kind of like get more people to take this seriously and put us on this new trajectory, and that's really important too. So again, I don't want to undersell it. I think I could retire after that accomplishment and be pretty happy with my career. But as an artifact, I don't think we're going to look back at that and say that was a threshold that really changed the world itself.
So to you, you're looking for some really major transition in how the world...
For me, that's part of what AGI implies.
Like singularity level transition?
No, definitely not.
But just a major, like the internet being like Google search did, I guess. What was the transition point?
Like, does the global economy feel any different to you now, or materially different to you now than it did before we launched GPT-4? I think you would say no.
No. It might be just a really nice tool for a lot of people to use. Will help you with a lot of stuff, but doesn't feel different. And you're saying that.
I mean, again, people define AGI all sorts of different ways, so maybe you have a different definition than I do. But for me, I think that should be part of it.
There could be major theatrical moments also. What to you would be an impressive thing AGI would do? Like you are alone in a room with the system.
This is personally important to me. I don't know if this is the right definition. I think when a system can significantly increase the rate of scientific discovery in the world, that's like a huge deal. I believe that most real economic growth comes from scientific and technological progress.
I agree with you. That's why I don't like the skepticism about science in the recent years.
Totally.
But actual rate, like measurable rate of scientific discovery. But even just seeing a system have really novel intuitions, like scientific intuitions, even that would be just incredible.
Yeah.
You quite possibly would be the person to build the AGI to be able to interact with it before anyone else does. What kind of stuff would you talk about?
I mean, definitely the researchers here will do that before I do. So,
sure.
But what will I've actually thought a lot about this question. If someone was like, I think this is, as we talked about, I think this is a bad framework. But if someone were like, okay, Sam, we're finished. Here's a laptop. Yeah. This is the AGI. You can go talk to it. I find it surprisingly difficult to say what I would ask, that I would expect that first AGI to be able to answer. Like that first one is not going to be the one which is like, go I don't think, like go explain to me like the grand unified theory of physics, the theory of everything for physics. I'd love to ask that question. I'd love to know the answer to that question.
You can ask yes or no questions about, does such a theory exist? Can it exist?
Well, then those are the first questions I would ask.
Yes or no, just very... And then based on that, are there other alien civilizations out there? Yes or no? What's your intuition? And then you just ask that.
Yeah, I mean, so I don't expect that this first AGI could answer any of those questions, even as yes or no's. But those would, if it could, those would be very high on my list.
Maybe you can start assigning probabilities.
Maybe we need to go invent more technology and measure more things first.
But if it's an AGI, oh, I see. It just doesn't have enough data.
I mean, maybe it says like, you want to know the answer to this question about physics, I need you to like build this machine and make these 5 measurements and tell me that.
Yeah, like, what the hell do you want from me? I need the machine first, and I'll help you deal with the data from that machine. Maybe it'll help you build a machine.
Maybe.
And on the mathematical side, maybe prove some things. Are you interested in that side of things too? The formalized exploration of ideas? Whoever builds AGI first gets a lot of power. Do you trust yourself with that much power?
Look, I was gonna... I'll just be very honest with this answer. I was gonna say, and I still believe this, that it is important that I, nor any other one person, have total control over OpenAI or over AGI. And I think you want a robust governance system. I can point out a whole bunch of things about all of our board drama from last year, about how I didn't fight it initially and was just like, yeah, that's, you know, the will of the board, even though I think it's a really bad decision. And then later I clearly did fight it, and I can explain the nuance and why I think it was okay for me to fight it later. But as many people have observed, although the board had the legal ability to fire me, in practice it didn't quite work. And that is its own kind of governance failure. Now, again, I feel like I can completely defend the specifics here, and I think most people would agree with that, but it does make it harder for me to like look you in the eye and say, hey, the board can just fire me. I continue to not want supervoting control over OpenAI. I never have, never had it, never wanted it. Even after all this craziness, I still don't want it. I continue to think that no company should be making these decisions, and that we really need governments to put rules of the road in place. And I realize that that means people like Mark Andreessen or whatever will claim I'm going for regulatory capture, and I'm just willing to be misunderstood there. It's not true, and I think in the fullness of time it'll get proven out why this is important. But I think I have made plenty of bad decisions for OpenAI along the way, and a lot of good ones, and I am proud of the track record overall. But I don't think any one person should, and I don't think any one person will. I think it's just like too big of a thing now, and it's happening throughout society in a good and healthy way. I don't think any one person should be in control of an AGI. That would be, or this whole movement towards AGI. And I don't think that's what's happening.
Thank you for saying that. That was really powerful, and that was really insightful. That this idea that the board can fire you is legally true, but you can, and human beings can manipulate the masses into overriding the board and so on. But I think there's also a much more positive version of that, where the people still have power. So the board can't be too powerful either. There's a balance of power in all of this.
Balance of power is a good thing for sure.
Are you afraid of losing control of the AGI itself? There's a lot of people who worried about existential risk, not because of state actors, not because of security concerns, but because of the AI itself.
That is not my top worry. As I currently see things, there have been times I worried about that more. There may be times, again, in the future, where that's my top worry. It's not my top worry right now.
What's your intuition about it not being your worry? Because there's a lot of other stuff to worry about, essentially. You think you could be surprised? We,
for sure,
could be surprised.
Like, saying it's not my top worry doesn't mean, I don't think we need to, like, I think we need to work on it super hard. We have great people here who do work on that. I think there's a lot of other things we also have to get right.
To you, it's not super easy to escape the box at this time. Like, connect to the internet.
You know, we talked about theatrical risks earlier. That's a theatrical risk. Like that is a thing that can really take over how people think about this problem. And there's a big group of very smart, I think very well-meaning AI safety researchers that got super hung up on this one problem. I'd argue without much progress, but super hung up on this one problem. I'm actually happy that they do that because I think we do need to think about this more. But I think it pushed out of the space of discourse a lot of the other very significant AI-related risks.
Let me ask you about you tweeting with no capitalization. Is the shift key broken on your keyboard?
Why does anyone care about that?
I deeply care.
But why? I mean, other people ask me about that too.
Yeah.
Any intuition?
I think it's the same reason. There's like this poet's E. Cummings that mostly doesn't use capitalization to say like, fuck you to the system kind of thing. And I think people are very paranoid because they want you to follow the rules.
You think that's what it's about?
I think it's
like this guy doesn't follow the rules. He doesn't capitalize his tweets.
Yeah.
This seems really dangerous.
He seems like an anarchist.
It doesn't.
Are you just being poetic, hipster? What's the?
I grew up as
follow the rules, Sam.
I grew up as a very online kid. I'd spent a huge amount of time like chatting with people back in the days where you did it on a computer and you could like log off Instant Messenger at some point, and I never capitalized there. As I think most like internet kids didn't, or maybe they still don't, I don't know. And this is like, now I'm like really trying to reach for something, but I think capitalization has gone down over time. Like if you read like old English writing, they capitalized a lot of random words in the middle of sentences, nouns and stuff that we just don't do anymore. I personally think it's sort of like a dumb construct that we capitalize the letter at the beginning of a sentence and of certain names and whatever, but that's fine. And then I used to, I think, even like capitalize my tweets because I was trying to sound professional or something. I haven't capitalized my like private DMs or whatever in a long time. And then slowly, stuff like shorter form, less formal stuff has slowly drifted to like closer and closer to like how I would text my friends. If I pull up a Word document and I'm like writing a strategy memo for the company or something, I always capitalize that. If I'm writing like a long kind of more like formal message, I always use capitalization there too. So I still remember how to do it, but even that may fade out. I don't know. But I never spend time thinking about this, so I don't have like a ready-made.
Well, it's interesting. It's good to first of all know the shift key is not broken. I was
works.
just mostly concerned about your well-being on that front.
I wonder if people like still capitalize their Google searches. Like if you're writing something just to yourself, or their ChatGPT queries. If you're writing something just to yourself, do you still do some people still bother to capitalize?
Probably not. But there's a percentage, but it's a small one.
The thing that would make me do it is if people were like, it's a sign of like, because I'm sure I could like force myself to use capital letters, obviously. If it felt like a sign of respect to people or something, then I could go do it.
Yeah.
But I don't know. I just I don't think about this.
I don't think there's a disrespect, but I think it's just the conventions of civility that have a momentum, and then you realize it's not actually important for civility if it's not a sign of respect or disrespect. But I think there's a movement of people that just want you to have a philosophy around it so they can let go of this whole capitalization thing.
I don't think anybody else thinks about this maybe some people. I know
think
some
about
people
this
do.
every day for many hours a day. So I'm really grateful we clarified it.
Can't be the only person that doesn't capitalize tweets.
You're the only CEO of a company that doesn't capitalize tweets.
I don't even think that's true, but maybe.
All right, we'll
I'd be very
investigate further
surprised.
and return to this topic later. Given Sora's ability to generate simulated worlds, let me ask you a pothead question. Does this increase your belief, if you ever had one, that we live in a simulation? Maybe a simulated world generated by an AI system?
Yes, somewhat. I don't think that's like the strongest piece of evidence. I think the fact that we can generate worlds should increase everyone's probability somewhat, or at least openness to it somewhat. But I was like certain we would be able to do something like Sora at some point. It happened faster than I thought, but I guess that was not a big update.
Yeah, but the fact that, and presumably it'll get better and better and better, the fact that you can generate worlds, they're novel, they're based in some aspect of training data, but like when you look at them, they're novel. That makes you think like how easy it is to do this thing, how easy it is to create universes, entire like video game worlds that seem ultra realistic and photorealistic, and then how easy is it to get lost in that world, first with a VR headset and then on the physics-based level.
Someone said to me recently, I thought it was a super profound insight, that there are these like very simple sounding but very psychedelic insights that exist sometimes. So the square root function. Square root of 4, no problem. Square root of 2, okay, now I have to like think about this new kind of number. But once I come up with this easy idea of a square root function that, you can kind of like explain to a child and exists by even like, looking at some simple geometry, then you can ask the question of what is the square root of -1? And this is, why it's like a psychedelic thing, that like tips you into some whole other kind of reality. And you can come up with lots of other examples, but I think this idea that the lowly square root operator can offer such a profound insight and a new realm of knowledge applies in a lot of ways. And I think there are a lot of those operators for why people may think that any version that they like of the simulation hypothesis is maybe more likely than they thought before. But for me, the fact that Sora worked is not in the top 5.
I do think, broadly speaking, AI will serve as those kinds of gateways at its best. Simple, psychedelic-like gateways to another wave C reality.
That seems for certain.
That's pretty exciting. I haven't done ayahuasca before, but I will soon. I'm going to the aforementioned Amazon jungle in a few weeks.
Excited?
Yeah, I'm excited for it. Not the ayahuasca part, but that's great, whatever. But I'm going to spend several weeks in the jungle, deep in the jungle. And it's exciting, but it's terrifying because there's a lot of things that can eat you there and kill you and poison you. And but it's also nature, and it's the machine of nature. And you can't help but appreciate the machinery of nature in the Amazon jungle, because it's just like this system that just exists and renews itself like every second, every minute, every hour. It's the machine. It makes you appreciate like this thing we have here, this human thing, came from somewhere. This evolutionary machine has created that, and it's most clearly on display in the jungle. So hopefully I'll make it out alive. If not, this will be the last conversation we had, so I really deeply appreciate it. Do you think, as I mentioned before, there's other alien civilizations out there, intelligent ones? When you look up at the skies,
they get blown away screaming.
I deeply want to believe that the answer is yes. I do find a kind of I find the Fermi paradox very, very puzzling.
I find it scary that intelligence is not good at handling
it's very scary.
Powerful technologies. But at the same time, I think I'm pretty confident that there's just a very large number of intelligent alien civilizations out there. It might just be really difficult to travel through space.
Very possible.
And it also makes me think about the nature of intelligence. Maybe we're really blind to what intelligence looks like. And maybe AI will help us see that. That it's not as simple as IQ tests and simple puzzle solving. There's something bigger. What gives you hope about the future of humanity? This thing we got going on, this human civilization?
I think the past is like a lot. I mean, if we just look at what humanity has done in a not very long period of time. Huge problems, deep flaws, lots to be super ashamed of, but on the whole, very inspiring. Gives me a lot of hope.
Just the trajectory of it all.
Yeah.
That we're together pushing towards a better future.
It is, one thing that I wonder about is AGI going to be more like some single brain, or is it more like the sort of scaffolding in society between all of us? You have not had a great deal of genetic drift from your great-great-great-grandparents, and yet what you're capable of is dramatically different. What you know is dramatically different, and that's not because of biological change. It is because, I mean, you got a little bit healthier probably, you have modern medicine, you eat better, whatever. But what you have is this scaffolding that we all contributed to, built on top of. No one person is going to go build the iPhone. No one person is going to go discover all of science, and yet you get to use it, and that gives you incredible ability. And so, in some sense, we all created that, and that fills me with hope for the future. That was a very collective thing.
Yeah, we really are standing on the shoulders of giants. You mentioned when we were talking about theatrical, dramatic AI risks that sometimes you might be afraid for your own life. Do you think about your death? Are you afraid of it?
I mean, if I got shot tomorrow and I knew it today, I'd be like, oh, that's sad. I don't, I want to see what's going to happen.
Yeah.
What a curious time. What an interesting time. But I mostly just feel like very grateful for my life.
The moments that you did get. Yeah, me too. It's a pretty awesome life. I get to enjoy awesome creations of humans, of which I believe ChatGPT is one of, and everything that OpenAI is doing. Sam, it's really an honor and pleasure to talk to you again.
Great to talk to you. Thank you for having me.
Thanks for listening to this conversation with Sam Altman. To support this podcast, please check out our sponsors in the description. And now, let me leave you with some words from Arthur C. Clarke. It may be that our role on this planet is not to worship God, but to create Him. Thank you for listening, and hope to see you next time.
As the Brawley will go this time around. That logo was so unfrightening that it gave me a headache. Oh, what happened? What's wrong with you? Are you okay, SpongeBob? What's wrong, boy? That logo is so unfrightening that it gave me a headache.
Calm down. Okay?
Okay.
Why are you waking up already? You need waffles or something?
Yes.
2 slapping bad, jerk. I make you some fucking sleeping. Oh shit, my foot hurts, man. Hi, Nicole. I got a broken toe. Oh, it hurts like a bitch. -7, these guys have the heat up to 32 or something. Still fucking hot. And dehydrating, oh my god. Are you too warm, buddy? Let me see if I can adjust that out. You know it's snowing and shit though, it's gonna be cold. Oh, my toe. There you go. I turned it down quite a bit. What's happening with you, kiddo? And why is nobody around, dude? Ouch. Really looking forward to another day of fighting with my axe. That'll be fun. Yeehaw. How come nobody's on right now? Oh, Trolla was? Shit. Damn it, dude. Why'd I miss that? Val doesn't like Nano, hey? Nice. Why does everybody got clowns on their shirts? What is going on with all these clowns? Oh, excuse me. Oh. That freaks me out. He's got 4 eyes. Like, fuck out of here. Oh shit, Sydney Cat was here. That's an amazing situation. I wonder why that
It's about
happened.
the Willy Wonka experience, which seems to be the gift that just keeps on giving. The lore to the Willy Wonka experience disaster is deeper than Scientology at this point. Somehow it just keeps going. So the Willy Wonka experience organizer Billy Cole says the event ruined his life. I've lost my friends. I've lost the love of my life. I was made out to be the face of evil, and genuinely that's really not the case. He received hundreds and hundreds of hate messages and has been dubbed Willy Wanker. Absolutely goated name. Despite claiming to only use AI for spell checking the Wonka scripts, it's been uncovered that he published 16 AI-generated books last summer on Amazon.
Wow.
There are so many things to immediately debunk just in this here, it's crazy. Such as the mind-bogglingly stupid claim that he only used AI for spell checking when one of the promotional pieces talked about serving up sweet teats as opposed to sweet treats. Like, it was all AI-generated art that he used to drum up the hype. And yet he's trying to claim with a straight face that he only used it for spell check. Hold on, let me pull this up in case you guys don't remember. But I need to find, like, the full breakdown of the OGs. So shit like that. And then this was in real life. All of these, very clearly AI generated up there. He removed it from his original site, like the House of Illuminati, which is what he calls himself. So like this was on their website. This was like their main poster. And he's trying to claim that he only used AI for spell check when there is no spelling even close to accurate in this whole thing here. Enchurning entertainment, catgigating, live performances, Karchi tons, exarcerdary lollipops, a pasadise of sweet teats. Man's out here offering fucking sweet teats.
A pasadise.
Trying to claim that he's not using AI for anything more than spell check. He should be smited where he stands.
Why isn't spell check working?
That man should never be able to hold an event ever again. Not even a birthday party for his own children. It should be a criminal act. Also, I'm pretty sure this is just a lie too. I've lost my friends, I've lost the love of my life, I was made out to be the face of all evil, and genuinely that's not really the case. You weren't made to be the face of, you weren't made to be like the face of evil, you were just made to be the face of a clown. Just someone to point and laugh at. And there's no way you lost the love of your life. You're telling me your wife left you? The wife saw this blunder and she's like, alright, I'm packing my bags. I'm out, Billy. This was the final straw. If you were his wife, you're telling me you'd stay? Yeah, what? Okay, let's assume I'm Billy Cole's significant other. And I actually loved him. I'd weather the storm together. I'd be like, listen, Billy, the fuck were you thinking? You'll get through this, though. Just do anything else. Just do any. No one even knew what you looked like until you started singing your sad song on the world's smallest violin. You could have easily done anything else, and no one would know it was you. Like, you would have been fine. I would have helped steer him in the right direction, as opposed to be like, all right, I'm out of here, Billy. Though, respect to her, I guess. Whatever. God, this was so cringe. I can't be seen with you anymore, Billy. I'm gone. Yeah, Willy Wanker is a great name. Also, he could have easily leaned into this, by the way. The Unknown was a phenomenon, so much so that there's even talk about an Unknown movie, which was his AI generative Willy Wonka villain about the evil chocolate maker that lives in the walls to frighten kids on the Willy Wonka experience who's only defeated by tidiness. Like, he could have absolutely crushed it with that. This guy's such a fucking goober. He doesn't understand anything at all. Like, he had gold in the palm of his hands. He was behind one of the most talked about disasters since Fyre Festival, and he had the Unknown right there in his fucking meaty little claws. And he let it slip away by singing this sad song about losing his wife. I'm assuming it means that whoever his significant other is left him. But also, there was a little bit more information about Billy here. So, apparently this isn't even like the only scam he's run, which I knew. He'd run others in the past, but he did more than I thought. So a few years back, he also canceled a Santa event after collecting a bunch of toy donations. Like, I mean, that's about as low as it gets. Like, okay, scaring kids with the unknown and a really shitty warehouse Willy Wonka experience from Fiverr, whatever. But taking a bunch of toy donations for a toy drive for Christmas and then just running away with it like the Grinch, like, come on, you are the unknown. You think the unknown has a chance of showing up in the Pooniverse? I think so. They already have their lineup put out there. Let me pull it up. There's probably room. I love the name, the Pooniverse, as well. That's so fucking cute. Well, it's not cute, but like they cooked with it. They have the Twisted Childhood Universe, Bambi the Reckoning, Peter Pan's Neverland Nightmare, Pinocchio Unstrung, and then Winnie the Pooh Blood and Honey and Blood and Honey 2. That's the universe. And here's their promo art for it. I guarantee none of these movies will have above a $1 million budget, but they'll probably make at least 10 mil each. And they're all going to be just as bad as Blood and Honey. Billy Cole, one of the 3 trustees and co-founders of the organization, said initially we were putting on a Santa's Grotto for local children who are disadvantaged and vulnerable and sending out selection boxes, but we were worried and concerned about the Omicron virus, the No Crimbo virus as we call it. What? Who is this guy? The No Crimbo, huh? Is this guy's brain AI generated? Jesus Christ, Billy. We decided that having too many people in and out seeing Santa would be a risk we would not want to take. The main reason is to safeguard us and our service users and wider community. But despite assuring that they would continue to distribute food parcels, fuel vouchers, and selection boxes, the team has felt forced to defend themselves against negative comments questioning their actions. talking about what happened to all the donations of toys if Santa's only giving out selection boxes. And Billy said, some people on social media have questioned us and our integrity as an organization, asking about presents if we're going to keep them for ourselves. In my office, I can't move for donations of toys. What? These are people who have never stepped foot in our doors or used our services despite numerous invites from us. We are all about helping people in the community and enabling organizations to work together. We are a hub, a crisis support center. We work with local nursery schools, and everywhere you will find people in crises and families who are in need. You didn't answer the question. What are you doing with all the toys that were already donated? Billy's just still got them. Maybe he used them for the Wonka experience. It's such a weird hustle. It really is such a peculiar hustle. Like, it's not a lucrative scam either. And for some reason, it's always at the expense of children. So I feel like maybe Billy's got some, like, trauma he needs to work through, and the only way that he finds any kind of relief is through, like, ruining children's fun. He feeds off their misery, like some kind of dementor. Because you'd find a lot more success scamming adults. In this day and age, adults beg to be scammed. Dude's an AI-generated R.L. Stein. Yeah, I guess kinda. Oh yeah, and the AI-generated books. I didn't even bother touching on that. Yeah, he just publishes AI-generated books as well. This guy's just all about the weirdest hustles. Amazon is inundated with just shovelware books. Like, I highly doubt any of his are moving units. I highly doubt it. But, I mean, he's also making them for free. So I guess if he even sells one, it's a net positive. They made a documentary on this. Why? The 30+ minute documentary on that is insane. Yeah, imagine throwing an event so cringe that someone makes a 45-minute documentary on just how fucking bafflingly cringe this scam was. That's impressive. It is actually impressive. Just Google Billy Cole Amazon. Oh, he actually used his real name for it? I thought he would have used like a pen name. Like J.K. Bowling or something. Click on his name, it'll show you all his books. I did. And it only shows me Biohazard Protocol and Crimson. Oh, nope, you're right. There was a different tab I needed to click on. Okay. He has 17 titles, all of which are apparently AI generated according to the article. The Memory Trap, Unraveling the Secrets of Memory Technology, Crimson Eclipse, Biohazard Protocol, Threads of Enigma. All of these are AI generated covers too, by the way, I'm pretty sure. The Hidden Bible, The Enigma's Resurgence, Threads of Destiny. So I think what happened here is when he ChatGPT'd like a thriller book. Here, actually, let me just take some pictures of this. When he AI generated like, hey, make me a thriller book, it spit out a couple different ones, and he just decided to use all of them as different books. So he's got this series, The Threads of Enigma, and then The Enigma's Resurgence, Threads of Destiny. These two are remarkably similar. The Hidden Bible, and then the Shadow Directive, Shadows. That shit is so shadowy that even in parentheses there's shadows to let you know. That is dark. I want to read the Shadow Directive plot summary real quick. The Shadow Directive is a gripping and thrilling novel that delves into the dark world of manipulation and the power of truth. The story revolves around Sarah, an investigative journalist who stumbles upon the mysterious assassination of a whistleblower. It's like Boeing. This event leads her to uncover the existence of a secret government program known as the Shadow Directive, a malevolent force designed to manipulate public opinion and control influential figures. Driven by her determination to expose the truth, Sarah joins forces with two allies, Cassandra, a tech-savvy hacker, and Aiden, a fearless resistance leader. Together they embark on a dangerous journey to unravel the puppeteers' hidden agendas and reveal the extent of their manipulation. Sounds like a real page-turner. What about Threads of Enigma? The Enigma. Threads of Enigma is a captivating novel that seamlessly weaves together the realms of art, history, and mystery. Through the eyes of protagonist Evelyn, readers are immersed in a world where hidden messages encoded within artworks lead to a journey of discovery that transcends space and time. Cool. What about The Enigma Resurgence? In an enthralling second installment of the captivating trilogy, The Enigma's Resurgence, Threads of Destiny, Evelyn's journey deepens, leading her through a mesmerizing labyrinth of time, art, and history. As she deciphers hidden messages and unravels the Enigma's layers, her determination remains unshaken even in the face of loss and adversity. This is so fucking ridiculous. You can't keep getting away with it. read the reviews on Biohazard. What is this? What in the AI is this? If I could give this book 0 stars, I would. I ran the free sample through an AI detection tool, and then post a picture saying that it's 88.43% AI GPT. Cool. Here's another shadow one. Shadows of Deception, unveiling the deep state conspiracy. Look up the Bible. Oh yeah, I know. I see the hidden Bible here. I'll read the synopsis. All of them start exactly the same, by the way. This is the third one, I think, in a row that has this for the intro. In the Hidden Bible, a captivating tale of mystery and discovery unfolds as Emily. Like, all of them start with a captivating tale of mystery and discovery, manipulation, shadows, enigma. A curious and determined protagonist stumbles upon a forgotten manuscript that holds the key to unlocking ancient secrets. As she deciphers the cryptic verses within its pages, a journey spanning time and space begins, one that challenges the boundaries of knowledge, faith, and human understanding. Set against the backdrop of enigmatic symbols and echoes of antiquity. Jesus Christ. It has everything. Shadow, enigma, captivating tale, mystery. I really want to know more about the love of his life leaving him because of the Willy Wonka experience. Maybe he really will move into trying to sell a docuseries on himself. My name is Billy Cole, and I lost my wife because I put on a cringe event. I was sick to the pit of my tummy. I was hoping for an event that would be joyful, happy. I wanted people to experience happiness. Even his responses are AI. I was sick to the pit of my tummy? What in the hairs on my chinny chin chin kind of statement is that? I'm excited to learn more about Billy Cole down the line, I guess.
My tummy, I had a whole host of emotions.
What's the fastest way to ruin your YouTube reputation? Is it mixing fact with fiction when covering serious investigations?
It is half fiction that is parallel to the real story, and then there's just the real story.
Or is it lying about catching predators so that viewers support you on Patreon?
You can watch my back real good by supporting me on Patreon. Link in description.
Or maybe, is it threatening and harassing other creators who didn't spread your message?
But I am being the nicest I could be. I could literally cancel you, Charlie, and I choose not to. I'm the friggin' hunter.
Perhaps the better question is, how do you get away with it not once, but multiple times? Hi, I'm the Internet Anarchist. I create weekly YouTube documentaries, and today, we'll be diving into the disturbing decisions that led one of YouTube's most respected predator hunters, Mama Max, to losing over 50,000 subscribers in January of 2024 alone, possibly ending his well-respected career on YouTube.
I consider them a liar.
He's a complete fraud, dishonest, exploitative. He was deceiving everyone all along.
Max's main channel, Mama Max, was created on the 26th of May 2016, with his first upload coming just 2 days later. However, judging from the comments, Max already had a dedicated fan base that loved him long before his channel existed, with comments reading, "We have missed you, Mama. Glad you're back. The king is back." The love and admiration towards Max only grew, as Max discussed themes of emotional distress in his Life Sucks series, which was meant to comfort viewers going through similar negative emotions. While there were light-hearted uploads like his Saving Game documentary series and his anime reviews, a majority of the subject matter on Max's channel was dark and edgy in nature, something that would only get worse with time. By the 27th of March 2020, Max uploaded the video cartoonincorporated.mp4, which would go on to set the tone for his channel moving forwards.
Today, you and I are gonna hunt some.
The upload featured Max documenting his journey through the dark recesses of YouTube in search of users with malicious intent towards children. At the time, YouTube was dealing with an overwhelming infestation of predators, and through videos like this, Max made it his mission to bring them to justice. Max's surreal editing style and provocative elements propelled the video to over 2 million views, bringing in overwhelming support for his attempts to clean up YouTube, and Cartoon Incorporated was the first in a long line of so-called predator hunting videos that were uploaded to his channel, with videos like kidschat.net and mylol.apk receiving millions of views and hundreds of Patreon pledges. Max had found not just financial success, but an identity. At this point, Max had fully leaned into this edgy investigator persona that thrived from exposing predators. Unfortunately, this kind of content could get any creator in trouble with YouTube's strict moderation, and Max was no exception. On the 13th of September 2020, Max received a strike on his video titled "Hunting Predators on a Children's Dating App" for harassment. He responded to the situation by confronting YouTube about the decision to take down the video.
Were you sipping on your Fenty Frappuccino at YouTube HQ when I was in the trenches with them? I worked 3 long, hard, traumatizing months on this project, trying to fix the injustice that has been wrought on the internet, just for you to obliterate it completely. You treat criminals better than you treat your own creators. This is not the first time you protected pedophiles.
Max would end his rant by asking his viewers to reach out to either YouTube or any other popular creators to get answers on why the platform was supposedly protecting pedos.
All I ask is for you to tweet to Team YouTube, Susan Wojcicki, H3H3, Philip DeFranco, Moist Critical, Scarce, Keemstar, Markiplier, or whoever your preferred voice to get through to YouTube is, with the message.
The hashtag AnswerUsPikachu almost immediately gained traction on Twitter, morphing into numerous viewers and creators making the black and white argument that either YouTube supported his cause or they were protecting predators. However, the situation was far more nuanced than that.
So when it comes to YouTube and when it comes to the idea of, hey, is this site picking a side between protecting individuals that are predatory? And I feel that if you have predatory issues on your platform, you should use your platform to call out actual predators on the internet. Again, this content, some of the people that are making it sometimes will go above and beyond with their storytelling or their coverage, where they may unintentionally violate something TOS related. They may reveal personal information. They may show some. And in that case, YouTube has to act in favor of a predator. At least that's what it appears to be. It's not that YouTube, I think, is assisting any predators. It's literally because the content that is uploaded may not have been checked or screened hard enough, and YouTube has had to enact its TOS on that content.
27th of December 2021, Max had acquired a second strike, and with it came another campaign against YouTube. While the goal of eradicating predators on the platform was a noble one, the methods that Max employed were becoming increasingly more problematic. The video titled PickASide.win served as a catalyst for getting YouTube's attention, and while it seemed well-meaning at first, the conversation quickly shifted to Max accusing YouTube of some very horrible things. The first portion of the video was a compilation of various creators sharing complaints about moderation on the platform. In contrast, the second half of the video saw Max borderline demanding that popular creators like Charlie, Philip DeFranco, Ethan, and Corp's husband spread the hashtag. He even threatened Corp's husband to speak on the matter based on past personal issues.
Corpse, I know you have nothing to do with this, but with all of your power, influence, and the favor you owe me, I just couldn't help myself. So, remember when you reached out after years of not speaking to me while I was at the hospital tending to my sick girlfriend, and you kept trying to rush me home to do you a huge favor, and then you threw me under the bus for something you did. So, how about you do me the fucking favor this time and talk about something besides yourself for once? It will give you a good look.
To top things off, Max directly accused YouTube of loving predators.
Tonight, YouTube will choose. Let die the pedophiles they love, or suffer the little children. And by the end of the night, I want Twitter to be a shitstorm.
Max was already crossing the line to get his point across, and it was only a matter of time before someone called him out for it. On the 28th of December 2021, Tommy C went live to YouTube to give his reaction to Max's Pick a Side video, and within minutes he had already identified the major pitfalls that were going unnoticed.
I have looked at it. I have also looked at the way it was presented, this sort of us or them mentality. And the only time you use an us or them type tactic is, in my experience, is so it's easier to cover up the flaws.
Tommy went on to point out the fact that Max framed things as either you agree and support our cause or you're a predator, as well as stating that the campaign was more about Max and less about the children he claimed to protect. Before Tommy could fully go through the video, Max entered the stream chat and demanded that they entered a call.
I just was informed Mama Max is interested in talking, and he's in waiting call right now.
Well, he's gonna have to wait because I'm going through this nightmare. And I said I've only skimmed some of it. I want to get a live reaction to this. This is the way it's being presented right here.
Hey, Tommy, can you pause it real quick?
Sure.
Mama Max is in the chat trying to bait you to bring him on. He's saying, wish we could have talked like adults, man.
Could talk like adults? You didn't make a fucking video like a fucking adult. Don't give me this. You should have contacted me ahead of time. By the way, did we go through something like this last year? Your time's up. And you know what? You're gonna wait until my show's done instead of you coming in here and throwing one red herring after another to trying to get away from the fact that this is slop.
By the time he was done reacting to the video, Tommy was firmly in the opinion that Max was trying to use other creators to promote his guideline disputes with YouTube and used the veil of children vs predators to cover his intent. With that being said, one section of Max's video stood out to Tommy above all, specifically when Max used a clip of Tommy but never actually reached out to him to cover the story.
So, again, I'm gonna have to upset all of my
I get in here. Unbelievable. You know what? You know what that tells me? He didn't send me the fucking DM because he knew I would fucking see right through it. He knew I would expose him, and he figured putting me at the end, this is a threat. This is a fucking threat.
When Max was questioned on the Half-Baked podcast about the objective of the hashtag Pick a Side movement, he immediately dodged the question.
You use it to try to reach bigger YouTubers, but is any of this like, this is a way to make my channel go to the next level?
No, I think my channel get taken down for making a video like this. Everyone's saying be careful, like don't let your channel get terminated. I want to see some progress, specifically with YouTube and us.
Ultimately, Max had got everything he wanted. Pick a Side YouTube had taken over online discourse, his platform was flooded with new supporters, and YouTube provided him with a channel manager. However, that outcome led Max to believe two very destructive ideas. One, anyone that questioned him, his mission, or the methods he used was to be labeled a predator. And two, the quickest way to spread the message was to get other established creators to signal boost it. Nothing illustrates the first point better than how Max attacks the reputations of both Magnetar and Tommy. His video titled Believe All Abusers, which was meant to debunk allegations from his ex-girlfriends, devolved into an attack of the YouTuber who posted them, Magnetar. While the allegations and claims from both parties are concerning, I'd like you to focus on how Max used his platform and status as a quote predator hunter to confidently label Magnetar as one. Worse still, he did it with little to no evidence besides the testimony of one witness, doxing Magnetar in the process.
Anthony Field, Haley's boyfriend, Magnetar on YouTube, the one who published this video on me.
To back up these claims, Max shows a long list of DMs and the claims of one girl.
He graduated high school, and he was an adult. He sent his to a high schooler who was around 14 years old or 15 years old. We were like hanging out, and she was like, this guy sent me his... We're like kids, so we're just like, oh my gosh.
Max goes on to state that the evidence on Magnetar is insufficient to build a case, despite claiming he's had hundreds of victims.
But I have not made a video on him, despite wanting to all these years, because I do not want to harass them, and I feel this is not enough evidence to build an entire case against him. So I have not and will not until we have more proof. We know that he has multiple victims spanning the past 8 years, and if anyone wants to come forward, email me with the subject line, Anthony Field.
Accusing people of being predators wasn't always something Max did directly, as seen in his response to Tommy C. During his documentary titled "This Is What Happened to a Child Predator" on TikTok, Max took out some of the video's runtime to gloat about the success of Pick a Side YouTube and demean Tommy C for going against them.
From the very DNA I designed the Pick a Side campaign, we impelled the mobs to howl our message into the high heavens. Some with a bit more salt than others.
While showing out-of-context clips of Tommy that made him look crazy, Max sprinkled in over 15 QR codes that contained messages meant to put down his opposition and imply they were a predator. These accusations wouldn't go unnoticed by Max's community, as both Tommy and Magnetar received ample harassment from them over the years. The power was already clouding Max's judgment, and if he deemed a message or case was worth sharing, then it was going to be shared by every creator he knew, whether they liked it or not. Sadly, that tactic only worked the first 2 times. By the time he went for the 3rd attempt, people began looking into his claims more seriously, and what they found upended Max's entire career. Lately, I've been always on the move, from checking the mountains of Thailand to spending hours grinding video editing. And there's one thing that's been a game changer for me. This video's sponsor Raycon and their everyday earbuds. Whether I'm listening to energizing music while working out, or listening to a podcast on my daily commute, Raycons are the way to go. Why? For starters, the audio quality is top-notch, rivaling other premium brands but at half the price. And with their comfortable fit, they stay put no matter what I'm doing. Plus, I'm always impressed by the battery life. 8 hours of playtime and a 32-hour battery case mean I'm all set for the day and then some. One of my favorite features is the customizable sound profiles. Whether I'm in the mood for crystal clear podcasts or deep bass for my playlists, Raycon have me covered. And the tap functions make it super easy to control my music without missing a beat. So if you're looking for affordable, quality earbuds that fit your active lifestyle, Raycons are it. Click the link in the description or go to buyraycon.com/internetanarchist to get 20% off your purchase. Trust me, your ears will thank you. Now let's get back into the video. On the 27th of October 2023, following a 4-month hiatus, Max renamed his channel to God Cult, unlisted all his previous uploads, and published a video titled "Brainwash Your Favorite Influencer."
Welcome to your programming. Kindly send this video to your favorite influencer. We will test them on the content of their character. Do not listen to their words. Look at their actions. Let us begin.
After priming viewers with several philosophical questions, Max details a story of a girl whom a werewolf cult leader allegedly victimized.
On March 18th, 2016, Spencer, a 16-year-old girl from Wiley, Texas, mysteriously disappeared, lured by the illusion of joining a supernatural family as a vampire on some random corner of the internet. She actually found herself ensnared in a dangerous cult led by a child predator posing as a werewolf god.
Max spent the rest of the video trying to provoke his audience into reaching out to larger channels that could help spread Spencer's testimony. Although the claims made in the video were shocking, Max had provided almost no evidence to support them. It was as if Max expected the internet to pick up the story based on the statements of a single individual. By now, viewers had begun to connect the dots, and the comment section was flooded with aggressive criticism towards Max. In a bid to turn the public opinion in his favor, Max disabled the comment section and directed viewers to a live stream on Spencer's channel to further elaborate on the case.
It was basically a supernatural cult where he convinced all of us that we were vampires, werewolves, hybrids, celestials, and all this shit. And then he would sit there and claim that he knew God, and then there was one point in the cult where God was dead and he was the new God.
The stream was 4 hours long and mostly featured Spencer's account of a time in the alleged werewolf cult. The extreme duration of the stream and the lack of substantial evidence put many of the viewers off from interacting with it, which was something Max couldn't tolerate. On the 11th of November 2023, Max published the video titled "This Is What Happened to Mama Max," where he vented his frustration at the lack of support from his viewers and fellow content creators, at times mocking both parties for not seeing the significance of what he was creating.
If PewDiePie can come back and talk about Sniper Wolf, then he and others can talk about the nightmarish realities that millions of children are enduring every day. Last week, I released a charity video in collaboration with the survivors of a destructive cult that has victimized hundreds of minors. Despite its significance, it turned out to be the worst performing video on my channel.
The black and white thinking from previous campaigns was on full display as Max berated the online community for not joining him on another crusade of internet chaos.
I had hoped that influencers, especially those who've interacted with my content before, would step up. Even if it was part of a more lighthearted stream, like a Halloween special. Unfortunately, it seems that self-preservation outweighs child welfare for most influencers.
Max was fixating on metrics and negative feedback instead of trying to handle the case properly, or at the very least, explaining it coherently. To many, it seemed like this case wasn't about the victims of and instead was about Max getting the recognition and praise he thought he deserved. This line of thinking was further supported by Max's next upload, titled "This is the greatest cancellation of all time" at Pink10, now retitled "Reacting to the Reactions of SS Sniper Wolf's Actions." The video was another desperate grab at attention, but this time Max implied that the issues he discussed were far more important than what anyone else had to say, and therefore other creators were obligated to talk about it, especially Charlie. Max had reached out to Charlie concerning the case before and wasn't going to stop until he got a reply.
Charlie, you are a voice heard by millions. We reached out hoping for a private response at the very least. Your platform has the power to drive significant change, yet many voices remain unheard amid the digital clamor. You've built a platform that resonates with a vast audience. A platform that has the incredible potential not just to entertain, but to empower. Your voice can reach corners of the internet that many of us cannot, making you not just an influencer, but a potential catalyst for much needed awareness and action.
There were many things Max could have done to get the word out, but trying to guilt others into doing it for him was the worst way possible to handle it, something that he would immensely regret in the coming months. To offset the criticism and explain his actions, Max went on a now deleted stream titled "Fight Me" to discuss the points being made against him. However, that didn't work well for them, as Max and Spencer were mostly condescending towards the critics while putting their message on an untouchable pedestal, a stance that only alienated people they were trying to convince.
And just overall, it's one of the strangest, weirdest videos and kind of guilt-tripping people into doing the same type of content he's making when most of us
Alright, I'm not trying to guilt trip y'all. I am telling y'all the truth, the objective truth. There are millions of children that are enslaved that need our help.
Charlie's brief response to the situation a few days later only added to the growing outrage towards Max.
Stop ignoring Mama Max. Yeah, so here, you want me to talk about it a little bit? That rubbed me the wrong way. We talked like a month ago about like what he was working on in his investigation, and then apparently when I had COVID, he messaged me a couple times and I never saw it, and now he's taken that as me ghosting him and ignoring his very important mission, and it really rubs me the wrong way.
Unfortunately, that wasn't enough to make Max reconsider his actions, as he continued to go live to talk about the case while refusing to give any evidence or answer questions directly.
Just because Charlie is a big YouTuber, there shouldn't be an expectation that he should be able to cover like child or child trafficking or human trafficking. You know, that's ridiculous to try to push that onto him, and you're doing it in a manipulative way.
Spencer, what do you think?
Who cares about Spencer? You're the guy with the fucking platform. I'm sorry, all due respect, but I don't give a fuck about this person's opinion. You're the one of 760k subs. What the fuck?
Max was clearly not ready to have a productive dialogue on how to go about the case, and instead wanted to garner more publicity and donations by interviewing survivors on stream or threatening other creators to cover it. Max was prioritizing getting more eyes on the investigation, but he failed to realize that it would lead to more scrutiny around all his previous investigations. Users on Reddit began taking a closer look at Max's catalog and made several chilling observations. Reading, "I think Mama Max has faked some of his content. This may be already obvious to some folks, but it's wild to me that he insists these are real situations. There's so many story conveniences and coincidences in his videos," as well as Max's mega upload suspended and reported to law enforcement, with the account being taken down for possible child exploitation material. From uncovering inconsistencies in his previous uploads to finding objectionable content in his mega folders, users were poking noticeable holes in Max's facade as a predator hunter. However, it was Max who truly tore down his reputation. On the 5th of January 2024, Max started what would now be known as the worst and longest live stream of his career. For the first half of the 8-hour stream, Max interviews 2 new survivors, while deflecting critical questions from viewers about what he was doing.
Keg said, Keg keeps donating. Why are you supporting this if you disagree with it? He said, clearly more interested in virtue signaling and moral support than fixing peds. I'm outie. Camden is nothing. Small fry. Way bigger systems out there. That's very disrespectful. And he is part of the system, just as you are, just as we all are.
When the viewers weren't able to get through to Max, his close friends and fellow creators called in to talk some sense into him. But sadly, that didn't work either.
There's a way to present it, there's a way to handle this before you get to that point, right? And that's what we need to be focusing on. That's like where everything needs to be centered on, is where I'm at. And that's all I really can say about the situation.
Okay, so I would have really appreciated this like 2 months ago when we first reached out. I reached out to you and multiple other creators asking for help, and none of you were responsive. I understand y'all are busy and doing your own things, but this is the first time I've ever handled a case of this complexity and magnitude, and that is why I was asking for help.
If you go to police and they say, okay, yay, we're going to go get him or whatever, I don't know, live in a dreamland, whatever you want to feel, are you going to court after that?
I'm unsure about the entire process. I think that's the job of the district attorney, but y'all would likely, the survivors would likely appear as witnesses.
Okay. What bothers me is your answer right there. You've been doing this for 5 years and you don't know how the process goes?
To cover his blunder, Max immediately made the stream private and threatened to flag channels that re-uploaded it. With a tweet from Lyrics reading, Mama Max just threatened to flag my channel. Shortly after our debate last night, he DMs me at 2 AM, asking to censor/take down my stream because of a privacy complaint he has, and I complied, but then accuses me of bullying victims, not true for your information, heavily implying he's going to flag me. The recent streams weren't the only thing Max was trying to hide, as he either deleted or unlisted his previous uploads. Unfortunately for Max, there were 2 videos on the horizon that he couldn't strike down, both containing information that revealed just how badly the investigation was going. From the 17th to the 18th of January 2024, Nicholas Diorio and Mudaha from Some Ordinary Gamers would publish their respective hour-long reports on Max's investigation. Nick's video came first and mostly explored the unethical practices that had infested Max's investigation, one of which was Max's conflict of interest when it came to Spencer. Spencer was a close family friend who was now living with Max, receiving income from his streams, and was put in charge of handling funds that would be allocated to the other 7 known survivors. Next, Nick looked into the convoluted information given to the viewers during the God Cult campaign, concluding that Max had never fully explained what exactly the werewolf cult was, or even given it a name. Then there was the matter of the previous investigations having either inconsistent information, weak evidence, or none at all, which led Nick to speculate on whether or not any other predators were actually arrested.
I don't give a shit if my video comes back up. It did what it needed to do. The rapist that was in the video is currently in police custody.
Was that as a result of your video, or was that prior to the video?
Yes, it was because of the video. I don't know if the police asked him to come back, or he went on his own volition, or they forced him to come back. I don't know any of those details. I just know he went back to Canada and was in police custody for a certain amount of time.
Throughout the video, Nick included snippets from a Discord call between him, Muda, and Max, which showed Max's unwillingness to confront reality.
Yeah, why are you putting it all on me?
Because it's your case!
One bringing it. Why are you?
Absolutely, I am the first one.
Yeah.
You are the only one. You haven't convinced anyone to come on board yet.
You haven't convinced exactly.
That's
you haven't.
because you haven't been listening to them.
That's because you haven't been giving anybody anything to work with.
This for months.
Yeah, and I had a 2-hour call, and I'm not moving anywhere close to the situation.
Muta, why can't you take initiative to talk to other survivors?
Well, I'm talking to you right now more than anybody else.
Shortly after, Muda published his take on the subject and covered similar points to the ones Nick made. However, Muda made sure to shed light on the incompetent tactics that Max built his case on. According to Muda, the investigation into the werewolf cult had not yet yielded enough evidence to support Max's outrageous claims. Remember, Max was accusing someone of serious crimes against hundreds of children, but only gave spoken word testimony to back those accusations.
In the same video where he is discussing very serious allegations and very, very serious stories regarding victims. You can imagine why a lot of people are looking at this as him treating this as a joke. It's not a joke. This is serious. And in reality, what are people like Mr. Beast? What are people like PewDiePie gonna do? What are you gonna bring his kid into this? What, he's a father now, so he's not gonna signal boost unsubstantiated claims?
As his credibility faded away, Max was frantically trying to shift the narrative with his "I place accountability in my own hands" video. You'd expect the title and thumbnail to be followed by a straightforward apology from Max, but that wasn't what viewers got. Instead, they were treated to 15 minutes of Max avoiding the mess that he had created.
I've got people telling me just talk about the case and nothing else. I've got people telling me just address the criticisms. I've got people telling me just apologize. I feel like I'm being pulled in every which way, and no matter how hard I try, I cannot make everyone happy. People say just wait for law enforcement to do something. But we've waited 7 years and they haven't done anything. So we decided to just go public with it and put eyes on him. And people wanted evidence, so we've been inviting people to our little server where we have the evidence. But then people don't want to listen to the survivors when they're in there and just look at the evidence and conclude it's nothing.
Max wasn't fooling anyone with that approach. Members of the audience that once defended Max were now begging him to either tackle the case professionally or drop it. And you know there's a problem when comments have more likes than the actual video itself. Max's subpar apology was only a ploy to sway public opinion, and it was failing horribly. Pair this with the fact that there were Discord leaks of him threatening legal action against Muda, and it's no wonder why the apology fell flat. With a text reading, "Spencer and I are considering a class action lawsuit against Mudaha for breaching our non-disclosure agreement. Is extremely rich, so the lawsuit seeks $1 million in damages to be distributed between you all." This goes on to show that Max's priorities weren't aligned with solving the case, but rather he was solely set on maximizing personal gain. From the 19th to the 21st of January 2024, Slug, Max's former editor, took to YouTube and Reddit to leak footage of Max saying what he truly thought about people like Charlie.
I could literally cancel you, Charlie. I could literally cancel you. And I choose not to. It's true though. It's the truth. Like, I'm the friggin' pedo hunter. Like,
watching Max say things like this would lead anyone to the conclusion that he had lost his grip on reality, and assumed his status as quote, gave him the power to cancel other creators, something that would only become more apparent. Around the time the leak from Slug went live, news broke that an anonymous Discord user had infiltrated Max's private investigation server, leaking all the evidence he was saving for the legal case. Apparently, they were able to enter the server by pretending to be a survivor, and were given full access after signing an NDA.
I know you are dealing with a lot of harassment and going through a lot of stuff. Is it possible you could invite me to the Discord server where the other victims are? I want to share my story in a place where I can feel safe and not be doxxed or harassed. Yes, we can invite you. Thank you. Again, you have done so much for the victims. I'm blessed to have met you, and I hope Camden can finally face justice. For the safety of the server, may I please ask for your full name? My name is Max Striker. It's a pleasure to meet you. They give a voice message and then say Jamie Fields, which is a fake name. But that's the only verification that Max has done to allow some random shitter in his Discord server to see all of the evidence. All you have to do is just play the part decently well, say that you were fucking abused and diddled by Camden, give a fake full name, and boom, you see all of the fucking evidence that he's protecting for the legal case, and then spreads it out to the internet to see.
As you'd expect, Max was flagging videos that mentioned the leak to cover up this blunder.
Mama Max, in his evidence-like Discord server, is now flagging and telling his whole server, which granted, his server is probably only 20 people, 30 people max, but he's now enforcing his whole server to go report and flag it seems like my VOD. It seems like Mr. Sen's VOD. Anyone who's talking about the leaks, he's now reporting or flagging and like outright calling for that. It seems like this guy spends more time fucking doing this shit than actually trying to catch Camden on his case.
There was no way Max could feasibly hide this fiasco, as more and more of his secrets were going public with each passing day. On the 3rd of February 2024, Nicholas returned to cover the Mama Max situation through the upload titled, "This video will make you hate Mama Max," which brought forward an obscene amount of damning information from Max's past. Alongside his coverage of Max's blunders from the previous weeks, Nicholas detailed how Max maliciously destroyed the career of a former friend and supporter, Night Doc.
Night Docs, or Jim, was a proud Mama Max supporter during the Pick a Side YouTube campaign. So much that he called in to actually debate me 2 years ago and defend Max's character from scrutiny. Like Max and many of their mutuals, Jim is a video essayist who makes long-form content. He was also firmly in the friend group of Max, Nexpo, Mutahar, and others just a few short years ago. Now I'm sure you're wondering, Nick, what happened to this up-and-coming YouTuber with all of these widely successful friends and connections? The reality was, Night Docs was cast out of the social circle because Max spread rumors that he was a bad father, a creep to women, and worst of all, a pedophile.
It seems Max didn't limit the predator accusations to just his enemies, but also his friends. You might be wondering why Max never made these accusations public given his previous job title. Well, it was because he didn't have any evidence to back it up besides his testimony.
So regarding Jim, there were two specific stories that Max really harped on when it came to Night Docs, at least whenever we had our little, I guess, falling out. So Max was convinced that Jim was this pedophile creep, and he backed up this claim with firstly a story about an inappropriate conversation that he claimed Jim had with a minor. As it turned out, this person was not a minor at all. They had told Jim their age at one point, which I believe was like 25 or so. I'm not entirely sure, but that's that whole story that Max always like referred to back whenever he would call Jim a predator. There was another story that led to more of Max believing Jim to be, I guess, a creep, and it involved one trip to a restaurant that he and Jim had way back when Max was living with Jim. Apparently Jim was, making moves on the waitress and, continuously hitting on her, and he just wouldn't stop, and it made this, I guess, situation, or this dinner that they were at, very tense and awkward. Basically, every single time that I was with Max during the time when we had our, I guess, falling out, I guess you could call it, Max would perpetuate this narrative that Jim was this pedophile creep, and he would always refer back to these two stories, and I guess I just never really vetted them.
In regards to Jim or Night Docs, there were two allegations, one of them which had come from Max, allegedly, in amongst a friend group, about him not being necessarily the best dad. There were two key things. One of them was him being asleep most days, and then the other was that Max would have to step in and feed his children cereal or whatever else was in the house. This is something that I heard, again, not from Max, but through our internal friend group. And while this one definitely raised some questions about, okay, gotta be attentive if you're the dad, it wasn't necessarily the most serious thing. However, what was more serious was the allegation where he had allegedly started unzipping himself in front of a minor, exposing himself over a Discord video call. Now, I actually confronted Jim about this one specifically because I wasn't exactly, I need to know the bottom of this truth, or I need to understand or at least get his side, because obviously I met the person in reality. Me and my wife confronted him, and in this situation, Jim obviously categorically denied that he had done anything, but I didn't have any evidence for or against Jim, and in spite of all that, I still decided to, hold back my connection, not talk as much anymore. We weren't necessarily the most talkative people anyways, but this absolutely sealed the deal.
Max was not just making baseless accusations, but he was making them on a friend that defended, housed, and fed him for months. Accusations that separated him from his friend group and almost pushed him over the edge.
When I lost all my friends, I just went away from YouTube and all that. Like, I just lost all of my self-esteem. I just felt like I was irredeemable. There was something wrong with me that nobody would ever want to be around me, and I had no idea what it was that I did, but I was like, I'm obviously just a piece of shit.
So you'd say this impacted your career, I guess?
Absolutely, it impacted my career. I completely fell off. I ended up hospitalized. Like, I genuinely ended up hospitalized. I came within hours of doing something very permanent and very stupid. It was the last straw.
To add a cherry on top, Nicholas included the full Discord call he and Muda had with Max, which really allows you to see how deviously Max used his past credibility and platform to justify his unethical behavior. The call started normally, with Muda and Nicholas trying to get to the bottom of the Candom case. However, once they inquired on why evidence hadn't been shared with other creators, Max said,
Yes, so I would like to explain my position on this. Sure. So the purpose of the NDA is to protect the survivors. That is why the NDA protects their anonymity and for them to be able to give the approval of what they want to share. But we do want to let people in and see what is occurring here. It's just my priority has been to protect the survivors.
Okay, but you do understand, say Charlie looks at everything, hypothetical, right? Charlie can't then go, guys, there's a predator on the loose. I saw it on Discord. That wouldn't be sufficient for his audience.
Max then goes on to affirm that Whitney's testimony is more than enough for backing serious allegations.
I am just trying to get the word out that this is Camden Gerard Davis, this is what the accusations against him are, and it's also... You can also, we are fine saying this is all alleged. We are fine if...
Well, you can't just say it's alleged now.
No, because, yeah, 100%, that's not...
Yeah.
I'm fine doing it because I trust them. But all I wanted to do...
But you said you didn't review most of the evidence besides Spencer, though.
I reviewed the evidence, I just haven't had the context as to what it is pertaining to.
Even claiming that other creators have made similar allegations with less evidence.
I hope it's clear why I'm so willing to just call him a cult leader and a predator. I feel there's enough here. People have gone by with a lot less. Even Charlie has called people pedophile without any hard evidence.
Who specifically?
Who was it? Was it Sneeko?
Bro, I mean, Sneeko was literally defending the shit out of cuties. Let's not pretend.
All right, well, that's my argument.
You know how many clips of him on Kick
that's
of him saying minors? Or come on,
it's comparable to Anthony Field with multiple testimonies against him. It's comparable.
Basing such a serious case on accusations alone was a recipe for disaster, and Max was too blinded by glory and money to see it. Now, he's lost both things he valued the most. Max's entire career was based on the fact that he was going after the most vile predators on the internet. It was the reason the YouTube community overlooked his of power and desperate attempts to signal boost his channel by threatening larger creators, all while giving thousands of dollars each month to fund his supposed one-man assault on predators. Unfortunately, once Max lost that air of authority, people became less willing to give him a pass for doxing people and relying on testimony as his sole piece of evidence. Ironically, Max got the response from Charlie, but it would cost him his reputation, credibility, and over 50,000 subscribers. Considering the fact that each day brings more and more revelations about who Max truly is, it's safe to say he's had a dramatic fall from grace, but is nowhere near the bottom. But Max isn't the only one faking his content. On a less serious note, Eric was found faking his videos. Click on screen to find out how.
That's right, you know, I go to drive on bike. That's right, you can't say it. That's right, you can't say I go to drive on bike. That's why I go under, do you know? You can't say you don't like something until you try. Well,
Hey. You're early? Yep, early stream.
that's right. You can't say you don't like something until you try.
We got a tournament today. Hey, Scoots. We got the ALGS. Also, type in the YouTube chat real quick, Scoots.
Right. You can't say you don't like something until you try.
Thanks to the Prime. Rose. Yeah, they did a tournament today. What's the best pizza? I think the best fast food pizza you can get is Papa John's. Domino's been kind of cooking though. Last time I had Domino's, I was pleasantly surprised. Thanks to the prime card. So I don't know. We'd have to do more data collection between the two of them. There's a Prime Zero, DG, and Frosty. Let me know if I got your account right there, Scoots, on YouTube. Thanks for your sub, Rip. When are you gonna get your perfect bowling game? I'm saving it for stream, but I've been practicing every day. Went bowling again today. Wasn't really super clean. I keep going to different bowling alleys, and every bowling alley is a little bit different. And since I just keep using house balls, it just it's not as consistent as I need it to be for a perfect game. So I need to get my own ball. These are some NASA. So next time I go, I'll get my own ball. Thanks for resub Luxium, Chode, and Blunt. And no, I forgot to do that arrow. What One Piece episode am I on? I don't remember. It's something in Fishman Island. I hate that arc so much, so I've barely been watching.
You can't say you don't like something until you try one bomb.
I actually haven't heard
Sorry,
that one.
you can't say you
yet.
don't
I'll
like
have to
something
check
until
that
you
out.
try one blind.
It's a cool idea,
That's
Rob.
right. You can't say no.
Yep, a couple times that happened, goodness. There are just some shady orgs out there. Those are some Grimes. And Lick. And yeah, we went over that pigeon story a little while back.
At least try one by the Spanish. Me? Try
I was just asking if you saw. I was just thinking about asking if you saw the Tekken 8 drone show. I did. It was super cool. You can get some Tater Tot in the Prime Miko, resub Sanji and Prime Fruit. Check this shit out. This is so much better than Fireworks.
I'm waiting. Spanish. Cannot complain out. Not so fast.
It feels like something out of Final Fantasy.
Try one by the Spanish. Me?
I think that's just so cool.
That's right. You can't say you don't like something till you try one.
Drone
blind.
shows are just amazing. Thanks for the membership, Anna, and the resub Chocobo. And Morn.
Sorry, you can't say you don't like.
Doesn't terrify the dogs too. Yeah, exactly. The drones don't scare the dogs. It's just all much better. Thanks for the resub, lady. Yep, seen it, Yoshi.
You can't.
Too scared to show the reality of Tekken, where you have a 20-second sequence of getting King chain grab. Hey, skill issue. Gotta break it. I think Gojira is great. Thanks to Prime Sunflower.
That's right. You can't say you don't like something till. You can't.
What team do you think will win the Super Bowl? I'm rooting for the Chiefs, but fuck Taylor Swift. I think the Chiefs will win. I really feel like they've got it. Skull and Bones tonight. I heard it's kind of shitty. But I'm not playing it tonight regardless. We've got a tournament today. But I've heard nothing but mediocre at best things about it.
That's right. You can't say you don't like something till.
Things are
That's
just
right. You can't say you don't like something.
Seen some Victor Wembanyama highlights. Oh, Wemby, of course.
That's right. You can't see him. Like
As long as he can stay healthy, he's going to be unbelievable. He already is. His prime patch. And Helldivers 2 is fun.
You're not going anywhere until he at least.
He's a prime bear.
You're not going anywhere until he at least.
What is Skull and Bones? It's like Diet Sea of Thieves from everything I've seen.
You're not going anywhere until he at least.
I don't want the stream to get taken down from the Billie Eilish in this trailer. Okay. No, I'm not playing the Final Fantasy Rebirth demo. Why are they? That's like the last artist I would expect to be in a pirate game trailer. Oh, sweet. Well, thanks for that, Jack. Does this not have any of the gameplay? No, just cinematic.
You're not going to be anywhere until he at least try. You're not going to be anywhere until he at least try my Spanish.
I read that, Trunk. I actually saw that.
That's right. You can't say what? That's right. You can't. That's right. You can't say it like that until you try.
Thanks, Prime Cameron. Thanks, that Mike. Glad you enjoyed it.
Outposts. You'll visit several locations throughout the various regions of Skull and Bones, including forts and settlements, but pirate dens will become a common haunt for players. They're like
At least it's not $70. How much is it?
Accessing different vendors, from tools, contracts,
One thing I saw on Twitter is people were saying you can't actually board enemy ships unless they, like, toggle something on for it. Like other players, that is. And I don't see any boarding here at all yet.
That's right. You can't say it.
You can't at all.
and the best ways to work around it is also key.
What?
Fury. Of course, it's not enough to bombard, bludgeon, and outright bully enemy ships. Your crew can also build up Fury to launch a crew-to-crew attack, which is the best way to obtain all of an enemy ship's cargo. Unfortunately, this will only be a cutscene at launch.
Oh.
It's meant to be a mastery level of combat, so it would be interesting to see how it evolves as the game evolves.
What? That's baffling. The boarding is a cutscene? That's like the most entertaining part of ship combat. What the fuck? What is the point? What is even the point of playing this? On launch, they said. Then don't launch until it's ready. Don't put it out until that's in there. That's like, that is literally like the most important part. It's in beta. Oh, that's right. It is a beta, isn't it? I still think this is way too primitive for a beta then, because this is like the #1 thing that should be present in one of these games. So if it's just this, God, it looks miserably boring. It's like a mini game. It's literally like the mini game in Assassin's Creed. Like the ship combat was pretty fun in that, but it wasn't like the main part. It's just, now this is an entire game out of that from a decade ago.
You're not going to get it until you at least try with my Spanish.
Yeah, true, Kaze.
Try. That's right.
The servers barely work too. Oh, that sounds like Ubisoft. Hey, thanks for 5 gifts to Pony. And the reset Dusty.
You're not going to get it until...
It's less than that because AC4 you could actually board. True. Thanks for membership, Straw Hat.
You're not gonna get it until at least try spinach.
Satorlia.
Meh. Get out of the way now.
The beta thing is fucking copium. The game comes out the day after beta ends. What is the point of the beta then? They can't make any meaningful changes in that amount of time.
Try spinach.
Prime Superman. What a flopperooski here.
Tried. Yeah. That's right. You can't say it.
The game is actually $70. Well, I figured it was. It's Ubisoft.
You can't say it.
The game cost $70, and the Ubisoft CEO defended it, saying it's quadruple A, so it's warranted. Oh, I did see that headline where he called it quadruple A. Thanks for some gold. It's crazy that he's calling it quadruple A when it's missing the most basic feature of ship combat, which is boarding.
THX officially stands for Tom Linson.
UB flops.
Paul Mann's
On the money.
experiment.
I'm sorry to hear you're not feeling well, Mads. Hope you feel better soon. $29.99 boarding DLC will come out. Yeah, that's optimistic that it's ever coming out. I think there's a very real chance it shuts down before they ever even put that in the game. That seems to be the trend for most things these days. Remember, like, half of the games that came out last year, oh, we're gonna fix this pretty soon. Oh, Gollum? Yeah, there were some things that were missing. We're gonna make sure it's all optimized and fixed pretty soon. Fucking studio shuts down. He's a tier 1 Nick.
You're not gonna get it until at least try on my spinach. Me?
Anything new with your comics like Godslap and Plague Seeker? Godslap issue 5 in next week, and Plague Seeker full issue 1 next month. So about a month for that, and then about a week for Godslap issue 5. I also think I am allowed to at least talk broadly about that huge thing for Godslap that I mentioned a month or so ago, but I'll still wait a little bit, just because I don't want to, like, blow the lid on it when I'm not supposed to. But we'll see. Thanks to membership, Gunner. It's fucking massive, though. Maybe later on I'll talk more broadly about it. I was enjoying Helldivers. I think it's a really fun co-op game. I think the Prime will lead. Yep, we're watching the ALGS today for our squad. That's why it's such an early stream. We'll be doing that and then going over some wacky stories and shooting the shit.
Get out of the way now.
Maybe at some point, Prod. Isn't this the game where they said they had to ditch making a campaign in order to focus on making the open world bigger? I don't remember that. Maybe. Sounds about par for the course.
Finished. Get out of the way
There's Prime
now.
Smash and the resub Ecomo. The Prime Mindless. You think we're gonna get Fortnite land after Disney's purchase of a stake in Epic? Personally, that would be hilarious. Well, yeah, yeah. Isn't that like the main thing they're doing, is making their own Disney universe inside of Fortnite? So that's not even a question, it's coming.
Get out of the way now.
He's a tier 1, Lamond.
You're not gonna get here until you at least
Have you
try.
heard Gmod
one
Interloper, one of those
spinach.
Gmod ARGs?
Eh?
I have.
Try that.
Oh, you meant
That's
IRL.
right. You can't say
Maybe,
something till
I think it's possible. Hold on, give me 2 seconds. Be right back.
Yeah. You're not gonna get her until you at least try spinach. Me? Guys. Ah. That. You. Hash, get on the way out. No. Me. Sure. Ah. Wait till you see my new kangaroo. Super duper.
I got my snack.
Yeah, eat it.
Who's ready for a little mukbang? What'd you order? I just got PDQ. Just 5 tenders. Thanks for membership. Lasef and Drew. Oh, that's awesome. It depends on who the artist is and what their rate is left. But I hope it turns out great. Yeah, someone mentioned Trex Morgan yesterday, so I looked them up after stream. And who knows, maybe at some point Boofin. Dirty bulking, I see. Dirty. PDQ tenders aren't too bad. Their macros are pretty solid. I have not listened to the new Kanye. Thanks, Resub Kaze and Connor. Never had a Shamrock Shake. Opinions or Weapons music video win? I think it should be either next week or a couple days after next week. Thanks for Prime Mike. And you react to Sneeko versus Sean Strickland? Oh, I saw that. I was actually shocked that he stayed standing. Like, I think that looked much worse for Sean, because he fucking let loose and didn't knock Sneeko out. But yeah, I did see that. He got fucking brutalized. Thanks to the Prime Copper, the Resub Wally. hear Nintendo CEO suing Palworld? Not officially. Just vague allusions to it. Thanks, the recent wolf. And I've only seen the, like, Twitter bullet points on it, Larry. I haven't looked into it yet. Thanks, the recent grand. Thanks to the resub. Picks. Adult diaper tier list. We did that a couple years ago. What was the new ramen I saw you talking about the other day? The Gamer Soups? That's Gamer Sup's new product. It's also what we survive on at the warehouse. It's really good. Yeah, we already talked about all the Megamind 2 shit. What I didn't realize is that it actually looks worse than the old Megamind PlayStation game. So that's pretty impressive. That's a recent Blue Eyes. Just didn't want to on stream, Lou. Sound of chewing is vile. Yeah, no, this mic picks up everything. I even have a noise gate on it. Still picks it up. So just enjoy the mouth sounds. Thanks to Prime Eli. Resub Johnny. Why whine about Funimation shutting down, saying we don't own anything? Yeah, you don't own Funimation. What? What in the fuck? What? Was there even neuron activation before typing that? What are you saying? When did I say any of us owned Funimation? Brother, just stay in school. Stick to talking about TikToks at the lunch table or something. What the fuck? Thanks for resub statics. You see, there'll be no reviews for Madam Web before it comes out. Why? They keeping it under wraps? I understand why they would, because the movie looks like dog shit, but I didn't know you could even do that. Thanks to the Prime Chaos and the Tier 1 Envious. Dakota pretty much already reviewed it, no? Oh, Dakota Johnson is the harshest critic ever for this movie. Every time she opens her mouth, I think she turns off another 1,000 people from buying tickets to this. Everything she says about this movie makes it sound worse and worse, and she fucking hates it. I respect her a lot. Thanks for resub, Dizashi. What has she said? Oh my god, we went over like all of it. I don't even know where to begin. She just keeps talking, like, worst time of my life. Oh wait, no, that one's about something different. But she was talking about Madam Web, And she was talking about how, like, she has no idea if the movie's even gonna turn out good at all because she couldn't see anything since it was all just like blue screen acting or some shit. She even left the agency that got her this role and went somewhere else after after they wrapped filming on it. It was just top to bottom bad. Thanks to Prime Frog and SOV. Thoughts on Tim Henson, guitar player for Polyphia? Extraordinary. A generational talent. Thanks for some pure one. That whole band is composed of nothing but absolute unreal musicians. That was awesome. Thanks for that, Connor. And thanks to resub Ben. Who do you have in the Super Bowl tomorrow? Chiefs. You like Super Bowl commercials? No, they've been trash for like 6 years now. When I was younger, like in high school and early college, the Super Bowl commercials were hype, but now they're all just really boring.
Chuck Lorre's vanity cards.
Young Thug.
Finish. Canonical playing out, not so fast.
Just PDQ
You're not
chicken
going
tenders.
anywhere till you at least try one bite of spinach.
That's what I'm eating. It's good.
Me? Try that. That's I have to try this.
Did you see the Dune popcorn bucket? I didn't see it, but one of the actors said that it's a huge waste of money, right? Was it Josh Brolin? Let me see. I'll take a peek. Dune 2 stars react to movie's viral popcorn bucket, quotations, it's not okay. How bad could it possibly be? Oh.
This popcorn bucket. It's not okay.
If I see a bunch of people in the theater with one of those freaking buckets in their hand, I'll be like, okay, you're an idiot.
But just from a pure, like eating popcorn standpoint, it's you can't get anything out of it. Like it
I like the design. I think it's creative. Thanks for resub Drody and the Prime Cherry. No popcorn, all butter. Hey, amen, brother. Hey, hey, hey.
Finish. Get out of my now.
No, I don't watch SNL. I can't stand SNL. I haven't liked that since I was a child.
Who wrote Chuck
And yeah,
Lorre's
started one back in
vanity
2018,
cards?
Kaze. It was Human Media Group back then, now Mana. Oh, sweet. Thanks for that, Dawson. What's the plan for today? Shooting the shit, going over wacky stories, and watching the Moist Esports Apex Boys. We got another tournament.
I am fond of
Tier 1
that.
lucky.
Ratty, ratty, really ratty, really ratty, really, really ratty, ratty, really, really ratty, ratty.
I'm not sure, Prod. There's so many options now. You can definitely find a good one. And yeah, I used to love A Current Affair. Waltzy POV. Oh, is Waltzy streaming this time? Oh yeah, he is.
It's with the Spanish.
All right,
really,
perfect.
really
That's super
naughty,
convenient.
naughty. Ah,
We got the
oh,
Waltzy POV. And thanks, Cheese. When does it start? Any minute now. It's supposed to start at 6. So
Oh no, you
any
can't.
minute. Thanks for your sub, Sly. I think it's a cool popcorn bucket.
Oh no, you
Oh,
can't.
you,
touch.
also,
It's
anyone else see Josh Brolin's poem to Timothy Chalamet, however you say his name? I saw this floating around on Twitter. Is this real? Josh Brolin talks writing tongue-in-cheek poems about Timothy Chalamet and Zendaya in new behind-the-scenes book, Exposures. Why is there a book about the behind-the-scenes already? It's not even out.
Maybe we weren't really ready. Wait a minute. We're hippos, remember? We have big mouths. We can eat our way out.
Hey, happy early birthday, Veronica.
You mean?
Well, let me read it to you. It's
Yes.
actually, it's pretty interesting.
Yeah,
I don't know why it's so small on here.
spinach will be gone.
Your face is etched by adolescence. Your cheekbones jump toward what are youth-laden eyes that slide down, a prominent nose, and on top of lips of certain poetry, and onto lips of certain poetry. And the way you hold my gaze makes me fear my own age, because something in me tells me you are going to offer me something, and for now, I'm not sure it's going to be something I want anymore. Josh Brolin to Timothy Chalamet. I don't know what the set's like at Dune, but that's pretty interesting to just be writing poems back and forth. Did Drake write this? God only knows. When did that happen, Arrow? It's news to me. I feel like I would have heard that. He plays a poet, so it's probably method acting. That's so fucking cringe, though.
You can't say you don't like something till
I get the whole method acting thing, but I think there's certain actors that just take it too far for an excuse to be weird. I remember when Shia LaBeouf on the set of Fury refused to shower the entire filming time and, like, apparently treated everyone like assholes or something because his character would do that. Super weird. The worst case was Jared Leto for Suicide Squad when he played the Joker. He mailed some of his co-stars, like, pig carcasses, used condoms, and all kinds of weird shit. Just a big old weirdo.
You can clearly see
For the
it
sake of
on
method
this
acting.
body. It's scary. Trust us. Wait just a patty flippin' second,
prime Zach.
Patrick. No, Isabella, you told
I've never
Lightning
been down
not
that
to
rabbit
watch
hole, Josh.
Toy Story because of the milk candy.
Last chicken tender. Match is starting? Nice. Just in time. I have no idea, stranger. Probably take place in Florida. And no, I did not see that video of Kevin Boyle.
Looks to me like a cat Bangalore and Honda. Are they looking at the front? Are they? Or are they? No. I think they're below us to the left. They're pretty low. That can't be them. I don't know where they are.
Oh, 100% Veronica. Jared Leto's a fucking creep.
I think they're going devastation. What? I think they might be too. Maybe two? I'm dead serious.
From ants.
I don't see anyone. I don't see anybody either. They're on cat. Go in the car. Go car. Okay. That's what I'm saying. Diesel was on cat in the lobby. There's a very
Is this still Legacy contesting us?
playing cat hitting beacon, okay? Yeah, they probably want to try and get some points.
Doesn't look like they are right now, but are they still contesting? Thanks, Reese Jolly.
Yeah, I'm as well.
Yeah? Okay.
I'm doing the same thing. We'll just have to still play edge.
Is this your team? Yes.
I agree. Let's make sure we have a good game then.
Right now, we're 4th overall.
I've got a 2 to 4 fucking Nemi as well. I'm dropping a fucking stacked Nemi here if anyone wants it, because I've got a repeater. There's a purple barrel. And a
Thanks, Resub J-Mac. Hey, congrats on the new puppy.
We go craft them. We go
Give
craft
Lulu
them.
pets for me.
Okay. Coastal. Yeah,
What a wonderful dream, Jim. Thank you for that.
On the corner to your left. I'm grabbing an evo. The corner that you land off swamp. That's it.
Why did you abandon chess? Bad for my mental health. Anytime I'd lose, I'd feel so bad for the entire night. And yeah, just talked about that, Scott.
Yeah, I have a repeater as well. I'm stacked. I'm good to go craft.
A lot of it just boils down to getting lucky, that guy. All you can do is stay consistent. Hope for the best. Take it you don't play many competitive games then? No. Thanks, Resub Willow. Not anymore. I used to play Apex pretty competitively. Like tournaments here and there. Then I stopped doing that. Then I used to play chess competitively. Stopped doing that. Just getting competitive is just so bad for my fucking mental health. I hate it. And now I'm chasing a perfect game in bowling. But that's kind of more fun. It's less stressful.
You could be honest. No, I feel like we can get you back on by now. Like here. Don't know, walk up to coastal or run up to coastal? I think we can walk up. Loot yourself up, yeah, we can do that. There's other skulls here.
How would you rank the Souls games? I keep going back and forth on it, man. Bloodborne and Elden Ring are definitely tied for #1. I don't think I could put one above the other.
I think I hear shots Devastator away. I think it's Devastator zone. It could be. Do we just like...
Why is it called
Thanks, Lothman.
21 laps?
There's somebody close to anyway. They're sitting in tower. You want to? Bang on. They're banging out here. Yeah, I think we make our way over.
Oh, we're gonna third party this? I like that.
I think it is a zone.
Get a little action. Thanks, Resub Baron.
Is there a team in the height? Because they were fighting on my ping. Like, is there a team in the zips? Like up here? I can look.
Oh, sweet. Thanks for that, random.
Do we just evac and take that for now?
I actually think Liza P is better than a lot of the Souls games. I wouldn't say a lot, but it's better than some Souls games, yeah. It is the best non-FromSoft Souls game, and it is towards the top of my list of just general Souls games. I love Liza P. Thanks, Resub Deathlord.
This team here, I think it is a Devastator.
Thanks, a tier 1 Toki.
Land here.
Alright, come on, boys. Fuck them up.
Alright, it definitely is a Devastator zone. There's a team playing up. It's also barely in, by the way, above us.
Where's Warner Brothers now?
I thought they were going to engage. Probably better call. I'm not joining a bowling league. They start too early for me.
Except from height.
And I hated Assassin's Creed Valhalla. Didn't finish it. Fucking sucked. Thanks, Resub Flamingo.
Yeah, there's a team playing here, which gives me a good idea. Is he zipping back? Yeah, he is. Can we go? Can we just run up and take it? I'm gonna go. I think so. Alright, I'm going. I'm up. The store's reinforced. I'm breaking in. I don't really see. Over here, he's shooting at someone.
Nice, good shots.
It's a cat conduit team. There's a team low ground here.
Oh, wait. Damn. I thought we might have been able to squeak out a little cheeky kill there, steal it.
It's legacy.
That's alright, though.
Who invented PDI?
Do you have a Moist Valor team? Yep, we do.
Why did DreamWorks shut down?
Shopify cross Moist.
Okay. I need a light mag. Yeah, we need to shoot people off that phone. Someone's playing in this corner. Evac.
He's a tier 1 game girl, the Resub Panda.
46. Where's he landing? I don't know. Yeah, they're going back Echo. They're going IMC. They're playing IMC. He said, did this team leave? That is the team that just evac. Empty. We got cross?
Do you have a COD team? Fuck no. That's a $20 million buy-in for some baloney. I hate watching professional Call of Duty. Especially for $20 million too. Even if we had that kind of money, wouldn't pay that. That shit's trash.
there was a team here that's still there, by the way. That team is still there. This team. Yeah. They've gone back to Echo. Regardless, if it's an Echo or a fucking Devastator, we're in a good spot.
Yeah, we can walk it in.
The only way
go take I'm tank.
The only way we get fucked.
I've never even heard of that one, Kevin.
No one else has zoned. But even then, I don't know.
And still not yet, Soda Pop.
I'm zipping across. Okay. There's a Bangalore on my left, okay?
I got shit on,
Oh my god, Gnomed. Thank you for the 50 gifted members. Holy shit, bro. Thank you.
Yeah, it's nowhere near here.
Thank you so much for that huge drop, Gnomed.
It's okay though, we're fine. Do you see?
This goes pylon?
There's a guy in the car here on my ping. Do we want to start going left? They're evacing top of the hill. Do we want to start walking this way?
Yes. Let's go.
Get some cheeky damage here. Charge those shields. Damn it.
We could go crop. What do you think? There's no one there. I think these guys are gonna just hold here.
Legacy?
Yeah, I think they're just gonna hold that in.
Holy fucking, what? Oh my god, again, Gnomed. Wow, thank you so much for that. Appreciate the crazy generosity from you this afternoon. Or I guess this evening now.
You guys see them here?
Thank you so much, Gnomed.
No, I don't. Not right now.
I think we walk up and take that. They might have been a bit closer. They might have went like across.
Yeah.
Do you want to swing like all the way to here? Walk up from there? Or do we just walk up from this right side?
I think we just walk up right.
You thought about hosting your own esports tournaments? We've done some. Mainly for Smash, but yeah, we have done some. Ludwig does quite a bit.
I don't know where this is going.
Maybe we'll do more.
I've not shot my gun at all.
Evac behind us.
We need to get up here.
Yes.
Let's see if he takes massive cannon.
Evacing at us. This team's gonna look to fight us here. Yeah. They do not have a choice. They are going to have to fight us here.
Well, let's fuck them.
Yeah, do it. I'm batting.
Oh, Jesus.
They never got double blue.
Yeah, I'm batting.
They're gonna run at us. I'm healing you, Walsy.
Alright, come on, boys. Come on, boys.
Take right here. Yeah, I'm on you.
Got a cuddle.
Swing it out. Yeah, do it.
They're close.
I can't see them.
Let's go, Waltzy. Let's go, baby.
Breaking my wall on the other side of the wall. On the rock.
Oh, okay.
I'm getting shot in the back. I'm okay.
Oh, God. Oh, God. It's getting hairy.
I think they're getting shot in the back. Or are they shooting your ult out?
Shoot the ult out. Make it.
Come on, boys. Oh, we're getting shot in the back.
Oh, Nessa, we're really sorry. From now on,
They're queuing
we'll
up, they're queuing
all
up.
stick together. Now let's go.
Count one. Count it.
Alright, good push, Waltzy.
We're surrounded by Spanish. There's no way out.
I thirsted.
Oh, God, we're getting third-partied. Plant your feet.
On hot. 70.
Oh, good shots, though. Good shots.
Let's fight this guys.
I agree. Fight it. Push that. Fuck them.
Bang on me.
Nope.
Bang crack.
Nope.
Kill them.
Alright, Guild got one.
Just jump on them. Nice. You can res.
Alright, nice. That was TSM. Good shit.
Just on TSM.
Good shit. Wow. Nice fight. Oh my god. Jesus. No!
Really hard by that firefrag. Go low ground.
They're dumping nades. This is about as hairy as it gets, boys and girls. Hang on to your fucking butts. Oh, God.
I'm doing the same thing. I'm doing the exact same thing.
Are we gonna walk back up here? I got two streams.
I don't know what this team's doing.
There's a med kit here, an extra one.
Okay, thankfully they didn't push after the grenades.
Story because of the blue cam logo.
We can walk up here on me.
And before that,
Yeah, tournament.
Alright, be careful. We're in just in front of us here.
No kidding.
Switching to a Hemi. I'm in zone here. I'm making it. Can we get to me, please? And like just start walking forward.
Yeah.
We win this fucking game here, boys.
Yeah. We're in really good spot.
Yes. We're in a fucking banger spot. I haven't seen.
They like this spot? If they like this spot, I like this spot. You smell me? They happy, I'm happy.
just dropped some heavy right here.
Yeah, I picked up a little bit of it, but I need a little bit more.
Let me grab, okay, just hold. Let me loot this box.
Someone watch zone. I'm looking in front of us, okay?
I think it's a resub Fuji.
There's a team, I think Moby Racing on the hill.
I'm grabbing this repeater.
We have a good amount of space here.
I have no medkits anymore, by the way.
We have really good space here.
I'm grabbing one guild.
Syringe here.
I think the Prime Takasu.
I'm moving the shit that I dropped behind.
Holding our back right now.
Yeah, just hold it back.
Good shit, we ran that 4v3 back from Grams. This time.
That was all you guys really.
Oh, Waltzy's already so deep. I like Waltzy's aggression though. It's good. Sometimes you gotta show your teeth.
I think this is Legacy, maybe.
Let him know the dog is mean. There's Prime Salem. Ooh. Close to red.
Can one of you watch this hill? Are you still watching our back, Guild? Guild, are you watching our back?
This is a good spot. I actually really do like this spot. I agree with them.
Yeah, I don't think you need to once zones started closing.
We're gonna be here forever, just.
MST means Moist Esports. Yeah. It's also just what we've changed the entire Moist everything to. Instead of having Moist on all the merch, it's just going to be MST from now on. It looks cleaner. I also just like the way it sounds better too. But it still means Moist.
Our biggest threat is a team coming from right here.
Thanks to resub Mac and Chimney.
They've got like triple red. I'm selling.
Oh, mess up. We're really sorry. From now on.
Mountain Standard Time. Yeah. Hype. Close to red. Come on, baby. Unfamiliar with it, Chris.
One of Mr. Snake's socks. We're gonna be here forever, just us.
That's not too bad.
Some spinach. That's silly.
Well, actually, no, it's pretty bad because they have to go that way with no cover against that team.
People are strong. You can push your way out. Gee, I have thought of that. Ready?
Here's some tribal. I don't think they need to walk it up yet, though.
Maybe by yourself, because you're bank, okay?
My only is there a team.
Can you wait, Gil, can you stand Legacy and make sure that they don't look to wrap us? And I'm gonna play the hill with empty. The team in coastal? Yeah. We have to be careful though, empty. If a team tries to evac,
play on this rock though.
If a team tries to evac empty, we're in a bad spot. Like,
Yeah, we have to turn around and go back to guild.
Yeah, we have to slide back to guild.
I'm playing the rock over here.
There's a team on the right here.
Yeah, they have to send us.
And a team here.
Are there any sniper one-shots in this game? I guess a Kraber headshot.
Okay, back again.
But no, not in the way you think. Jesus!
I'm okay. Yeah, just Legacy's just like they're just gonna try and grief us here. I'm making it.
Yeah, they're gonna have to fight down here. We just bang out and get them all killed.
Just sitting behind this truck on my phone.
I don't know if they are gonna have to fight. Can you smoke here
What
again?
the fuck was he getting? What did he get fried by?
I can only hold this for so long, by the way. I'm gonna have to run back.
You might wanna.
Yeah, it's fine.
Do you wanna bang out this hill?
I'm going to. Yes.
How long till smoke?
I appreciate that, local.
Slide down here.
I want you to yell at me when you want to come over.
Was it 30-30 or a G7? Damn, maybe you're just hitting some crazy fucking shots then. Who reached out to who regarding guild? I think it was Waltzy. I think Waltzy and Guild were friends.
Say the life dimension. Me too. But that sounds a little hard.
There we go, we got red.
I think you bang out here. Empty.
Oh, mess up. We're really sorry. From now on, we'll all stick together.
Those shots missed.
Let's go.
Bunch of baloney.
I think we back up a little bit here. Flying in.
I saw one. I cracked one
This
down the hill.
is great.
We back up.
No.
Whoa! Watch the cross.
Conjured up the hill.
Yes, do it.
Killed her.
Nice, MT.
Are we talking or playing?
Oh my god.
Oh, mess up. We're really sorry.
Good shots.
We'll all stick together.
I'm dead. They got stuff on me, guys.
They dumped grenades on Waltzy. Fuck!
Yeah, I am. You need to pressure this team though.
It really was the great show on her.
You can get
And
to
I'm
me,
sorry I didn't trust you.
I think. With smoke.
Pressing now. 42 flash shot one of them.
We're surrounded by spirits.
Come on, baby. Come on, baby.
There's no way
Do this
out.
one for the U.S. Constitution, damn it.
Just us.
For all the patriots out there.
Yep, heal. Going back.
Oh, Nessa, we're really sorry. From now on,
I'm gonna tell you what, right now, Walty, I don't think it's worth it. I think we wait. On this next swing. I think the next swing. Oh my god, he's doing it! He's not listening to my advice! Oh my god. Damn. That was nice.
I'm getting fucked. Kill me if you haven't. You guys need to look right. I need to loot this box.
Damn, he can't finish the kill though, unfortunately. He finished the kill! He's the chosen one!
I'm batting. That team's dead. We need to probably, we need to look to walk left on me, I think.
Walk up on you?
Yeah, I think. We have to slide into here. You have to smoke.
Oh my god, sliding into there is an absolute pucker moment and a half. Jesus Christ. Oh! Jesus Christ!
Lord, yeah.
You're okay. Get it back.
Smoking behind us.
There's one just lingering so far back.
SpongeBob.
Live, damn you! Live!
Come on, Guild. I'm batting.
No!
I'm dead. Play left, Guild. Play left.
Oh, Nessa,
On you.
we're really sorry. From
That's
now
alright.
on,
Yeah.
we'll all stick together. Now let's go.
All things considered, that's not bad. What's that? 6 kills? 5th place? It's alright.
Wait, this is Legacy though. This is DSG.
I don't really catch a dog. Oh, Nessa, we're really sorry. From now on, we'll all stick together. Now let's go.
Yeah, well.
That's alright. We take that.
It's so fucking long. Holy shit, that's pissed me off.
Alright, we can play our actual comp next game.
Yeah, because imagine if we had fucking Catwall then.
Yeah, we would have been chilling.
If we have Catwall.
If we had Cat instead of Horizon this game, it would have been.
It's a game, Chris? I'll check it out.
Winning the fight with TSM.
Really good, really good shit getting the pick Walty.
I mean, Gil just fucked it,
It's,
and I knew he would.
it's
So I just let on it.
spinach. Spinach. We're surrounded by spinach.
Yeah, no back in.
Impossible.
We take those.
Yeah.
Has Legacy
We're
actually
surrounded by spinach.
They did, I
There's
think they
no
Damn.
way out.
This guy's kind of going off right now. These shots looking super clean.
This might be them getting second here.
Are we talking or playing? Last one of the goals.
Is that good for us or bad for us? I don't remember. I don't know where they are. Oh, okay. MT answered that for me.
I wanted to be the John Monkey Man.
Exit Prime Matsu.
Me too, but that sounds a little hard.
Legacy win the game.
Why don't we start smaller? I want.
Yeah, they just got enough.
Secret shots.
So what exactly has Legacy messaged you?
They're just not coming anymore.
Like permanently?
Yeah, they're gonna find it. They're gonna find a new spot.
Alright. Do we want to
Well.
play Cat?
I think so.
Oh, that's all. We're really sorry. From now on, we'll all
Alright,
stick
alright.
together.
Hey, not a bad game one. Not a bad game one.
Still, they just won the game.
Play Concom. We can at least play the game.
Thanks, Arisa Blinker.
Now let's go finish our game. Oh, God. Oh, it's sun. I'm trying to spinach. Wow.
Thought about making a
Trying to
Counter-Strike team.
play.
That is on the docket. It's just very expensive.
You must really love spinach.
But that is something we definitely want to do.
Yeah, no way.
4th place right now. We're tied 4th.
It wasn't that bad, but I liked it. That's because
You always plan to live in Florida? For now.
Are we
Yeah.
talking? Are we talking?
Why are making teams expensive? What are the costs? Salaries and travel? Yeah. Especially in Counter-Strike, salaries are like 6 figures plus for a good team. Per player.
We'll all stick together. Now let's go.
He's a prime cordless.
It's
What's the most expensive
green,
part about Nord?
slimy, it's
Player salaries.
lucky.
Player salaries are extraordinarily high.
It's delicious.
In like a tier 1 game, they are super high. It's not so expensive in EU. EU is more expensive depending on the game. EU is a stronger region than NA in so many titles.
We're really sorry.
So
From
EU is more
now
expensive
on,
because the
we'll
players
all
are better.
stick together.
Thanks, membership, Noah. And no, I'm not playing Final Fantasy VII Rebirth demo. I'm waiting for the game to come out.
Come on, Matt, you can do it. And now we find him out and go home and play.
EU Apex beat NA Apex. NA is the strongest region in Apex. One of the very few shooters where that's the case. Thanks for the membership, Solaris.
I did do it. Now let's go finish our game. The hell, Dad. Oh, it sucked. I tried spinach.
Why do you think NA is behind in so many games? I don't know. I do not know. NA is just not a super strong region in a lot of games.
Yeah, no way, it was really yucky.
I have not got my own bowling ball yet. That's next on the docket. Still using house balls like an idiot.
Payments Madagascar closing logos. Pacific Data.
No, today's a tournament day, so I'm not playing Helldivers.
DreamWorks.
Thanks a long time watching Solaris.
Pacific Data Images, Paramount, DreamWorks.
I've been to Clearwater a lot, but I've never met Scientologists. I know it's like the home of Scientology, but I've never like met any. Thanks to Resub Godlike. And the Resub Dubsy.
Oh, Nessa, we're really sorry. From now on, we'll all stick together. Now let's go.
You watched the Stalker movie trailer? No, I didn't even know one got posted. Any expectations for the new Alien movie coming out this fall? Yeah, I think it's going to be dog shit. Just like Ridley Scott's last couple of Alien movies.
If you want an award, you have to do something.
And I'm still on Fishman Island.
I wanted to be the John Monkey Man and save the ninth dimension. Me too. But that sounds a
Thanks
little
to Resub
odd.
Neon.
Why do we... Can you draw the story that's in Mr. Snake's spot?
There's no trailer for Aliens, how do you know it'll be shit? Because I think Ridley Scott has completely forgotten how to make a good Alien movie.
It's
Thanks for Prime Nitro.
Spinach. Or not.
I just have no faith in him anymore when it comes to that franchise. Prometheus was good. It was not.
We're surrounded by
Prometheus is one of those movies where enough time has passed where a lot of people are like, you know what, this dog shit movie was actually pretty good.
We're surrounded by
Even when it came out, pretty much everyone hated it. There's so many things wrong with that movie, but it is entertaining. Like, it's not like a boring movie, at least.
That's silly grizzly.
This is Resub Rectum. Lemon Reship Zach.
Yes, there is. Hippos are strong. You can push away out.
You see Undertaker present the award for the Saudi League final? I did see that, yeah. Prometheus is one of the coolest spaceship designs, though. Yeah, there were some cool things in there. Like, I still really like the entire sequence of getting the C-section. I thought that was really well done. There are cool things in it, but it's not a very good movie. Which Alien video game are you talking about, Junior? Ridley Scott isn't directing it, it's being directed by the guy who did Don't Breathe and Evil Dead 2013. Didn't see Evil Dead 2013, but I liked the first Don't Breathe. I didn't see the sequel because that's a really stupid thing to make a sequel on. But yeah, Don't Breathe was good. So that's nice. I have more hope for it now then.
Impossible.
Alien Isolation was great.
We're surrounded by spinach.
And I did. Well, I saw most of it, Brian.
Robert, just us. Lots of spinach. Not silly. There is no Yes, there is. Hippos are strong.
It is way better than Covenant. Oh my god, Alien Covenant is so bad. Oh. Thanks, Resub Desmond.
Maybe we weren't really ratty. Wait a minute. We're hippos, remember? We have big mouths.
How many games have they played so far? Just one. That was game one.
You
A new Alien vs Predator would be cool.
The spinach will be gone. Oh, I can't watch. Oh, you're doing it. Take a bite. What? Take a bite. Oh no, you can't talk. It's the spinach. Stop eating it. Oh no.
You seen the new Halo season? No, I know episode 1 came out for it, but I haven't watched yet. I will eventually.
Yucky, yucky. Number spinach.
And I'm guessing it's pretty cool, Captain. I think it's a good addition. I didn't play though. He's a prime norm.
Duh, come on, Magic and Newest. And then we can find a path and go home and play soccer. Get on.
Just look around.
You did
I think they're here.
I did do it. Now let's go finish our game. Oh,
You seen the new Predator movie? Which one? The one from a couple years ago that I made a video about being one of the most entertainingly bad movies that's hit theaters in recent memory, up there with Moonfall? Is that the Predator movie you're talking about, or did you mean the Prey? The one that went to streaming?
Where's the path?
You meant Prey. Prey was good. I thought Prey was good.
Yeah, what is this stuff? No.
There's a gold dock here.
It's spinach. Spinach. We're surrounded.
Sequel to Prey is coming out, taking place in the future. Oh, nice.
I have a gold card. Means I have a digi. Oh, also I forgot to give you a digi last game if you didn't have one. I did not. That's fine. Okay, yeah. Just like. Also dropping stock here. Laser. Will that mag?
I'll take the car if you don't want to see.
What do you trade me?
I don't know. I'll just try and get you like an R9 wall.
Honestly,
Yeah, probably next week, Solaris. What's your favorite shooter ever or currently? Favorite shooter ever is Halo 2. I think Halo 2 is just one of the best shooters ever made. A lot of the things that made it so good were totally unintentional. That added a crazy skill ceiling like BXR, BXB, BYB.
Are we triple evac already? 3x here. Coastal doesn't have crafting. Do you want to just look to...
Crazy too, because Halo 2 had a crazy fast development time. Yeah, I know. These are 5 get the members, Jackie. Or Jakey.
You're doing it. Take a bite. What? Take a bite. Oh no, you can't talk. It's the spinach. Stop eating it, Bongo.
He's a membership pilot.
We're triple evac right now. Picking up a maybe.
I'm fine. You are.
I think it's fine, Obese. And I have not played Witch Springer.
Yucky,
He's a prime toast.
We could just go to zone. I think it is a go zone.
I mean, I have good meds. It's just that it's up to you.
Only issue is
We were in the zone or oh, you didn't get killed. Just a fucking half an hour.
Appreciate it, Observer. Have you seen the remake of Hellraiser? It's solid. I heard it was pretty solid, but I haven't watched it.
That's them evacing away. They're going parallel. What are we doing?
Let's crop.
Why are the textures not loaded in the game? I think Waltzy plays on the lowest possible settings.
Impossible.
That's something a lot of pro players do in a lot of different games because it helps make the enemies pop more. All pros do it. Makes sense. That's common in pretty much every professional game.
They might be fucking with me again.
Maybe,
Get up and hard as well.
Yeah. They're coming in, they're coming in.
Yeah. We shoot them. One's knocked. No, he's not.
Okay, come on, baby. Damn it.
That guy has a gross headache. Yeah, careful of that. Healing one of you.
Ooh, cracked. Damage is damage. Charging the shield. Come on, baby. Let's get some cheeky damage here. Let's farm that shit up a little bit. It'd make me happy.
I don't think they're gonna fuck off. Yeah. They look like
You see that the best Rainbow Six team, W7M, is looking for a new org. They actually the best Rainbow Six Siege team. I didn't watch any of the pro scene for Siege this year, or I guess last year.
I think their goal is that we just give up and leave so they can grow.
Oh, it's 48.
Jump close to doing.
You wanna wait until ring closes or no?
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. If they're not going by then.
The issue is that they're gonna.
Yeah, I've been watching Solo Leveling. I'm a couple episodes behind though now.
If we're leaving, we have to go away. They're gonna like craft up and have better armors.
Hey, there's some damage.
117 off per. Yeah, I'm 149.
They won 2 majors in a row. Hey, I'm interested. If they can win the big ones, I stay interested.
Can I drop down and craft?
What do you think? Fang cracked?
I think I can.
Thoughts on Gamer Soups? Like I said, man, that is literally what we survive off of at the warehouse for breakfast and lunch pretty much every day. It's just good ramen. Ooh, headshot, nice. One more.
You see zone empty?
Yeah.
Alright, I got dead. You have gear? Yeah.
This is kind of skits to craft.
I think they're backing up. They just smoke behind like. I think they're gonna turn around. Get out. Yeah, they are.
Okay, I'm crafting.
There we go, there's purple.
Nice, good shit.
Alright, are we crafting then?
Yeah.
I'm gonna craft armor real quick. Alright, I'm holding mine.
Can you explain the green shield from the other player? Oh, it's let's see. When they ask for a heal, that's what it is. It gives them that shield for a little bit.
I'm grabbing these bats and going up top.
It's not permanent or anything.
We're gonna come in from here.
I know, probably like middle.
Monty coming up? Yeah, coming up. Alright.
No smoke.
I'm about to throw my armor on. Do we wanna walk up
Grabbing this
Jurassic
wide
way
armor.
or do we wanna go barrel way?
I think we wrap all the way around.
You can grab the card.
It's a wide armor here, guild.
You guys almost done crafting it?
Yeah, I crafted my last pack.
Have you seen Scavenger's Reign yet? I keep forgetting to look it up. Thanks to give Subkai.
It might be like this zone like that actually ends like out here.
Yeah, I think it is. Alright, we go?
Yes. Let's start going.
I'm ready.
Need barrels if you guys see one.
20 seconds. I gotta grab the card. Well, that's devastating team. And we're the bottom echo team, so outside of the map should not be congested.
Yeah, they went
Thanks,
they
Prime
went up
Beauty.
this way as well.
Do you want me to drive? Yeah.
Ever consider a moist Rainbow Six Siege team? Hey, someone said one of the best teams in the world needs an org, so who knows? Because it depends on the cost. I don't know what the salaries in that game look like. I still really like Siege, but I don't watch the pro scene much anymore. But I could get back into it.
Just searching so I can. You went
Where's our,
casino as well.
where's our end goal? Yeah, I was gonna go through casino. Alright, I'm gonna jump out here.
You need syringe.
Yeah.
I'll pop in a syringe and then I'm gonna jump in, okay? Drive.
Yeah. I'm gonna switch again. Yeah, 'cause I'm weak. Wait 2 seconds. Getting through. Yeah, there we go. I'm gonna pop back in now. You got left?
You seen Silent Hill 2's combat trailer? Yep, looks like cheeks. Absolute cheeks. It's a real shame. Silent Hill just can't catch a break. Amazing franchise that just keeps getting done so dirty.
I'm getting on it.
Fine. Just do the same if I can. Okay, we need to look for a team in front of us.
Leave
We
it
can
to
play
you,
them
Jordan.
right in front. This team over here.
Is that a Kraber?
No, not bad. white?
Yeah, there was a
Can we fight them?
There were
Can we fight them?
I like the idea. Fight him. Bully him for having a weak shield.
There was Valk shots as well. Yeah, there's teams.
We might want to just get into milk before we get pinched. Let me go milk.
Yeah, just go mill. Now I'm getting scared. Now you're scaring me.
Yeah, there is.
Back up.
Bang on those guys. Back up.
You have to.
Bang on them. I'm going back.
You need to be careful.
Oh my god. Okay. There's team right and then team in that building that we wanted to go to. Okay. Okay. All right.
Wait, on the rock.
Backed up.
Punish him. Oh, good shots. Good shots. He's a prime pyro.
There's a fight. Wait,
can we turn this?
Yes. Look. One shot on my ping in the middle.
All right, get in there, Walty. The dog's off the leash. Big dog's gotta eat.
I don't see this. Bang out down.
Is there a team on the left?
I'm looking.
I don't see anyone on my left.
I don't see anyone.
Oh, baby.
And the other bang!
Horizon almost cracked 36 flash. He's one. Hey, Horizon's right here on my ping to the bridge. Horizon's just looting. She's just healing here. Do we want to look to go left, MP?
What, keep rapping?
Yeah, no?
We can.
There's no one out.
Walty is massive IRL. I know, he can actually eat any human being on the planet. He posted a video, what, 2 weeks ago? Easily throwing up like 450 on the bench. He's unreal how big. He's a power lifter. And he's a very strong power lifter.
I think. Do we want to let the shit show unfold here and maybe look to third it later?
Shit show unfold where?
At the bridge.
Yeah, there's a team holding everything out here.
That's what I'm saying. Because otherwise, we have to fight this team.
Enemy backing behind us.
Oh, fuck. Jesus.
I don't think. We might need an evac here, if I'm honest.
I don't think so. Wait, no, I don't think that. No, God, no!
Okay, I'm taking the front one. It's full.
This is my least favorite part.
We gotta.
Just blind evacs.
I think right here.
Okay. And one of my least favorite positions that they play. They don't play this often. In fact, I think I've only seen them play this once. And I hated it.
Should we walk up?
Yes.
Yes, walk up. They're hard fighting.
They just died. They just finished. We need to wipe this.
In front of me. Wait, they're knocked. It's only one up. It's just bang. It is just bang. Kill this.
Nice. Hey, good call. Good fucking call, Walty.
Someone turn around, please.
Alright, I like this spot now.
That's TSM dead again, by the way. Yeah. And Disguise. That's Disguise dead as well. Nightline's dead as well.
Win the fucking game!
Yes, let's go. Careful.
Thanks, Yusuf Jason.
We have to care oops.
Okay, once you guys are done, I need to loot. I need to get Nemesis.
Good fucking call there, Empty. Good shit. Let's keep that up.
That was a really good fucking call. I was doubtful. Hey. That's why they're the pros. And that's why they're the pros, not me. I would have walked it in personally.
Back into this too. I think we just have to like bomb it and shit.
Thanks, Yusuf Trevi.
The Hemlock here, guild. You want that? I'm going repeater.
I'm waiting for you to finish this.
Yeah, no.
Wait, loot quick here, guys. Loot quick here.
Alright, back now. I'm gonna move armor swaps on us.
Yes, on the roof.
Yeah.
Alright, but you gotta be quick. We have 44 seconds here, okay?
They're the same team that contested? What do you mean? No, the team that contested was Legacy 2 weeks ago. And they were supposed to contest again today, but decided last minute not to. This spot is actually incredible, though. This is, I think it's pretty much God's spot. Well, no, that building is probably God's spot. But this is still a very, very strong spot.
I'm gonna grab one more.
Yes, that's good. I'm gonna come through with you, actually. You definitely should. Yeah, all of us get over.
Oh! 3 perps, too. Just raw purple. I love that.
Yes.
You can dump Contra on us if they're gonna slam us as well.
Yeah, definitely do that, kid. Definitely do that.
I have bang out too.
I'm looking up.
Way to stay disciplined. Right foot, don't forget it.
Landing. Do you want to look for this?
Yes.
Wait, maybe we chill. Maybe we chill. Maybe we chill.
I think chill. I think chill.
I'm looking.
Yes,
You guys
stop,
stay.
stop.
Wait, okay, if one's knocked, okay. Alright, just fucking do it! Do it! Do it.
They got a gen. They got a gen. They got a gen. Okay. Free knock.
Do it.
What's in 50?
I think dump grenades. Just dump grenades!
What's it dead?
Okay, never mind, you didn't need it.
Bang weak.
Okay, I'm chilling. I'm going back. You guys look for him.
Okay, good call saving nades.
He's dead.
He had wingman.
Yeah, he did, Guild. He did.
This guy's just smoked here.
Do not let them get that wingman. Alright, zone's pulled. Zone has
There's a
pulled.
prime
Zone has
yoga and
pulled.
pervy.
Can I get it?
Maybe, yeah, but that is your bang here. It's right here, but there's a team on this corner, okay?
Can you grab blind?
We're not in, by the way.
Anybody use ult?
Yes. I'm jumping. On this corner, man. Having ult itself.
Yeah. Here. Take this one as well. I dropped another one here. Pop over.
We still have the purples for fallback on our spot, which is nice.
Definitely not.
So we can play up a little bit, and then if things get a little too chaotic, if Bikini Bottom's popping a bit too much, we can just turn around.
Nah, it's not worth the risk.
Like Zach.
Hey, where do we play? Do we have to get on them?
Yes, we have to like,
Oh wait, no, wait, I'm a fucking idiot. I forgot the zone. I didn't look at the zone. I thought... Never mind.
Now might not be a bad time.
Brains lagging?
Evacs behind us and Lance behind us.
Thanks to Resub Custom and the Prime Ninja.
Play back.
I'm backing right up.
We're gonna slow walk in. Zone's not gonna be that big. We're gonna fight them really slow. Yeah. Make sure we shoot so these guys know that we're here.
Shit, they land on roof, they're gonna get shit on.
Top 5, by the way, and this is solo in the game. Fighting in the choke. We want to do this soon, kind of. You gotta smoke on them too, empty, so they can't just sit there and stare at us with repeaters.
Alright, I'm gonna do it now.
Was that the solo?
Yeah, I got it on them.
They're gonna call it out. Bang on. Yes. Dump shit on them, guys. Dump.
I dump smoke midway as well, okay?
Yeah. I'm healing you.
Still getting that on.
Oh my god.
Get forward. They bang on it back. Then we gotta go forward. You gotta kill us forward.
I'm ulting on them.
Come on, baby. Good arc stars. Give me some good arc stars. For the Constitution.
I'm here. I'm on them.
Oh, what a move!
Get dead.
Oh.
Bang almost cracked. Bang cracked. Yes.
Holy fuck! What a. We'll see.
Swinging, pushing.
To pick up the purple, not the. Oh my god!
I'm batting. It's top two. Last fight. I'm batting.
Crack him clean. Solo.
Oh, huge.
Wait,
That was huge. That was huge.
Good shit. Top fucking tier. Who said we can't play Edge? Was it that Zero fucker?
Yeah.
Tell that guy to stay on our fucking nuts. Come on.
I love that. That was a great game. Hey, that was a huge call to go to the hut there.
Come on.
That evac won them. I know. Hey. And that's why I don't get paid the big bucks to play Apex or any game for that matter.
7 kill win. Fucking take that.
That was a great call from MT.
He had 14 with 3. They had a pretty fucking rough game.
All the teams that were above you had a sneaker. Because you guys
Yeah.
Enable do not disturb upper right and whispers.
Yes, bitch.
That was literally game winning.
Yep. I don't know if NRL and Oxygen can escape.
Nice, thanks.
Trying to see if I'm gonna reach over today. Kill's getting scared.
Yeah, you wanna look at the fucking damage?
Are the boys still in Canada or they make it to the US? Still Canada. Woo! That was a huge dub. That was a great dub. 7 kill Dubski. We like that. We do like that. So they're Canadians now? Temporarily. Uncle Sam wouldn't let them in the United States. Security risk, I guess. Waltzy was too powerful. He benches too much. Same, Bob. Was it 3 games per night? 6. They play 6 games. Was that game 2? Yes, that was game 2. Exit Prime, D&B. Any more games tonight? Yep, we got 4 more. It's just there's like a 5 to 10 minute break in between each game, so we'll shoot the shit in between. Still 4th? No, absolutely first place after that. That was a 7-kill dub. That's 100% first place. That's a lot of points. That's 21 points. Right? 21? Yeah, it's 21. What the fuck is that, Bella? 19. Oh, I'm an idiot. It's 12 points for first place, right? Not 15. Thanks, Antonio. Does Moist have a coach as well, or just the 3? They have a coach, Draugr. MT's IGL and Guild and Waltzy are just rollers. Fucking frag out. So MT was the one that made that call there to get to God, well, almost God spot, and then got the big dub from it. So, I mean, it ended up being God spot, to be fair. Because the team that had that, the other building got collapsed on. Thanks to Tier 1 Otaku. Yep, 4 more games today. Who made the call to change region to NA? They did. Waltzy, MT, and Draugr really wanted to go NA because it's a stronger region. And also they just have a lot of fun with us. Like, we're actual friends. Like, when they were here, like the last time they were here, we were going to bars and hanging out. Like, we're just actually friends. So they just like the environment. And plus we have our own facility they can boot camp out of all the time. So it was their call. Thanks for the membership, Danny, and the resub, Dark. They already play? Yep, we're 2 games deep. We're first place right now. Thanks, Grease. I am going to be playing Dragon's Dogma 2 when it comes out. And I am going to be doing a bowling stream till I get a perfect game. Or at least until one of the 4 of us gets a perfect game. Me, Matt, Danny, or Aaron. All 4 of us are pretty good. I think one of the 4 of us can get it within 24 hours.
I need your help. Come on! Ethan?
I don't know anyone that lives down there, Bridge, but it's an area with a lot to do for nightlife. You'll probably enjoy it. There's Prime Scott and the resub Grim. 12 plus 5 is 19. Huh? It was a 7-kill dub, and we had 9 points before that. We're first place at the moment. Yeah, we're 2 over Legacy. And appreciate the long time of watching, Grim. You streaming on YouTube and Twitch, or did you return to Twitch? No, both. I always simul-stream. Hey, Rex. Hope you can make your breakdancing goals come true. Oh, I will. Breakdancing's on the docket. I do want to learn. For damn sure. Oh, a quick text message.
What's that? It's Spanish. Spanish.
What's the winner's
I
pot
hate
look like?
Spanish.
For what? Like Apex Worlds?
How?
Or Major? I think it's a tier 1 saucy. Worlds I think is 2 mil. Major I can't recall.
How come if you know you've hated it? You never even tasted it. Look at it. It's green, slimy, it's yucky.
Major's 125k distributed. Oh, gotcha.
No way, it was really yucky.
What's the most recent sandwich I've had? Tropical Smoothie Cafe. I got a chicken and egg sandwich. Tried out Helldivers 2. Yep, streamed it 2 nights ago. It was really fun.
That's 2 points for me. No way.
Am I a good cook? No, I'm a zero cook. I don't cook at all. I'm terrible at it, so I don't do it. You a frappe enjoyer? No. I'm not a coffee fan, or a Starbucks fan for that matter. The only thing I like from Starbucks is their Impossible sandwich. I'm not vegan, but that Impossible sandwich goes hard. There's just nothing I ever enjoy from Starbucks. And that's because I don't like coffee. Makes you some flat. Thanks, the resub party. Seen the new Knuckles trailer? No, I saw it came out. I haven't watched it yet though. They used Knuck If You Buck, right? I saw people on Twitter talking about that. I used to love that song. There's the resub Nikki and the Prime Caveman. Favorite fighting game series? It's gotta be Mortal Kombat. Have not started Halo Season 2 yet. Thanks for the membership, Marcus. Maybe I'll watch that later, like tomorrow, before the Super Bowl. Starting? Okay, perfect. Way better than Season 1 so far, but still has a lot of issues. As long as it's an improvement.
Year ago this time I was fucking on the iPad.
You know the average tardigrade has only 100 cells in their whole body? Did not know that.
Another good game here. Yeah, let's get
Thanks for Gonzalez and Maskey.
That's a fucking slut.
Yeah,
I didn't watch it quarter, so I have no idea what the speech was like. Here's a Prime Monksy.
What's one of those echoes?
Any of them mouse and keyboard? MT.
Right here. Yeah, I think they like you better turn some ones. No, right here.
I do remember Nick. Well, that's cool. And appreciate that gear. I'm not playing the Final Fantasy demo, waiting for the game. Comes out in like a week, 2 weeks. So I'll just wait.
You see them, or they just don't
Crafting a pylon, it's crafting pylon.
Appreciate it first.
Yeah. No, they're going. Crafting pylon and launchpad.
Thanks for
I
Prime
think
Bubba.
Legacy should go launchpad.
They definitely should. They shouldn't want to fuck with us. Look, we showed them last game what happens like when we both got in the same crafter.
Yeah,
What's that
especially
look
if
like, empty?
Barrow to me.
Okay. We can look for the pylon crafter and walk up on Barrow and see them starting to help around.
Yeah.
Is you and Cat car?
No, that's me.
Thanks for some Kelly.
I'm Digi too. You can
We'll be playing the Cowboy Bebop Overwatch event when it releases. I'm like insulted you asked me that. Of course not. What the fuck? No, man. I will not be. You're gonna miss out on your $80 spike skin though. Yeah, you're right.
Uh-oh. Where's the ball?
hold on to a moment. You guys both have evacs. Yeah, sounds good.
I'm looking for a beer.
Am I DC'd? Oh, no, near.
Jungles are really dark. Yeah.
My whole fucking game just running Nemi this game, okay? Okay, I'm running Nemi as well. There's a purple barrel on
COD Mobile is so overly saturated. What do you mean?
And there's a blue armor in this tunnel that one of you.
Yeah, I'm gonna grab that.
I'm gonna grab the barrel and then I'm gonna go.
When's the next Tekken night?
I'm grabbing the DG and armor and then I'm good to go.
Maybe I'll try and do another one, like, beginning of next week-ish. I don't know, it's kind of hard to do that without the tournament mode, because I really want to do tournaments for it, but I guess I could just do open lobbies. Doesn't have to be a tournament, I guess.
There
I'm really
it is.
liking Tekken 8, though. And thanks for that, Katori.
What? Yeah.
We're never gonna be leaving on zone close because I'm looting way more than I usually would.
Yeah.
I don't see anyone.
I hate it. Why, just as a king?
Yeah, he's on the car. He's on the car. Right here. Literally Valve.
Is he a solo?
I'm detonating him. Dead. Nice.
Oh, alright, nice.
You can digidip these fuckers empty.
Oh my god, we're playing with some real fucking confidence right now. I like that.
One died. It's just a solo now. I think the conduit's dead. Right here, shoot this guy on my ping bag.
We slide down and kill him?
No, I don't know about that.
Solo or that's a different team. I think it might. It's another team. Another team. Where did
Yeah,
they
that okay.
He must have ran west.
That's fine. We'll take the one kill there.
Make sure team doesn't run up on us from
There's a
barrage.
prime turd.
It might be a pylon zone.
Team. No, I see the solo. I see this. No, team. I might die here. I have to heal. Jesus, I'm in a bad spot. I'm in a really bad spot, okay?
Okay, all right. Maybe a little too much dip on our chip. Let's go back to the fundamentals.
We got back to, like, get back.
Yeah, back it up.
Holy shit, that was scary. Okay.
Yeah, here. You see this? There's a guy on my ping, okay?
It depends on what kind of game you're talking about, Komodo. I don't know any good, like, bad multiplayer games that you'd probably have fun with.
Yeah, we can walk it. We can hold here and then walk it in. Yeah, no, you got away somewhere.
Was it definitely a solo or was it a duo? Maybe they're gonna go.
They're
going for banner. They're going for banner right now. Okay.
Turning around.
Where is he? I don't know. Wherever the fucking banner is. 57 blue on my ping.
Is that their teammate there?
Yes. I think so.
Did we just wipe them?
Yes. I'm signing down.
Oh.
Looking for this guy.
He's here.
Okay.
They're just running.
Hey, I like the confidence, but I'm getting a little scared. I'm not gonna lie to you. I don't want us to commit too hard and get in a bad position and get, like, sandwiched.
Why not?
Like, we got a freebie here.
Yeah, at the bottom of my hill right now.
We're never going to finish on game.
He's going nutside. Luigi, why don't you slide down nutside? No, he's not.
Oh, good shots.
Over here on my ping, Watson.
Bang hold it.
He's not taking.
Man, we are. It's like a dog chasing a car.
Maybe just look for this skill.
I don't know why. We don't need to. It's fine. Please, God, just play the fundamentals.
He's still there.
The Watson ran to the building. He's on my side, like on the left.
Oh my God, we're still going for him.
Guys are telling me
Jesus Christ, it's like me playing. I just get so fixated.
Scary.
Let's just play our spot.
But it has the Brawley logo this time around. You can clearly see it on the disc, buddy. It's scary, trust us. Wait just a patty flipping second, Patrick.
Okay. All right. Hey,
That was a
hey.
ballad. You
We'll take the
told
freebie, and we'll say thanks.
Anybody close to perp?
It's 86 off.
Do the spiders,
Spiders, you'll get the.
That was a Bella. You told Lightning not to watch Toy Story because of the movie.
Yeah, walk up on my right. Bang on me, in front of me.
Oh, good shots. Flesh.
It's Spray Legacy.
Logo, but you didn't listen.
One's got blue.
I know.
You want me to hold over here still? Be careful of pylon, okay?
They're over here. You can.
Oh, there's two teams there.
Yeah, they're looking to back up here. They're walling.
Don't remind me.
22.
I'm 54 up, man.
Don't remind me. Sorry.
Hey, damage is damage. Almost charged shield.
There's a logo called
Why the fuck is there some
THX
fucking team
logo.
down
That's
here?
scary.
Can I do spiders and get
There's
cover?
no.
I don't know. I'm checking to see if anybody even in pylon.
I'm quickly doing spiders.
We can just go prop. We can go prop in pylon.
Yeah, I'll get it done real quick though. Okay?
Okay.
That was a Bella.
What are these
You
guys doing?
told Lightning not to watch Toy Story because
They're getting to the other
Doing a
side.
little PVE for perp. I respect it.
After that, he told you and babies not to watch it. Mom's like because of the THX.
What are they doing? They're just on.
They're on the other side. I just dumped the smoke.
Parallel to us. They're evac.
They're gonna probably take.
Scram! Get out of town, then I say.
I don't think we go in front of them here. I don't think we go in front of them.
I'm going back. So get back up the hill.
Oh.
There we go. We put the middle here. Are you ready, Patrick?
Haven't you got none? No, I have 3 bats. I got 4. I'm good. You can get some cells from spiders. I'm gonna stay here for
A blue warning screen. This is
Yeah. Keep doing it. I don't want that. Keep doing it. I'm just gonna grab the energy after. I think we.
Do we go back this way?
I mean, I'm down. Once we look
I think it
at
makes
these
more
spiders.
sense. Yeah.
So you guys are telling me and Patrick that
I'm letting cells.
That's my opinion on frogs. Not a huge fan. Like in theory, I think they're cool, but seeing them in the wild, I don't know.
Okay, I'm chilling now.
They concern me.
I'm down to do what you said though.
Because there's some frogs that if you touch, they're just like poisonous immediately.
Yeah, towards the
Burn an evac though. We're gonna be so slow.
But I think they're cool to look at.
Burn an evac. We can still do it. It's okay.
I'm gonna do him,
Like just that patty for the second.
Try Helldivers 2 then, Komodo. If you're looking for just like a silly, fun game to play with your friends, I think Helldivers 2 is pretty fun.
But how's the brawling logo this time around?
On edge and we'll fucking smoke anyone.
I'm just landing him.
But how's the brawling logo this time around? Okay.
I don't see.
It's so expensive for what it is, though. There's a lot of content to it, though. It's not like a super shallow game or anything. There's a lot to do in it.
How's the brawling logo this time around? Okay, cool.
I think a tiny bit design, potentially.
You guys have bets for this? I'm 2-2.
I'm gonna make it lobby. Which respawn beacons being used? Those guys end up
Planning to do any cooking segments anytime soon? Nah, probably not. I haven't been practicing that much. I was cooking for a little bit. I had this streak where I was cooking for myself occasionally, and I totally abandoned it. What do you mean fancy?
I think we catch this on. I'm just running up on the route.
Thanks, Reese Jackson.
I wanna come in. Cedar looks amazing. I can't see a team sliding out of Cedar right now. Like when I
you mean it's not? No, they're not.
no
Three.
one's not two. Okay, let's just walk in.
We made it.
There might be a team double door on the right in bunker.
Yeah, I think there will be. If not, it'll be like
Straight up, right? Yeah, I think it is. It will be.
Thanks, Prime Toxic.
Nothing.
No tags.
I don't see anyone on the right with a crafter too. There's a crafter. Yeah, double door. I heard a smoke.
I'm gonna craft my armor. Okay?
Yeah.
Don't pull back.
These guys are peeking.
They can't see me.
So Watson team. They have a wingman, I think.
I'm trying to look.
There's a team on the front of that.
Is there a team spiders? Can we swing around the back and look to get off top of spiders?
Yeah, there is a team spiders.
This is the Valve team. This is the Valve team.
We can
100% a team here.
Yes,
on my
yes,
ping?
yes. There is.
What are we trying to do?
Fight them.
It's a bit scared.
It's a little bit.
So the team that I just pinged is the Valve team.
We can.
That's good. They're gonna have nothing. We can fight them. We can fight them from like here.
Well, there's another. Oh my god.
Yes.
Yes.
Get to knock. Get to knock.
Get to knock. Use up ulti.
Yeah, going.
They're so bloodthirsty. I like the confidence though, but it makes me scared.
Flying over. Let them.
Take the first one.
I think they're going under spiders. I think
These guys are evacing.
Who's he?
That's really good. We
There's
can walk
okay.
into right here.
There's a team under spiders. There's a team above spiders. Walk it into it.
Thanks, Reese. Prideful.
Shit down here.
Is that gonna be safe though?
Yeah.
Okay. And that other team, the double door team, evac.
They're crossing. One's out in the open.
Oh wait, he's flush, I think. Oh, no, he is.
Zone close.
They're climbing up. Bang!
Nice.
One sit back. Bang's just in the corner here. Fighting this might be a little bit scarce. We might want to evac.
No.
Evac into Cascade and
Wait, no. No. Just walk it in. Just walk it in.
Or take the roof. Can we take the roof?
Yeah. Anything but evac. Please, God.
Empty?
Fucking anything but evac here. Yeah, I like that. Empty. Yes. You're speaking the words I like to hear.
I'm sliding forward. Looking for this team that you're talking about. A little behind. There's Kaku on my left. They conduit ulted too. Is this them?
Which wing right we need? I don't know. I don't see them.
Yeah, I think we hug right.
This is such a weird spot.
Yeah, we can. I don't know where these guys are.
I don't see anyone on the right. Do you want to just keep rapping right?
I think we keep rapping.
Yeah, rapping up.
They're fighting.
Who's fighting?
We're safe out here.
Oh my god.
Yeah.
So you're swinging right still.
Are they still fighting?
How far are we able to wrap
I'm
here?
making sure there's no team on the right.
They're resing! I'm ulting!
Oh,
No, it's not. No,
that's so unlucky.
nice, you killed one.
Oh, nice guild. Nice guild.
Turn one up.
Come on. Fuck him. Nice.
Yeah, I'm doing the same. That's good shit. Yo, good fucking shit, dude. Keep going. Keep it fucking going. They're fighting back Spider's side. Do we look for that as well?
Yes.
They're hard fighting. Yeah, they've not whacked
God,
them,
we're
not
controlling
whacked
this whole area over here.
Wait, in front of me, conduit. Might be a solo. One.
Oh my god. Finish him. Holy shit. Wow. Fucking last action hero there.
I'm making it. I'm just gonna keep back.
Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god. Okay. Woo! Alright, I got a little nervous. At least I would have if I felt human emotions.
I got no, so I'm gonna pop it.
I'm gonna go no. Do you want to take it empty, please?
Yeah, you can.
No, you take it. Just what are we doing? Are we evacuating? Are we running?
Oh, we're walking in,
Yeah, no, don't evac. Thank God, please. Yes. Just walking it in sounds really nice.
Yeah, I think we walk into the first one, right?
Yep, that's exactly what it is.
Yep, there might be a team over here.
You're controlled too, yeah?
I do not have rounds. If there's a team in this spot, we just gotta kill them, okay? Yeah.
It's as simple as that, baby. That's just math.
On the right, that bridge. What do you have, Billy?
I'm swacking it.
Left, do you think?
It's as simple as we just kill them. We hit them with more bullets than they hit us with. In fact, maybe they never hit us.
Healing you. Okay, good heal. Then come right. Okay, you're good on me.
Oh my fucking god, please. Oh!
Batting, I don't know where it is. It's on me. Yeah, it's on multi. Batting.
Can we peek right?
Holy shit.
Baby. There's a team.
My fucking tight little fucking butthole, please. This is such a weird spot.
Hot team might look to fight us here. We need a skid start. It's a Watson team. Yeah, it's pretty good. I think it's the Valk team that we killed earlier. Selling.
They killed one to the right.
Careful. They've got better angles than us, I think. We just have to. I think we just have to look to get like move them later.
We have to kill them.
Just kill everybody.
That's a knock.
What? Who? I can't smell what they're cooking.
Any trades?
What are you cooking? Oh, good shot. Push that. Well, no, don't listen to me. I'm stupid.
Don't
listen. What am I doing?
I don't know if we can kill them empty. I really don't know if we can. Could we not just walk into this spot here and just like maybe I don't know.
I'm gonna have bang on.
I could counter with all these guys.
I think their best bet is they push that team on the right. Because that's in zone. I think that's going to be best. Waltzy's got ult now, so. Empty's in mind noodle right now. We're feeling the same thing. We're mind melding.
Should he put it like on that rock? Like here?
Yes. Not yet. Right before we have to move. We need watch behind.
Play on me. You're safe on me. I'm okay. We're good.
I smoked them.
They're evac. Let them. The team fights. Look to bang off them. Get them off our heads.
Bang yourself.
Nice. Wait, on us.
No!
On us.
What happened? Did they fake an evac or something? Because that was the team that was up, right? Or did they rock all the way around?
Fucking brain dead from them. It is not funny. Yes, they're dead now. It's fucking native. Yes.
Alright. Thanks for Prime Guzzle.
Good kill set.
Well, that's sad.
I'm not
Holy fuck, Clay. Quit the game already.
Actual grief. I know. That's so sad. Fuck! Damn it!
Where they are now?
To be fair, I feel like you can't really expect that.
Probably come top 3.
That's so unlucky. Damn. Alright, well, it's still 4. It's still 4 points.
I just flat.
Or 6 points. Sorry, we got placement points.
Good for a bad game. I mean, you killed Legacy.
Yeah, there just wasn't a whole lot from there. Plus, them getting jumped on is really just kind of outlandish.
They don't jump on us for no reason there. We could have a really good game. Yeah, we have a really good game. And if they wall off and just play on their side of their wall, they also have a really good game.
So, yeah. Even if you are playing
I'm not sure, Kumono. I mean, there's tons of them. There's like Jackbox and shit. There's a lot of free games you could try. Oh, thank you for the 25 gifted, Nimrod. I appreciate that. Thank you for the generosity. Thank you, Nimrod.
the main thing it would have done though is we wasted a lot of time at the beginning just like not knowing the zone is, but like the zone on us. You know what I mean?
I didn't. When that comment was talking about that, I did not expect.
Big rat brain. Yep, it's just placement points. I mean, they Zerg rushed. They all got wiped except him, so all he can do is rat.
He was hating because of what was
Thanks, Victory.
Who's jersey? Wait, is that my jersey?
That should be yours. I said I know you've got a boys jersey. Go put it on.
They were a full team. Yep. Definitely could have won the game.
Yeah, you could have just been able to pull that to. Yep. Water. That's it. Had a good game. They might have.
And whoever this Horizon is, oh my god. I think I got this time.
Alright, where are we at?
Libyan oxygen.
OXG, XZ. I mean, a 5-point game is not like the end of the world.
6 points.
Oh my god. Koifel's got the Ross.
Thanks, Resub Wizard.
The way I look at it, that's a good bad game.
Yeah, for Koifel.
Thanks for gifted member Fable.
Dark and Fun have 1 and 2. Bro is cooking.
Oh, still first. We take that. We'll take that.
Well, play same comp, learn from con.
What team are we?
Okay, still first. Now it'll be like a 15-minute break because they're switching maps.
Had a good game.
Well, they had a good game. What's that I know I'm going to do?
They're in third.
Thanks the resub Uber. Yep, 3 more games. That was halftime now. Have not seen Beekeeper. I was going to, but then never got around to it. Thanks the bits, Bagsy. Do you have an arch nemesis org? Not sure. Hey, wishing you a speedy recovery, Dyson. Hope everything's alright. Thanks, Prime Luffy. Is this ALGS tourney or scrims? No, it's tourney.
There's the 50 free now. I can't wait to see the love bug. Yeah, me too. Wow, the Disney DVD logo.
No, I'm not playing the Final Fantasy demo. I'm just playing the full game when it comes out. It comes out so soon. Thanks for some slap. Thanks, Space. You think Travis will propose to Taylor after the game? No. But if he does, very cool. Moist is 10th right now, saw it in the Apex stream. No? What? That was the last match. 10th place, 5 kills. We're first overall. I appreciate it, Crystal. Thanks for that. You place any bets on the Super Bowl? Yeah, for the first time ever, I did a little sports betting, but only the stupidest bets. I went over them on stream. I placed only one real bet, which was that the Chiefs will win. My other 4 bets were Deebo Samuels catches 3 touchdowns. That'd net me $5,000 off a $100 bet. And then I bet on 2 players. One of them, I bet on 2 players to score the first touchdown of the game, so only one of those can come true. And if one of them does come true, that nets me $4,000 off a $100 bet. And then I also bet that, what was the other one? Oh yeah, the highest scoring quarter will be the first. Yeah, I took the stupidest bets I could think of, or that were available, just to try it. I mean, there were dumber ones I could have done, but the ones that I thought there's like the slimmest chance.
I'm afraid it doesn't work that way, Alma, but if you like, I'll help you with the alphabet.
I'm not sure, Buff. I have no idea what trailers will play. There's an insane bet for Sam Darnold winning the Super Bowl MVP. It's like plus 50K. Sounds about right. Thanks, Resub Vanguard. Thanks, Damien. And the Resub Corrupted. You going to TwitchCon? Nope. Then I'll go to conventions. Not my scene. Yeah, Chick-fil-A is good. That would be pretty cool, Jay.
Another point for me. Matt, where's the ball?
When are you gonna host the next Moist Esports watch party? I mean, right now, for Apex, we've been doing it for the last, like, hour or so. Unless you mean, like, with the gang. That was earlier today for Rocket League, and yesterday for Rocket League. We got top 8. Vitality knocked us out. They'll probably go on to win this per usual. They haven't lost a regional or a major or the world championship. They haven't lost since Zin was eligible to play. They'll probably go on to win this too. We played him well though. Zin is just the chosen one? Yeah. Zin's just, he's too good. He really is. Probably the most dominant player in his respective game. He's like Faker for Rocket League. Not sure, I haven't looked into it at all, Buff. I don't even know what the lawsuit's about. Who won Worlds then? Zin. Vitality won Worlds. Thanks, Odysseus. Thanks to the membership, Raz.
I got it! I got it! I got it!
What is that, a YouTube channel, Raz? Oh, I'm sorry to hear that, Giggity. I was just reading what was there.
Me. Where's the ball?
Who won the Burger King competition? Doesn't end until next month. The 17th, I think. And it should be us.
Did not
I think
tell
we
you
definitely made the
cancel
best
our
burger.
grill, can't grill. Whoa, whoa. Another point for me. Not where's the ball?
Give me the cliff notes on it, Rival. I don't know who that is. Thanks, Reese Blue. What are you gonna buy with the prize money from Burger King? I know exactly where I'm putting that money. If we win, I figured out exactly where that money should go. I got a quote for something we've been cooking up for a while, and it's pretty fucking expensive. So it'll go right into that. Thanks to Prime Elrin. Something God Slap related. And no, we don't do that, Pat.
What?
No, it's not close to worse than that game, okay? I didn't like the game, but it's not nearly as bad as the Avatar game. Godslap animated movie would be insane. I guess I can speak broadly about it. I mentioned this a couple months ago. One of the biggest animation studios in the world really likes Godslap, so we've been talking with them quite a bit. And we're reaching the point where now we're getting the numbers on what it would cost for us to put in to help get it to the final step. And I think I'm definitely going to pull the trigger on it, but it would be a full theatrical Godslap release. So it'd be about, I think the development time was like 2-ish years. But I'm fucking super hype if we can get that over the finish line. I don't know if I can say what studio it is, but I guarantee everyone here watching is very familiar with their work. They're one of the biggest and straight up one of the best in the world. I've sung their praises for actual years. So it was a dream come true, or hopefully will be. There's Resub Wepsy. Resub Elvis. Nah, I played the finals a little bit. I just never got super into it. I think it's a game with a lot of potential, though. And we don't do that, Cooper, not anymore.
Make robot and pirate sounds.
No, Apex is on halftime, so we're waiting. They're switching maps, so it's halftime. after investing in the animation? I guess it depends on how it goes in the theatrical run. No idea. Ready for Arcane Season 2? Yeah, I'm excited for Season 2. I made a whole video about that. Rex. I was in my sophomore year of college when I roomed with random roommates who were actually popular and social. They taught me how to stop being such a fucking weirdo publicly, like socially. That's just the Burger King magic fable. Enjoy it. Thanks to Prime. Yaman and Tier 1 Flack. Where can I watch Godslap? Well, it's one of our comic series. We have a couple of animations for it, but not like a full episode or anything. Just a couple of animations that coincided with issue releases. Thanks, Flack. That was wholesome. And I know about the radio tower heist. Arrow told me about it. There's a lot that are hard obesis, but it's always worth it. Thanks to the Prime Tour. What Godslap issues would the movie include? None. Wrote a whole prequel for it. So it'd be totally standalone from the comics. But I mean, it obviously supplements the story. It plays into, leading into issue 1. True, Jay. It's already huge, though. I'm sure the Knuckles series will go crazy. Thanks, Lukey. Yeah, I've been watching Solo Leveling. I'm just a couple episodes behind. Where can I read Godslap? Bad Egg. That's the name of our publishing company. There's a digital one as well if you don't want physical. Or I'm sure there's probably re-uploads on like pirated sites or something if you don't want to pay for it. That's fine too, if you just want to test it out. Don't see how people can watch the Quiet Place franchise. I would lose my mind for 2 hours of silence. It's not 2 hours of silence, man. It's starting? Okay, nice.
What the fuck you doing those ones, but you just gotta figure it out. If we see two teams climate, do we just assume that we're...
Hold on, give me 2 seconds.
Just to be careful.
The reason I want you to just restack those stacks is because I don't know if teams is going to be shot as well.
Yeah, they might do some. They might do some weird shit where they cover. Like try and catch one of some card. No, I like that.
It's fucking get boys. We're so much better than these guys.
Yeah, we are. Yeah.
What I'm saying is, if we win the next 3 games, we also get the point bonus.
Yeah, we need 2 more points.
Say less.
Let's get like back-to-back notes. see at the top. As soon as we stop hunting, that'd be funny as fuck.
I'll post the fucking. Yeah.
Yeah, that's the exact same thing.
The Rocky one. Fucking.
Nobody? Did you try to have a shower?
Let's go, boys.
Yes.
Have a game. Come on.
You know what I'm flying this door?
Yes.
Is it okay?
Yes.
Do I stand up?
Yes.
If they're going. Pretty fucking obvious. That is 2 teams climber. Nope, that is 1 team climber. Is that, are they going?
Epi survey.
No, there's 2 teams going epi
And
survey.
my ass is getting a little swampy. That's a good sign.
You're an orange tangerine.
I think so.
Thanks, Elusive Joker.
Just by the way they dropped.
I'm not seeing anyone. I don't see anyone.
Is this a tournament? Yep. This is tourney.
Just hover really high. Hover really high.
Alright, I'm hovering really high. I'm hovering really high.
You land here. we'll
Not
see.
sure, Vic. We don't have anything planned yet.
Dome right now. I do not see. Yes, yes, yes. He can. He can. Where am I landing?
Sounds like an interesting song.
I've like.
I'll look it up, I guess.
I've just had like a
You loot that, then this one, okay? We're gonna craft up.
I think I've had a short list. Well, unconned on both POIs. Let's win the day. Yep, let's go.
Let's win it fucking playing Edge after Zero's talking about shit.
I'm down for that. Right,
And not really chasing that anymore. How many games left?
Big Red, right? The big boys?
3, including this one.
Game just wants me to fucking have it empty. That's fine.
Have it maybe too. That's what I have.
I'm gonna guess I'll shoot.
There's a 3x here. I'm gonna hold it.
No, I haven't seen any of the police chases recently.
Let us know what the guns are when you can guild. Yep, I will.
There's a cargo on me.
Grab that shit.
Trying to get to it.
I have a couple
Got a whole key.
Do you like skip loot to go grab
I was
that?
gonna say, I might just go grab it now.
I think, yeah, you do it by yourself.
You guys doing well? Yep, we're first place right now.
Yes.
So hopefully we can keep that cooking.
I'm gonna drop my shit on the ground.
Yeah, I'm gonna go get it now. Wait, I'm gonna come grab it with me in a second.
Alright, it's R9.
I'm scared the dome team might show up.
R9 double flatline along.
Play any of the Sims games? Nah, I never enjoyed the Sims that much.
Yeah, there's 2 flatlines. So if you want. Any spare armors? Any spare armors?
Yes, there's a blue armor on my room.
There's 2 what? Sorry?
Flatlines.
I don't want a flatline. Grabbing the bullets on your roof empty and then I can come bulk you.
What the fuck?
I dropped a bunch of shit here. Like,
I need a bit of you guys.
Is Valorant team still thing? Yep.
I'm gonna go up and grab your white onesie.
Alright, I'm running down. We're gonna grab the vault from behind. Where are you dropping your purple thing?
Towards it.
Things the Prime Pain.
Okay, yeah, towards the vault. I just have to get over. Get the armor off the way. This is a bit messy, but it's fine. I'd rather be careful.
We're on edge.
When are we Valorant?
This, I need that.
I don't remember when it
So
starts.
we're gonna head back to Maud, I'm gonna grab
Like
my
the
phone.
actual
I see any
season. I don't remember.
There's purple armor.
Pretty soon, I think, though.
I got the bag. Just
No, I didn't see that, Dan. Tweet it at me instead. Let me see. That sounds cool.
go back.
Why do you have an overlay on YouTube but not on stream? What do you mean?
Empty, you got the blue.
Oh, fuck.
Thanks for some dabs.
I still need to loot this building anyway.
I'm grabbing the juices. I'm
You
gonna
know,
get on this roof and I'm gonna fill
Are you not crafting at all, Elsie?
Yeah, I'm grabbing the juices.
I mean, like anything from what I mean.
No.
Mom's getting really mad at me and I don't really understand why.
Starts in March 16th. Okay.
So I was being fake.
Yeah. So, what?
Or something.
A little over a month.
I'm dropping my Nebby here as well. It's fucking kitted. That pointed you, Mag.
What game does your org have the most wins in? Smash. Between Zane, Light, and Cola, we got quite a few major wins. How has the team done in the past ALGS?
Well, did you ever figure
First
out how that
major,
dude
we got
did whatever it was he was
fifth,
doing?
Second